This man was transported to another world together with all his classmates. Everyone else became heroes, but he alone could not be measured to have even the slightest trace of magic power. He was mocked by others and casually assigned by the king to work as a gardener. But he accidentally overheard the truth. The so-called heroes were all sacrifices meant to be used as cannon fodder. In the next moment, he was silenced and beheaded. Yet in the blink of an eye, he returned to the past and came back to life once again. Only at this moment did he realize that his ability was to reload and start over. He no longer accepted his fate and decided to escape from the palace, using this ability to completely reshuffle the world. In the last row of the classroom during self-study, 17-year-old me was sprawled over the desk, fast asleep. My name is Bai. I have delicate features, but my clothes were faded from too much washing and the dark circles under my eyes were heavy. One look was enough to tell I came from a poor family. The seat next to me was empty. I had no desk mate. The teacher was absent, and the classroom was noisy and chaotic. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. "Earthquake!" someone shouted, and everyone rushed outside like mad. The commotion woke me up. I ran after them, but I got up too late and ended up at the very back. I finally made it to the stairwell. Then, with a thunderous crash, the stairs collapsed, revealing a huge hole. I slammed on the brakes and nearly fell in. I turned and sprinted toward the staircase on the other side. As I passed the entrance of Class 1, I saw a familiar face, Student Council President Hualing. She was lying on the ground in a miserable state, her lower body pinned under a massive rock, unable to move. The moment she saw me, hope flared up in her tear-streaked, beautiful face. "Please, help me," she cried out desperately. The irony was hard to miss. She was the school beauty and also the daughter of a school board member. She was usually surrounded by admirers, yet at this moment not a single person was by her side. At first, I had no intention of getting involved. But the moment I thought of her status, my mind immediately began to work. I was an orphan who grew up in the slums. Only through the sponsorship of a publicity-seeking politician had I barely managed to get into this elite school. But that sponsorship was not endless. Once the election was over, I would lose my value and be kicked out, sent right back to the bottom where I came from. So if I could save her life, I might be able to get a large reward afterward. To put it bluntly, I was just too poor. I stepped forward and grabbed the massive rock with both hands. "Hang in there." Taking a deep breath, I exerted all my strength and, with a loud crash, lifted the rock away. Her legs were stained red with blood, but fortunately the bleeding was not severe. "Can you move?" Hualing gritted her teeth and tried several times, but still could not get up. She shook her head helplessly. I had no choice but to help her up and support her as we ran toward the stairs. But just as we were about to go downstairs, the ground beneath our feet suddenly gave way, and the two of us fell straight down. With a heavy bang, my body slammed hard onto the ground. Immediately afterward, a huge boulder came crashing down from above and swallowed us whole. My world turned pitch black in an instant. The pain was so unbearable that I wanted nothing more than release. Strangely enough, I was not afraid at all. On the contrary, I found it a little funny. At worst, I had simply tried to seek wealth through danger and lost the gamble because of bad luck. As a gambler, I ought to accept defeat. What a pity about those fine tea leaves at home. If I had known this would happen, I should not have been so stingy about drinking them. Thinking that, I completely lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a huge and magnificent hall. I was not the only one lying on the floor. There were dozens of students as well, all slowly waking up. Strangely, although their clothes were in disarray, there was not a single wound on their bodies. I staggered to my feet and looked around. There were soldiers in medieval armor everywhere, along with a group of nobles dressed in splendid garments. What is going on? Wasn't I dead? And where is this place? Just as my head was filling with questions, a deep and powerful voice rang out. "Ha ha ha! Welcome, all of you, my great heroes." Everyone looked over and saw a 300-pound fat man seated on a throne high above. He had squinting eyes, a mustache, and a crown on his head. He looked like a king. To make a long story short, our nation is facing a matter of life and death, and a great war with the demon race is about to break out. And you are the heroes I have summoned here with magic. I entrust the heavy responsibility of saving the kingdom to you. The king was full of passion, but I was completely baffled. Why should I? I was summoned here against my will, and now I was supposed to fight a war for some country I had never even heard of? What kind of logic was that? Yet when I looked around, aside from a few students who seemed traumatized by the earthquake, everyone else actually had eager expressions on their faces. That only made it harder for me to understand. Then again, I could not exactly blame them. Every student here came from an upper-class background. They had watched plenty of anime and read plenty of novels, so they naturally longed for stories about being transported to another world, becoming heroes, and defeating demon kings. But I was different. I came out of the slums, and my family was so poor we did not even have electricity. My only hobbies were drinking tea, playing chess with the old men and women in the neighborhood, and doing odd jobs at night. In that kind of environment, I had never been exposed to novel culture at all, and I knew absolutely nothing about what was happening in front of me. Besides, many of the people present had died in an instant, killed before they could even react, so naturally they did not feel the same lingering fear as someone who had died in agony. My great heroes, unimaginable power lies within you. You are the saviors of this world. The king's speech went on and on, making everyone itch with excitement. But I had no interest in it. There was only one thought in my mind. Since everyone had been summoned here, was it possible that the earthquake itself had been caused by this magic? In other words, if not for the king, would we never have died in the first place? Your Majesty, someone spoke up at that moment. It was a woman in her early 30s wearing a black dress, with wavy hair and delicate features. Her name was Baiha. She was the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and the only teacher who had been transported here. I want to ask, since you say we were summoned here by magic, was that earthquake connected to your summoning? There was accusation in her tone, and she seemed somewhat angry. But it was not the king who answered her. Of course not. The one who spoke was an old man with a white beard standing beside the king. He was very thin, with dry yellowish messy hair, leaning on a black wooden staff inlaid with gemstones, and his voice was hoarse. I am Raul, the royal court mage of this kingdom. Allow me to answer that question. He explained that the earthquake had been a natural disaster and had nothing to do with the king. As for hero summoning magic, it merely randomly summoned people who had just died at a certain place and time. Strictly speaking, if we had not summoned you, then at this very moment, you would already be dead. He spoke as though they had done us a great favor. Baiha was not willing to give up and asked again. Then, is there any way for us to go back? There may be a way, but it is not in our hands. Where is it? In the Demon King's castle. The Demon King commands a great deal of high-level magic, and among it is a spell of returning home. But only by defeating him can you obtain it. After going in circles, it all came down to the same thing. They still wanted us to fight the Demon King. After that, the king said many more things, and in the end, citing the late hour, he told everyone to go back and rest first, saying there would be further arrangements tomorrow. A guard led me into a room. As expected of a royal palace, the room was as large as a classroom, and the bed was several times bigger than the one in my house. The guard brought me luxurious silk clothes and delicious food. After eating my fill, taking a hot bath, and getting comfortable, I went to sleep early. At 8 o'clock the next morning, a guard knocked on the door and said the king had summoned us. When I arrived at the great hall, everyone else was already there, and like me, they had changed into clean and beautiful clothes. Unlike yesterday, there was now an additional round blackwood table in the center of the hall, and on it sat a white crystal ball the size of a wash basin. Here it comes, the classic inherited appraisal scene. One classmate stared at the crystal ball with eager eyes. Several boys gathered around it and discussed it excitedly, while I was completely lost. At that moment, Hua Ling and another girl happened to pass by me. President, I called out to her, wanting to ask what the crystal ball was. After all, I had saved her, so asking one question should not have been too much. But she acted as though she had not heard me and walked straight past. Was that poor kid calling you? Do you know him? The girl beside her asked. Of course not. How could I possibly have anything to do with him? True enough. That pauper really has no shame, daring to greet us. Forget him. Let's talk about something else. Hualing glanced at me guiltily, and when our eyes met, she hurriedly looked away again. Watching this, I felt somewhat speechless. But when I thought of her status, I quickly accepted it. Hadn't things always been this way? As the only student in the entire school who had enrolled through a scholarship and a politician's arrangement, my identity as a slum pauper had already become common knowledge back at the opening ceremony. Among nobles, snobbery was only natural. It was only to be expected that I was unpopular. And as the student council president, Hua Ling was even less willing to be associated with me, for fear of damaging her reputation. Good morning, my great warriors. Did you rest well last night? The moment the king spoke, the noisy hall immediately fell silent. He gave the court mage a look, and the old man walked over to the crystal ball. This item is called the appraisal crystal. It can determine your classes and levels. Heroes, please line up and come forward one by one. Everyone did as told, and the line was soon formed. After a night of rest, everyone's face was full of anticipation, except mine. The first to step forward was Teacher Baiha, who looked much better today. It's very simple. Just place your hand on it. Baiha did as instructed. The crystal gave off a burst of white light, and then an A4-sized object resembling a game status panel appeared in midair. She could not understand the writing of this world, so the court mage had to read it aloud. Her classes, High Priest. The court mage widened his eyes, his face full of excitement. The hall immediately erupted in commotion. Someone quickly asked, "What about her level? What level is she?" 45. 45. That's so high. My God, just as expected of someone from another world. This opening result lit a fire of hope in everyone. Then the remaining heroes were tested one after another. Holy Knight, level 36. It's actually a Holy Knight. Greatsword Warrior, level 53. Wow, that high. Berserker, level 35. With every result, the crowd burst into cheers and applause. It had to be known that ordinary humans in this world were generally below level 20, and even the aged Grand Court Mage was only level 60. Yet these heroes all had rare classes and extremely high levels. The king was beaming from ear to ear, and it was in that very atmosphere that the line reached its end. It was my turn. I placed my hand on the crystal, but the crystal showed no reaction at all. The court mage frowned and told me to try a few more times. I did, but there was still no response. How strange. Could it be broken? The court mage muttered as he personally placed his own hand on it. With a flash, his status panel appeared normally. His brows furrowed, and the look in his eyes as he stared at me instantly turned strange. Grand Mage, what is going on? The king asked the very question everyone else had in mind. The court mage looked around, turned to the king, and said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, if this old man is not mistaken, then this young fellow is likely nothing more than an ordinary person." An ordinary person? What do you mean? It means he is just a normal person. Unlike the other heroes, who possess exceptional magic power, he is someone with no magic at all. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall exploded. A normal person with no magic? You've got to be kidding. It's my first time seeing something like this. Could there be some mistake? Impossible. The crystal was made by the Grand Mage himself. If it were broken, he would know. Though puzzled, everyone quickly accepted it. At that moment, the way they looked at me visibly changed. The expectation and respect from before gradually gave way to disdain, especially the other transmigrators. They had already looked down on me for being from the slums, and now that I had nothing at all, they secretly felt even more pleased. Serves him right. A lowborn should know his place. The voices were very quiet, but I heard them clearly. Still, I was not angry. I had long since gotten used to words like these. The arrangements afterward were simple. The Grand Mage led the heroes away, leaving me alone in the great hall as the only ordinary person, awkward beyond words. "You, what is your name?" the king asked, his tone filled with contempt. "Your Majesty, this humble one is Bai Yi." Being under someone else's roof, I still forced a smile. "If you have no other ideas, how about taking up an official post in the palace?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Ollie, find something for him to do." Court dismissed. A middle-aged man in white robes named Ollie walked up to me and said with a smile, "Come along, young man. You'll like that place." Head gardener. That was the job they arranged for me. Not the principal of a kindergarten, of course, but the head gardener of the palace's rear garden. Every day, I would patrol the garden and check whether the gardeners were doing their work properly. It was an easy, dead-end position with no future, but I liked it very much. After all, it was a secure job. Compared with the life I used to have, not having to worry about food or drink was already very good. Of course, I did not stay idle either. I found plenty of things to do: drinking tea, going to the library to learn this world's writing, brewing tea, playing chess with the gardeners, roasting tea, and of course, drinking more tea. Before I knew it, a month had passed. During that time, I heard that the other students had grown tremendously stronger and awakened many skills. But I did not care in the slightest. Those people had never treated me as one of their own. That day, I lay in the grass of the rear garden, enjoying the comfortable autumn breeze as I took a nap. By the time I woke up, it was already getting dark and the sun was setting. Strange, where was everyone? At this hour, there should usually have been quite a few gardeners in the garden, but now there was not a single one in sight. Just as I was wondering about it, a sound caught my attention. Only 1 month left. Is there still enough time? It was the king's voice. I looked over and saw the king and the Grand Mage walking this way, followed by several guards. I understood instantly. Most likely the king wanted to take a stroll in the garden and had ordered the gardeners away in advance. Since I had been sleeping hidden in the grass and had not been noticed, I had happened to run into this scene. I was hesitating over whether I should come out when I heard the Grand Mage say, "It should be enough, Your Majesty. Those little brats may be arrogant, but their magic power is much stronger than that of the previous batch of heroes. The more we let them wear themselves down fighting the demon race, the more of our own strength we can preserve. What about the self-destruct magic? Have you taught it to them? Your Majesty, we have already selected 5 suitable candidates. Self-destruct magic." Those 4 words made my entire body go rigid where I hid in the grass. "It won't be exposed, will it? Do not worry. They do not know that there is no resurrection magic in this world. To be safe, I have also sealed their memories regarding the self-destruct magic. They will only be unsealed on the day of the great battle. With the magic power of those 5, once they self-destruct, the Demon King's army will surely suffer devastating losses. That will be our best chance to launch a counterattack." Haha, good. A bunch of brainless little fools. A few flattering words, and they floated right up into the sky. Resurrection magic? If such a thing really existed, I would have gone to the battlefield myself long ago. Ha ha. The 2 of them laughed smugly, and from my hiding place in the grass, I heard every word clearly. At that moment, my heart was filled with extreme unease. It was not because I was worried about those heroes, but because I was afraid of being discovered and silenced. And sure enough, what I feared came true. Meow. A cat suddenly cried out from behind me. My whole body trembled. I turned around and saw a black cat. Before I could even react, "Who's there?" The Grand Mage waved his hand, and a fierce gust of wind rushed over, blowing away the branches that had been hiding me. At that moment, our eyes met, and both the king and the Grand Mage were clearly stunned. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, I turned and ran, charging straight for the garden exit. "What are you standing there for? Go after him." I ran for my life with everything I had. I had no other talents, but I was fast. The rear garden was my territory, and I knew the surrounding terrain like the back of my hand. I deliberately chose a path that was usually deserted, hoping only not to be discovered. But things went exactly against my wishes. The court mage had sent all the gardeners away, and they were all blocking this very path. I was running too fast, and someone carrying water suddenly stepped into the middle of the road. With a bang, we crashed into each other and both fell to the ground. Before I could even get back up, the guards arrived. A heavy punch smashed into my head, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was already tightly bound, a towel stuffed in my mouth, lying in the deepest part of the garden. Several old gardeners were digging a pit. It was obvious they were planning to bury me alive. The king was gone, and only the court mage remained standing to one side. The captain of the guards hesitated a little. "Court mage, if we just kill him like this, what do we do if the other heroes ask about it?" The court mage narrowed his eyes, his face full of contempt. "Do not worry. This boy has terrible relations with others and has never gotten along with those little brats. Even if they find out, we can just pin some charge on him. In his original world, he was a low-born wretch, while those little brats are nobles through and through. What do you think? Clean it up properly. Do not cause trouble." After saying that, the court mage turned and left. The captain looked at me helplessly. "Sorry, little brother. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that you showed up where you shouldn't have." The sword left its sheath. With a wet thud, one slash landed on my neck, and my head was severed from my body. Meow. I shot my eyes open. A cat cried out behind me, and I froze, completely unable to make sense of it. "Wait, I was just killed a moment ago. Who's there?" The court mage shouted, and a gust of wind swept over, blowing away the branches that had been hiding me. The king and the court mage were both stunned again, but this time I was already completely dumbfounded. The guards rushed over and knocked me out in no time. When I opened my eyes again, the same familiar scene replayed itself. The court mage's line, "Clean it up properly," and the captain's line, "Sorry." Thud, another slash, cutting through my neck again. Meow. The familiar cat's cry rang out for the 3rd time. I opened my eyes and, sure enough, I was back in the bushes once more. I could not understand any of what was happening before my eyes. But there was one thing I was absolutely sure of. The feeling of being beheaded really was unbearable. So this time, the moment the court mage shouted, "Who's there?" I turned and sprinted for the exit without looking back. By the time they reacted, I had already put quite a distance between us. "What are you standing around for? Go after him." Having learned my lesson twice, I changed my route this time, to a path farther from the garden, one that nobody usually used. The facts proved that I had gambled right. Before anyone noticed, I dashed straight into the hero's residential area and climbed a tree in the backyard of one of the houses. Only then did I barely manage to escape disaster. The sky gradually darkened. Guards holding torches were everywhere, and my heart sank to the bottom. There was no doubt about it. They were looking for me. If I was caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. If only I could find someone to help me. But was there really such a person? The palace people were definitely no good. I was an outsider, and they would never risk themselves for me. As for the other heroes, in their eyes, I was no different from a stranger, and besides, I was still that pauper and lowborn they loved to call me. Just as I was getting a headache over it, the light in the house behind me suddenly turned on. Through the window, I saw a familiar face. It was Teacher Baiha. She had just come home and was lying comfortably on the sofa doing eye exercises. Teacher Bai, she might work. In my memory, Baiha had always had an excellent reputation at school. She was rated outstanding every year, was extremely responsible toward her students, and no one had ever spoken ill of her. If it was her, maybe she would help me. In any case, I had no way out left, so I might as well gamble on it. I quietly climbed down from the tree, circled to the back door, and knocked. Who is it? Baiha sat up, looking puzzled. It's me, Teacher Bai. Although she looked confused, she still opened the door and let me in. What's going on? Why are you in my backyard? It's a long story. Here, have some water first, then tell me slowly. I gulped down the water in one breath and told her everything from beginning to end, without leaving out a single detail. After hearing it, Baiha knitted her brows tightly. After hesitating for a long time, she said, Student Bai, is this really true? You cannot make claims like this recklessly. Of course it's true. Otherwise the king wouldn't be searching for me all over the place. He's in a hurry to silence me because he's afraid I'll leak the secret. I see. If that's really the case, then this is troublesome. She frowned and muttered softly, then comforted me again. Thank you for telling me. Now that I know, I will think of a way. Stay here with me for the time being, and when an opportunity comes, I will move you somewhere safe. Then thank you, Teacher Bai. It's just, is your place safe? Do not worry, I have at least that much self-awareness. By the way, have you eaten yet? And no, not yet. I'll go get you something to eat. Wait here. Baiha got up and went into another room. I collapsed onto the sofa, finally letting out a breath of relief, and started planning what I should do from here on out. But I had not even relaxed for 10 seconds. Rumble, rumble. Hurried footsteps came from the direction she had gone. The moment I looked up, a squad of soldiers had already rushed over. And behind the soldiers, Baiha, who just a moment ago had been full of concern, now wore nothing but a cold expression. I shot to my feet. I had lost the gamble again. This was already the second time I had been betrayed by a woman. I ran straight for the back door without looking back. But with a bang, the back door was smashed open, and several soldiers blocked the way in. Caught from both front and rear, I was quickly subdued. I was dragged out of the house and saw the other heroes who had come over after hearing the commotion. Hualing was among them. What's going on? What did that pauper do? I heard from the soldiers that this poor brat used his position as head gardener to violate quite a few female gardeners, and even got several people killed. Now that the whole thing has come to light, he tried to run. That disgusting? I could tell from the start he was no good. The palace was astonishingly efficient. In less than half a day, the entire process of framing me had already been prepared. The hero's eyes were full of disgust, all wearing looks of delighted satisfaction. But I still did not want to accept my fate. I saw Hualing, and I saw the hesitation on her face. That meant she still had doubts and did not fully believe it. President, save me. You know me. I am not that kind of person. I shouted desperately, unable to think of any other way out. But not only did Hualing refuse to help, she hurried to distance herself from me instead. What does that have to do with me? I don't know you at all. You really are a... Before I could finish cursing, a guard slammed a fist into my stomach, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was already locked in a freezing dungeon. It was a sealed cement cell, bare on all four sides, with not even a window, only an iron door. The only illumination came from a white light stone embedded in the ceiling. I was actually still alive. After the initial shock, I quickly figured it out. Before, when the king killed me, it had been a secret silencing, with no witnesses. But this time I had been captured in front of all the heroes, so they could not simply execute me in secret. They had to go through some kind of legal process. Of course, in my view, there was no real difference. Either way, I was going to die. With a creak, the door opened. The one who came in was a familiar face, the captain of the guards who had already killed me twice. You again. I frowned, somewhat speechless. He smiled, looking puzzled. Oh, do we know each other? The king sent you to kill me? I don't want to either, but His Majesty is afraid that if this drags on, there will be trouble. A king's command cannot be disobeyed. I have no choice. So we're skipping the process now? How are you going to explain it to the other heroes? Simple. We'll just say you killed yourself out of guilt. They didn't care about you to begin with, and excuses like that are easy to come by. As he spoke, he pulled out a rope and walked toward me, making it obvious that he intended to strangle me. Wait. I quickly raised my hand. What? Do you have any last words? You don't look like a bad person. Doing this kind of dirty work must sit badly with you. It's good that you understand. But as I said, a king's command cannot be disobeyed. So could you answer one question for me? At least let me die knowing the truth. Fine. In light of how unfair this world is, I want to ask, if you hadn't caught me today, how exactly would I have had to run to escape this palace? Does that question even matter? Of course. I've been wondering about it this whole time. If something ever happened, where should I run? But I could never find a suitable route. You're the king's personal guard and the one most familiar with the palace, so you must know. Tell me, if I can't resolve this doubt, I won't be able to rest in peace. When the time comes, I'll definitely turn into a vengeful ghost and crawl up to your window in the middle of the night. Hey, don't say something so terrifying. The guard hurriedly cut me off, then looked me over carefully and actually smiled. You're not bad, kid. It's rare to see someone like you who can still joke around when death is right in front of him. You're not like those giant babies. Fine, since I like the cut of your jib, I'll point out a way for you. Say, for example, the place you hid tonight. If I were you. He lowered his voice and began to explain. It turned out that in the deepest part of the rear garden, there was a secret passage that led directly outside the royal capital. The entrance to the passage was right beneath the biggest tree at the very back. It was just that the court mage had set up a barrier there, so ordinary people could not see it at all. And the method to break the barrier was simple. Aside from having the court mage personally undo it, the only remaining way was to pour human blood onto the roots of the tree. The guard made it sound incredibly convincing, full of specific details. I could not tell whether it was true or false, and I strongly suspected he was just making up a story to brush me off. But at this point, I had no choice but to believe him. I've said my piece. Satisfied now? More or less. Then it's time for you to be on your way. He moved behind me and slipped the rope around my neck. By the way, what's your name? I suddenly asked. Haimu. It's the exact opposite of your surname. Thanks, Haimu. You're a good man. Don't say that. Doing this kind of dirty work already feels bad enough. And also, I'm sorry. As he said that, he suddenly pulled hard. What Haimu hadn't expected was that I did not resist at all from beginning to end, and just like that, I was strangled to death alive. With a thud, the fresh corpse collapsed to the ground. Looking at my face, which had been chatting and laughing just moments ago, Haimu's expression gradually turned cold. This damned world. Meow. The familiar cat's cry rang out once again. I opened my eyes and, sure enough, I had returned to the bushes yet again. This time, without the slightest hesitation, I ran back along the same route and once more hid in Baya's backyard. Before anyone arrived on this side, and before Baya returned home, I went straight into her house. I had been planning to pick the lock, but to my surprise, the back door was not locked at all, and I got in with ease. I first rushed into the kitchen and stuffed myself to restore my strength. Then I slipped into Baya's bedroom. The cosmetics on the dressing table and the beautiful clothes in the wardrobe immediately caught my attention. Though I hesitated, for the sake of survival, I gritted my teeth, took off my own clothes, and stuffed them under the bed. I changed into Baya's black dress, put on a black lady's hat, and began smearing cosmetics all over my face in front of the mirror. My makeup skills were terrible, but fortunately my natural features were not bad. After all that applying and redoing, I somehow ended up with a surprisingly beautiful face. If I had known this would happen, I really should have learned how to set people up and trick them back then. After putting on the makeup, I dug out a few pieces of jewelry from the cabinet, then went to the kitchen and took a small knife, hiding it in my clothes before returning to the backyard and climbing back up the tree. Soon it got dark. The lights in Baya's house came on, and she would probably discover very soon that a thief had broken in. I seized the opportunity to slip down from the tree, disappear into the darkness, and head straight for the rear garden. On the way, I ran into a patrol squad of soldiers. Stop! What are you doing? Raise your head. The squad leader stopped me. I hesitated, then raised my head. He stared at me for quite a while and actually began to blush a little. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Are you new here? What's your name? Which department are you from? The squad leader was very young, looking about my age, with an innocent air about him. Though speechless, I still pinched my throat and answered in a soft, delicate voice. And my name is Heiji. I am missed by his servant, transferred here just yesterday. I lowered my voice with all my might, afraid my real voice would slip out. So you're one of Lady Bai's people. My name is Larry. I'm the son of the head librarian. If you have time, how about having a meal with me sometime? I had still been wondering how someone so young had become a squad leader, but the moment I heard that, I understood. So he was just some young master with connections. Thank you for the invitation. But I have something to do right now, so it's not very convenient. How about? I deliberately paused. How about tomorrow morning? As it happens, I'm free tomorrow. That sounds great. What time? Tomorrow morning at 8. In the garden. After saying that, I walked off without looking back, leaving the young squad leader behind me full of delight. Watching my departing figure disappear, he murmured to himself, "So beautiful. I wonder how much bride price it would take to marry her." As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. I had escaped from the garden, which was exactly why the garden was now completely empty. No one would think I would return to the scene of the crime. I went to the deepest part and quickly found the largest tree. Without another word, I pulled out the knife, gritted my teeth, and slashed hard across my left arm. Just as Haimu had said, I let the blood drip onto the roots. At first, there was no reaction at all. The blood simply stained the ground red. I did not know how much time had passed, but from blood loss, my body began to feel worse and worse. Just when I thought I had been deceived and was about to give up, flash! A blinding white light suddenly burst from the ground, so bright that I could not open my eyes. When the white light faded, there was actually a hole in the ground, with a faint glow coming from within. The moment I saw that hole, my exhausted body was instantly energized. I jumped down and found a tunnel stretching so far that I could not see the end. White light stones lined both walls, so illumination was no problem at all. As I ran, I bandaged my wound, and just like that, I kept running through the tunnel all night long. It was not until 6 o'clock the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, that I finally saw the exit. It was at the top of a small mountain behind the palace, with the cave leading back to the garden behind me. This country was called Country A, and the imperial capital where I was located was the capital city of Country A, a large city with a population of 500,000. That might be nothing on Earth, but in this world, it was already an astronomical number. The palace stood in the very center of the imperial capital, and only beyond it lay the domain of ordinary commoners. As for the small mountain behind the palace that connected directly to the garden, it belonged to the royal family, and ordinary people had no way of approaching it. I knew perfectly well that escaping the palace alone was not enough. I still had to get over this mountain. Ignoring my exhaustion, I ran straight downhill before the sky had fully brightened. But when I reached the foot of the mountain, I saw a 5-meter-high wall built all around it. That might have stopped someone else. But I came from the slums, and when I was little, I spent plenty of time hiding from scumbags. Climbing and escaping were my old specialties. In just a few moves, I scaled it and landed steadily on the ground, arriving in the world beyond the wall. After fleeing all night long, I was now exhausted and starving, already unable to keep going. In the end, I picked a dark, secluded alley and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Closing my eyes, I finally let out a breath of relief. But the moment I relaxed, all those scenes of being killed came flooding back into my mind, weighing me down with a wave of gloom. Fortunately, extreme exhaustion soon made me fall asleep, finally freeing me from that discomfort. Rustle, rustle. When I woke up, it was already noon that same day. A strange rustling sound came from beside my ear. I opened my eyes, sat up, put on my hat, and saw a little girl rummaging through a trash can. In ragged clothes, she was a little beggar. She had waist-length white hair and was very short, only a bit over 1.2 meters tall. With her back to me, she was searching with all her might through a trash can as tall as she was. Probably because she was using too much force, she suddenly toppled headfirst into the can with a thud, leaving only her 2 short bare legs kicking outside. I hurried over and pulled her out. The girl had already been dirty to begin with, and now that she was covered in filth, the stench coming off her was even worse. Even after being saved, she did not say a single word of thanks. Instead, she turned her back to me and started gnawing on something in her hands. There was some unidentifiable liquid from the trash can on her clothes, so it was easy to imagine that whatever she was eating was definitely not anything good. I myself came from the slums, so seeing this, I could not help feeling a bit of sympathy. "Hey, that thing is going to make you sick." I grabbed her hand, pulled her around to face me, snatched away that dripping piece of rotten meat, and hurled it deep into the alley. The girl instinctively wanted to go pick it up, but with her hand caught in mine, she could not break free no matter how hard she struggled. After several failed attempts, she had no choice but to give up and stare straight at me. I casually brushed aside the messy hair covering her face and finally saw what she looked like. She was a little girl of about 10, with a round face, a touch of baby fat, and delicate features. Even filthy as she was, it could not hide what a good-looking child she was. What was strange was that although she was a beggar, she was not skinny at all and did not look like someone who had gone hungry. It was just that her face was frighteningly pale and her complexion was terrible. There was not the slightest trace of emotion in those beautiful red eyes, making her look like a doll. From what I understood about this world, someone with this kind of white-haired, red-eyed appearance definitely could not have been raised by an ordinary family. Most likely, she was some rich family's young miss who had suffered a disaster and been traumatized into this vacant, foolish state. Seeing that she was still staring at me, I explained, "That meat is spoiled. If you eat it, you'll get diarrhea. How about we work together? I'll treat you to a meal." It was my first time out of the palace, and I knew nothing about the outside world. I had been wanting to find a guide, and she had appeared at just the right moment. "What's your name?" I asked as I let go of her hand. The girl neither ran away nor showed any other reaction. She just kept staring at me. "Can't you talk?" She still did not react. This was bad. Could she actually be an idiot? I felt a little uneasy, but still tried asking, "Do you know where there's a pawn shop nearby?" When I escaped, I had swiped a few pieces of jewelry from Baya's house, planning to exchange them for money as startup capital. This time the girl reacted. She turned around and walked straight out of the alley. I hesitated for a moment, but followed after her anyway. Very soon we reached the street, where there were already quite a few more pedestrians, with vendors on both sides calling out and hawking their goods in a lively scene. Along the way as we walked, the girl spread a foul stench everywhere she went. But strangely, although passers-by wrinkled their brows when they smelled it and turned to look toward the girl, their faces then became blank and confused. The whole sight was so bizarre that I could not make any sense of it at all. About 10 minutes later, the girl walked into a quiet shop. I followed her in, and sure enough, it was a pawn shop with a plump middle-aged man as the owner. When I entered, I happened to catch him frowning at the girl. But the moment he saw me, he immediately piled on a smile. "Oh, miss, what would you like to pawn?" "Just a few things at random." I pinched my voice. If he had not called me miss, I would have almost forgotten I was still dressed as a woman. I took out several pieces of jewelry and handed them over. The moment the owner received them, his eyes lit up, but instead of quoting a price right away, he gave me a thorough once-over. "Miss, though your clothing is refined, you are in such a sorry state. I imagine you come from a wealthy household and have suffered a family downfall. Is that right?" "Boss, you have a sharp eye." "Not at all, just a little surface knowledge." "May I ask which household you belong to?" "I have decent connections in the royal capital. Perhaps I might be able to help." "Thank you for your kindness, boss, but it's not very convenient for me to say. I hope you understand." "No problem, no problem. If it's inconvenient, then we won't mention it." Though I looked bedraggled, the owner did not dare slight me in the least. In his eyes, I was probably some official family's lady. Even if the family had declined, their connections would still remain. If he could latch onto that line, it would be perfect for a businessman like him. It was just a pity that this young lady did not seem interested in chatting. Still unwilling to give up, the owner continued, "Miss, these pieces are all of good quality and are worth about 20 gold coins. How about this? Seeing as you and I are fated to meet, I'll give you 30 and make a friend. I'll keep the jewelry for you the whole time, and if you want to redeem it, you may come back whenever you like." How could I accept that? I saw through his attempt to curry favor at a glance and understood his meaning. "It is my honor to be of help to you, miss." Saying this, he brought over a money pouch and, right in front of me, filled it with 29 gold coins and 100 silver coins, then smilingly presented it with both hands. 30 in total. Would you like to count it?" "No need. I trust you." "Thank you. Boss, you've helped me a great deal. Once my family has weathered this hardship, I will certainly come visit you." The owner was inwardly overjoyed. This was exactly what he had wanted. "By the way, boss, do you know this child?" I suddenly pointed to the girl beside me. The owner's expression instantly turned puzzled. "Child? What child?" "This child right here. You can't see her." Miss, you must be joking with me, right? I truly don't see any child. Though I have been smelling a strange odor since just now." "Oh, no, no. Don't misunderstand. I wasn't talking about you." He hurriedly explained, and he did not seem to be lying. Though confused, I thought that since this world even had magic, something like this was not entirely impossible. Just a joke. After saying that, I quickly returned to the street. When I looked back, the girl had indeed followed me out. that pale little face still as blank as ever. I tried walking forward for a while, then looked back. She was still following me, and drawing plenty of attention too. Just like before, people would frown and look toward her, only to then wear blank, puzzled expressions. It was not until someone muttered, "Strange, what is that smell?" that I became completely certain. Aside from me, no one could see this girl. People could only smell the foul odor on her. Steamed buns, freshly made steamed buns. The hawker's cry at the roadside reminded me of my promise to treat her to food. She had followed me all this way, probably because she was waiting for me to make good on it. I walked over to the bun stall. "How much are these?" "2 for 1, miss." "How many would you like?" "2 gold coins." "Miss, you must be joking. Buns aren't made of gold." "2 copper coins, 2 copper coins each." "Give me 10. I handed over 1 silver coin. In this world, 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. A copper coin was worth about the same as money in my original world, 1 to 1. In other words, the 30 gold coins on me amounted to a full 300,000. That would let me live quite comfortably for a good while. I had the vendor divide the buns into 2 bags, 5 on each side, and handed one to the girl. The moment she took it, she wolfed them down as though she had been starving. This scene happened to be seen by the vendor, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "Miss, can you use magic?" His attitude instantly became respectful. In the royal capital, people who could use magic were always from official families. "What did you see?" "That bag of buns. It suddenly disappeared." "Disappeared?" I looked suspiciously at the buns in the girl's hands, then plucked a dead leaf from her hair. "What's this?" "A leaf. You really can use magic. How did you make that appear? Could it be alchemy that creates something from nothing?" The vendor's mouth fell open, his expression exaggerated. The vendor's reaction made me realize several things. First, aside from me, no one could see the girl. Second, things that came into contact with her would also become invisible. It was just unclear whether this ability worked on living people too. To verify it, I grabbed the girl by the shoulders and asked the vendor, "How about now? Can you still see me?" "Huh? What? All right then." Invisibility did not work on living people. Even so, this was still quite a discovery. Most people in this world were ordinary folks with no magic, and since this girl could turn invisible, she was probably an extremely powerful mage. During this period, I had gone to the palace library every single day. One reason was to learn this world's written language, and the other was to cram all the setting details of this world into my head. As someone good at studying, the writing system was not that hard for me, and in about half a month I had learned the basics. If I had not had that much ability, that politician would never have chosen me in the first place to show off and send me into the Noble Academy. And from what I had seen in the library, this world had never even heard of invisibility magic. Maybe it really did not exist, or maybe I just had not read enough. But one thing was certain, the girl in front of me was absolutely not simple. She was in such a miserable state and clearly could not take care of herself. So was it possible that if I kept her by my side, I could latch onto a very thick thigh? Maybe she was some great clan's young miss who had simply lost her memory. Once she recovered her memories and returned home, then, as her lifesaver, would I not have a patron to rely on from then on, with no worries about food or clothing for the rest of my life? That's right, this was a pretty good option. In any case, I had nowhere else to go, so I might as well gamble on it. Under the vendor's complicated gaze, I led the girl away. Halfway there, she finished all her buns and then fixed her eyes on the 3 I had not eaten yet. I simply gave them all to her, and she did not stand on ceremony, taking them and continuing to wolf them down. Soon she had swallowed every last one. On that face, which was usually as still as an old well, there actually appeared a trace of satisfaction. "Are you full?" I asked. The girl did not speak. She only looked at me and gave me a sweet smile. Even though she smelled awful and looked a mess, that smile was healing enough to make one forget the odor. "You really can't talk?" I asked again, and she still only responded with a smile. After that, I asked her a whole heap of questions, all of which sank like stones into the sea. It was not until I said, "Let's go take a bath. Do you know any recommended place?" that she finally reacted, quickening her short little steps and pulling me into a quiet alley. After passing through the alley, we arrived at another street, much quieter than the previous one, with few people around. The girl led me to the front of a shop. Looking up, I saw that it was a shabby inn, with an old man sweeping the ground at the entrance. "Need something, miss?" the old man asked. Can one bathe here?" "There's a bathhouse, yes. If you stay here, it's free. 50 copper coins a day. Not expensive." I took out 1 silver coin. "I'll stay for 2 nights first. Lead the way." The old man guided us inside. I noticed that he remained cheerful all the way and did not seem to smell any odor at all. So I asked, "Didn't you smell anything strange?" "Oh, you're talking about the wind stink. That's normal around here, nothing too serious." Wind stink. It means that every so often, all kinds of strange smells drift in from who knows where. But if you follow the smell to look for it, there'll be nothing there. That stink is like a gust of wind. Can't be seen or touched, yet it pops up from time to time. People around here all call it wind stink. You could say it's one of the local sites. No one ever investigated it. Of course they did. It even alarmed the great court mage back then. He investigated for ages, and in the end, didn't it all just come to nothing? The old man led us to the bathhouse, which was a kind of small indoor hot spring. Seeing that I had no luggage, he asked, "Miss, didn't you bring a change of clothes?" "It's fine. I'll take a look first. I'm not in a hurry to bathe. Take me to the room first." He led me to the guest room, handed me the key, said to find him if I needed anything, and then left. After that, I went out once. I told the girl to stay in the room, but when I turned around, she was still following behind me. I did not say much and took her to the nearest clothing shop, where I bought several sets of women's clothes, several sets of men's clothes, and some clothes for her too. Then we returned to the inn and went to the hot spring. There was more than one hot spring room. I threw the new clothes and the girl into one of them, and went to the one next door myself. I finished washing very quickly, changed into new women's clothes, and waited outside her door. But after waiting for half an hour, she still had not come out. Puzzled, I simply pushed the door open to check. The moment I entered, I saw the girl floating face down in the water, clothes still on, looking exactly like someone who had drowned. Hey, hey, hey! I panicked and rushed over to drag her out. Once pulled onto the floor, the girl began coughing violently. Feeling rather speechless, I looked at her, then at the water, which was not even half a meter deep. "How exactly did you even manage that?" "Cough, cough, 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 cough." I patted her back gently until she spat all the water out and caught her breath, then asked, "Don't tell me you don't even know how to bathe?" The girl turned her head away, as though trying to avoid something. That gave me my answer. "I'll help you wash, all right? If you agree, nod." The girl nodded. There was not really much else to say after that. In my eyes, she was just a child, so I did not feel any psychological burden. There was only one strange thing. Despite how miserable she looked, her body was completely unharmed, without so much as a single wound. Of course, compared with the rest of her mysteries, that one bit of doubt was nothing much. I helped her change clothes and took her back to the guest room. I had a stomach full of questions I wanted to ask, hoping to dig every bit of information I could out of her. But before I could even open my mouth, the girl stared fixedly at the wound on my left hand, seeming somewhat worried. "It's nothing serious, just a small injury. It'll heal in a few months." I smiled. Her concern warmed my heart. I never expected that after being transported here for so long, the first one to care about me would be a little stray I'd known for less than 2 hours. I wanted to skip past that topic and return to the important matter, but unexpectedly, the girl suddenly stepped closer, reached out her right hand, and gently pressed it onto my wound. "What's wrong? What are you?" I did not even finish speaking before I sensed something was off. The wound, which had been aching faintly, was losing its pain at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but all the fatigue and discomfort throughout my entire body vanished together with it. By the time she removed her hand, the wound had healed completely, without even leaving a scar. You know healing magic? I was both shocked and delighted, feeling as though I had really picked up a treasure. But that joy did not last even 3 seconds, because I discovered that a wound had appeared on the girl's left arm, almost exactly the same as the one I had just had. Not only that, but her whole condition was visibly deteriorating, and her face was full of exhaustion. This isn't healing magic, is it? I frowned tightly. I realized that this was a kind of damage transfer magic. It drew all of the target's discomfort onto herself. "Can you give it back to me? My body is strong. I'll be fine." The girl did not respond, because in the very next moment, she fainted and completely lost consciousness. The sky gradually darkened, yet the girl on the bed showed no sign of waking up. Not only that, but her complexion grew worse and worse, and her whole body even began to turn semi-transparent. I could not tell whether she had completely turned invisible or whether she was truly disappearing. All I felt was panic, a strange kind of panic that even I myself could not explain clearly. We had known each other for less than half a day, and yet the unease in the bottom of my heart at this moment was as if we were some kind of community of shared fate, bound together through life and death. Wait, this isn't right. Something is very, very wrong. An indescribable terror seized me. I had a premonition that if this continued, something unimaginably horrible would happen. I even felt dazed, as if my brain had short-circuited. When I came back to my senses, there was somehow already a dagger in my right hand, pressed against my own neck. Wait, what am I? Suddenly, an overwhelming, almost insane desire to die surged up in my heart. Right, go back to the past, as long as I return to the past. As if possessed, I slit my own throat and lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing at the entrance to the hot spring. I had no time to think and rushed straight inside. I had expected to see that familiar scene of drowning. However, this death-in-return trick that had always worked without fail went wrong this time. The girl was indeed in the room, and I had indeed returned to the previous point in time. The clothes she wore were still the same ones from before bathing. But the problem was, she was not soaking in the hot spring at that moment. Instead, she was lying on the ground, barely alive, just like she had been on the bed a moment ago, her body half transparent and growing fainter and fainter at a speed visible to the naked eye. And when I looked at her arm, the transferred wound was still there, while the wound on my own arm had not healed either. Though I did not know the reason, one point was beyond doubt. My power of looping back was useless on her. Even though this world had returned to an earlier point in time, her condition had not changed in the slightest. I had no clue what to make of everything before my eyes. But looking at the girl in that state, that powerful unease and panic surged up in me once again, tormenting me so badly that I could not sit still. The torrential rain was still rumbling outside the window, but in my mind, the only thing that kept replaying was the scene of the girl's body disappearing. I could not even find anyone to ask, "What's wrong, miss? Did something happen?" The old man's voice came from behind me. He walked into the room, looking puzzled. In his eyes, I had already been standing there staring at thin air for quite a while. "Old sir, do you know why a person would disappear?" "Disappear? What do you mean?" "I mean, a person's body gradually turning transparent and their complexion getting worse and worse." I was not expecting him to know, but at the moment I had no one else to ask. The old man froze for a moment. "Transparent, disappearing? What you're talking about sounds like one of those stories about gods." "Gods? Yes, at least from what I've heard, that kind of symptom only appears in gods." "Explain it clearly." "Quickly." So the old man began to tell the story. According to legend, in ancient times this world had many gods, and the birth of a god came from the intense desire and faith of believers. When the people longed for something, a god would come into being to fulfill that wish. The more believers a god had and the more incense offerings they received, the stronger that god became. On the other hand, once a god lost their believers and offerings, their sense of existence would decline drastically, and their power and sanity would rapidly ebb away as well, until they become transparent, disappear completely, and are forgotten by the whole world, as if they had never existed at all. The old man paused. Of course, these are only legends. It is said that before a god disappears, they will do everything they can to leave behind traces that they once existed. As for how exactly they do that, no one knows. My heart tightened. Then, how can one stop a god at the end of their road from disappearing? I don't know, but I would think that if it depends on believers and incense offerings, then starting from that angle can't be wrong. Is there an incense shop nearby? Turn right after going out, and there's one about 100 meters away. What are you? Thanks. I dashed out like a wisp of smoke. When I came back, my arms were already full of joss paper, candles, and incense burners. The old man looked utterly incredulous. I had no time to explain. I rushed to the girl's side, setting down the burner and sticking in the incense and candles as I shouted, "Fire! Give me fire! I'll explain later. But if you do this here, the business in my inn." "Here." I directly took out 2 gold coins. The old man froze, then accepted the money, and the helplessness on his face instantly turned into a smile. "Just wait a moment." He came back half a minute later with matches and a large iron basin. "Burn it in the basin so the wind doesn't scatter it everywhere and make it impossible for the god to receive it." As he spoke, he even enthusiastically stepped forward to help me light the incense and burn the paper. The two of us quickly lit all the incense and candles. The paper money blazed in the basin, and the room's temperature rose sharply. Only after we were done did I look at the girl, and the old man had been right. Her body was slowly recovering, going little by little from translucent back to normal. I let out a long breath of relief. Is burning this much enough? Should we buy more? I nodded. The old man went out again and brought back a large pile of incense offerings. In the end, aside from the space where the girl lay, every other corner of the room was filled with candles and incense, and white smoke drifted everywhere. Cough, cough. Miss, this should be enough, right? Even the old man was coughing to the point of tears. I looked at the girl and saw that her complexion had improved considerably, so I finally nodded and went out of the room with him. The old man asked me why I was doing this, so I told him I had dreamed last night that the god I worshipped was asking me for help. He only found it amusing after hearing that. You're overthinking it, miss. The god of wealth has quite a few believers in the royal capital. Things wouldn't get bad enough for them to fall to this state. But since you're so devout, once the god knows of it, they'll surely bless you with wealth and safety. The god of wealth was the deity worshipped by the people of the royal capital. It was also the only god recognized by law and permitted for worship in this country. If you worshipped any other god, you would be considered a heretic, which was against the law. The old man went back to his own work, leaving only me behind. I closed the door and quietly kept watch by the girl's side. As time passed little by little, the color of her body became more and more solid, and her complexion grew rosier. She no longer had that frightening, deathly pallor from when I had first met her. A god, huh? I murmured to myself. Looking at the joss paper in my hand, I gently dropped it into the basin. So that means I count as one of your believers too, right? Even though I don't even know your name. For some reason, the fact that the girl was all right brought me an inexplicable sense of peace. As I looked her over, I saw once again the wound on her arm, the one that had been transferred from my body. I thought to myself, if I could return this thing to her, would she recover faster? While thinking that, my hand had already come to rest on her arm. Then I gave a bitter smile and shook my head, as if that were possible. But the moment I lifted my hand away, I froze. The girl's wound had disappeared. At the same time, the fatigue throughout my whole body suddenly grew much heavier. Then I looked at my own arm, and sure enough, the wound had returned. Wait, too many strange things had happened in too short a time, and my mind was struggling to keep up. No, why exactly is this happening? At that moment, the girl woke up. She opened her eyes, sat up blankly, and looked around in confusion. I temporarily suppressed the flood of questions in my heart and gave her a faint smile. You're awake. She looked around, saw the incense filling the room, and seemed to realize something. The next moment, she turned around and stared straight at me, her pupils trembling slightly. I don't think I did anything wrong. Before she even finished speaking, she threw herself into my arms and hugged me tightly. Her dirty clothes pressed against my body. Well then, so much for the bath I had just taken. The girl did not let go for a full minute. When she finally released me, she saw the wound on my hand and instinctively reached out toward it again. I tried to dodge, but I was a step too slow. Her hand rested on my shoulder, but this time it did not absorb my injury the way it had before. Nothing about me changed, and she herself looked equally puzzled. She withdrew her hand, saw that my wound was still there, and became even more confused. Suddenly, I remembered what the old man had said, that before a god disappeared, they would do everything they could to leave behind traces of their existence. So was it possible that the so-called trace left behind by this girl, as a god, was actually me? That without meaning to, she had transferred her ability onto me? I felt that this possibility was extremely high, because only in that way could all the previous irrationalities be explained. First, why was it that among all the heroes who had been summoned, the crystal ball alone had shown no reaction to me? Second, if I could reload and start over after death, why was this ability completely ineffective on the girl? Also, why was it that when the girl fell into danger, I felt such overwhelming fear and unease? And why was I now somehow able to reverse her damage transfer ability and take it away from her? All of these signs pointed to one thing. Between me and this god, there was a deeply tangled connection. Most likely, without my knowing it, I had already formed some kind of contract with her. Perhaps it was something like a blood relative's telepathic bond, or perhaps it was something else entirely. But one thing was certain, I did not want the girl to disappear. That heart-piercing panic from before had been a warning. If she disappeared, then something unimaginably terrible would probably happen. I frowned in thought, then looked up and found the girl staring at me with an innocent expression. In the end, I let out a long sigh and gave a bitter smile. Let's go take a bath first, your divinity. After that, I stayed in the inn for several days in a row. Aside from burning incense and joss paper for the girl every day and fulfilling my duty as a believer, I also often went out to gather information about her. At the very least, I had to figure out which god she actually was. However, there was no library outside the palace. The level of public education among the common people was extremely low, and even literacy itself was rare, let alone knowledge of ancient gods. The reason was simple. The palace monopolized the entire education industry. Every school and bookstore in the city was royal property, and the tuition was terrifyingly expensive, completely beyond what ordinary families could afford. Books themselves were luxury items sold at outrageous prices. A single dictionary alone cost 5 gold coins. I had gone through nearly every bookstore nearby, but there were very few books inside, and most of them were merely about doing business. As for books about gods, there was not a single one. For several days in a row, all my efforts amounted to nothing. I gained no results whatsoever. But that was not even the worst part. Very soon, a wanted notice for me came down. It was a first-level bounty notice with a huge reward, and within a single day, it had been plastered all over the city. I had expected this from the start, so my reaction was fairly calm. But what I had not expected was that on that first-level wanted list, there was another familiar face. It was none other than the king's personal guard, the captain of the guards who had killed me 3 times already, Haimu. Boom. Today was a day of torrential rain, and there was hardly a soul in the streets. I stood by the window, holding a thermos cup in my hand and drinking freshly brewed tea, gazing absently into the darkness outside. It was 10 o'clock at night. The girl had gone to sleep early. We stayed in the same room, but we did not sleep in the same place. The goddess slept on the bed, while I slept on a pallet on the floor beside it. As a believer, I had to show at least the most basic respect toward a deity. I could not profane her. I was planning out what road to take next. To put it plainly, I was trying to figure out the main direction of my life from here on. I did not have a clear answer in my heart as to where the future would lead. But one thing was very clear. My ability had been given to me by the goddess, and coupled with that inexplicable terror from before, my future actions would probably all have to revolve around her. I called this plan the backer cultivation plan. To say it bluntly, it meant doing everything possible to gain more believers for the goddess so that she could recover her strength and slowly grow stronger. As long as the goddess eventually grew into a towering tree, how could I, as someone who had rendered great service in the early days, possibly fail to receive repayment? In plain terms, if I could just raise the goddess properly, then the second half of my life would be free of worries about food and clothing, and I could retire in peace. But having said that, this was much easier to imagine than to actually do. First of all, if you wanted to act as a missionary and spread faith in your own goddess, then at the very least you had to know her name, didn't you? Second, you had to create some kind of official image for her, so that believers would have an object to pray to when they burned incense and worshipped. Furthermore, what exactly was the channel for preaching? How were you supposed to make people believe you? How could you persuade them to believe in your God? And finally, the most crucial point of all, this country only worshipped the god of wealth. Anyone who dared believe in another god would be considered a heretic, which was against the law. Would anyone really take the risk of breaking the law just to change their faith? That was simply unrealistic. A whole heap of questions rose up in my mind, and for the moment, I could not find answers to any of them. During these past few days, I had tried more than once to get some kind of information out of the girl, but unfortunately, this mysterious goddess not only had the outward appearance of a child, she had the mind of one as well, and could not even speak. Maybe once she recovered a certain amount of power, she would be able to talk, or even remember some things. That was all I could pray for. I returned to my pallet, covered myself with the blanket, and soon fell asleep. Boom! Another explosive clap of thunder woke me in the middle of the night. Before I could even complain, I discovered that there was something extra under my blanket. I lifted it and found that it was the girl. She was curled up, clutching one of my arms tightly against herself. When I pulled back the blanket, she trembled a little from the cold. I did not say anything. I simply covered her back up again. She was probably just cold, I thought. A god without believers really was pitiful. I could not help but think back to the day I had first met her. The next morning, the rain had stopped. Dawn had barely broken when someone began knocking on the innkeeper's door. I was woken by the noise and happened to need to pee, so I got up early and carefully got dressed. To tell the truth, after being in women's clothing and makeup for so long, I had already grown rather sick of it, especially because every time I went out, men would cast ill-intentioned looks my way. The more shameless ones would deliberately bump into me to take advantage. The worst time was when a hoodlum followed me the whole way and then attacked me when I turned into an alley, intending something improper. Of course, he failed. I kicked him right in the groin, and he passed out on the spot, never to be seen again. No wonder the old saying claimed that beauty brings a short life. Looking at it now, it really was true, especially in an era with such terrible public security. But what choice did I have? With wanted notices plastered all over the city, I could not show my face as a man. The toilet was on the first floor. As I went downstairs, I saw the old man going to open the door. "Up so early, miss?" "Yes." Innkeeper, your luck isn't bad. You have a guest coming this early. Ah, don't make fun of me. These past few days, you've been my only guest. It won't be long before I have to shut the place down at this rate. He trotted over and opened the door. Very soon, a man holding a black umbrella and wearing a black cat mask walked in. I had not intended to pay attention, but the moment he spoke, I abruptly stopped in my tracks. Is the guest here to eat or stay the night? How much is a room? 50 copper coins a day or 10 silver coins for a month. I'll stay for 1 month. That voice sounded oddly familiar. I thought about it briefly and then remembered. Wasn't this the captain of the guards, Haimu? That guy had killed me 3 times, so my impression of him was especially deep. I did not rush forward at once and went to the toilet first. By the time I came back, the innkeeper was just coming down from upstairs. Innkeeper, which room is that guest in? Room 3. What is it, miss? Nothing. I just thought I'd get to know him. It's never a bad thing to maintain good relations with the neighbors. I went to room 3 and knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me. I used my normal male voice directly. Me? Who are you? The one who escaped through the secret tunnel in the palace garden. The moment those words were spoken, Haimu inside the room clearly stiffened. The next instant, he yanked the door open. When he saw a woman standing outside, he was stunned for a second, but quickly reacted. This was me disguised as a woman. After all, I was the chief culprit behind his current miserable state. His impression of me was simply too deep. Why are you here? He quickly stepped aside, ushered me in, and closed the door behind me. I should be asking you that. Why are you here? What else could it be? Constantly hiding and running isn't a real solution. I had to find somewhere quiet to settle down. This place just happens to be deserted, and the officials don't come around often. Oh, your eyes are pretty sharp. My tone was casual. Wait, are we that familiar with each other? Who exactly are you talking to in that tone? Haimu felt that something was off. Strictly speaking, this was the very first time he had ever spoken to me, and yet I was acting as if we had known each other forever. We weren't familiar before, but it's not too late to get familiar now. After all, we're both wanted now. Round it up, and we count as half-colleagues. Come on then, tell your senior here properly. What exactly happened? As I spoke, I plopped down on his bed of my own accord, pulled out a handful of melon seeds from my pocket, and looked ready to enjoy the show. Haimu had landed in this situation because of me in the first place. Seeing me so blatantly enjoying his misfortune, he instantly felt a surge of irritation. You really? He had just been about to curse at me, but then remembered that he had once hunted me down and tried to kill me. So after opening his mouth, he swallowed the words back down again. It's all because of you. He sat down in a chair in a huff and said helplessly, You escaped through the secret tunnel, but only a few people even knew about that tunnel. So the king suspected that you were the one who let me go? At the time, I happened to be near the garden, so I was the prime suspect. Then how did you get out yourself? What else? I took a hostage, killed someone, and ran. I have some real ability, you know. Otherwise, why do you think someone my age became the captain of the guards? I thought maybe you got the position through connections. Bullshit. What king would dare let some useless ornament who climbed in through the back door become his personal guard? Is he tired of living? Fair enough. But speaking of that, now that you've run, won't your family be in danger? I don't have any family. An orphan. The king is wary of every single person, and his personal guards are no exception. Precisely because of that, he won't let people with families get too close to him. He's afraid someone might use a guard's family to threaten them and force them into assassinating him. So he picked you, an orphan with absolutely no background. Because I have no ties holding me down. Being an orphan is good. Orphan is good. At least there are no worries afterward. Congratulations, congratulations. You son of a… Haimu rolled his eyes on the spot after being choked by my words. There's a reason you're bad at getting along with people. Your reputation wasn't bad, and didn't you end up in the same situation as me? And who do you think caused that? What does that have to do with me? I'm innocent too. If you want to blame someone, blame that king. If he weren't so fatuous and tyrannical, how would either of us have ended up like this? Or what? Do you still want to go back? Are you planning to capture me and bring me back to prove your innocence? I would like to. Haimu's gaze grew even more resentful, but then turned into a helpless sigh. Unfortunately, it's too late. What do you mean? Didn't I say it already? I escaped by taking a hostage and killing someone. You killed the hostage? That's not very honorable of you. Whose fault is it that the brat had such a filthy mouth? Who did you kill? The king's second son. I sucked in a sharp breath. To be honest, I truly had not expected Haimu to be so ruthless. That second prince had a terrible reputation indeed. He had done plenty of things like abducting women and bullying the common people. But he was still the king's own son, so how had Haimu actually dared lay hands on him? No, really, how did you dare? You think I wanted to? That brat just wouldn't shut his mouth. Right in front of the hostage, it was lowborn this and lowborn that. Why should I put up with that? Besides, that bastard was scum. Killing him was carrying out justice on behalf of heaven, wasn't it? If you hadn't killed him, maybe there might still have been a way back for you. How the hell was I supposed to know I'd run into you afterward? If I'd known, I wouldn't have killed him. At this moment, Haimu was honestly pretty miserable himself. The feeling was like winning a 5 million jackpot, excitedly quitting your company, and cursing out your boss on the very day you resigned. But when you happily went to claim your prize, the lottery counter told you the ticket was fake. All right, stop staring at me all the time and talk about yourself. Haimu changed the subject. That secret tunnel, how exactly did you find it? If I said I stumbled across it by accident, would you believe me? By accident. That night, I had nowhere to run. While trying to escape the pursuit, I looped back to the garden. I was running so fast that a tree branch cut my hand, and I bled quite a bit. And then the blood dripped near the tallest tree, and the tunnel appeared. What else? Haimu wore an expression that said, "What a cruel joke of fate," and let out a sigh. Damn it. Heaven stayed blind for so long, and it just had to open its eyes now of all times. I had a good impression of Haimu and felt he was someone I could win over, so I asked, "What are your plans from here on out?" "I'm going back to my hometown, far away from this place of trouble." "Aren't you an orphan?" "Since when does being an orphan mean you can't have a hometown? That's discrimination. Aren't you worried the wanted notice will follow you back there?" "It won't." His tone was firm. "My hometown is White City, on this country's border, right next to demon territory. It's a godforsaken dump. Forget people from the royal capital. Even the enemy demons can't be bothered to go there. That place is too poor. It has no value at all. And you're still going back? Can I go back to pay respects at my ancestors' graves?" "Oh, right, I forgot. You're not from this world, so you don't even have ancestral graves. Naturally, you wouldn't understand." Seeing me fall into thought, Haimu assumed I was homesick and quickly changed the subject. "Enough about me. What about you? Where are you planning to go from here?" "I don't know. If you really have nowhere to go, come back to White City with me. The conditions are rough, but at least you won't have to keep hiding like this every day." "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I can't. I have something to do." "What thing?" "You. How much do you know about gods?" "Gods? You mean Kokol, the god of wealth?" "No, other gods." "Which one?" "I don't know her name." "Then what does she look like?" "A little girl." "A little girl?" Haima looked stunned. "You know her?" "Never heard of her." "If you've never heard of her, why are you reacting so strongly?" "Trying to lighten the mood." "Fine. Stop looking at me like I owe you money. Truth be told, I'm illiterate. I can't even read, let alone know anything about gods." Asking me was asking the wrong person. But he suddenly changed tack. "There are quite a few refugee heretics in my hometown, with all kinds of beliefs. Among them are some well-traveled missionaries. If you can draw what that goddess looks like, maybe someone will recognize her." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" "If that's the case, then I suppose it's not impossible for me to go with you after all. I don't have anywhere else to go anyway. But before that, shouldn't you show a little sincerity? For example, tell me why you're asking about this goddess and who she is." I did not tell him the whole truth. I only said that a goddess had appeared in my dream and hoped I would help continue her incense and worship, and in return, she had lent me her power. Haimu looked at me with an expression that said, "Did you forget to take your medicine?" "I'm not joking." "What makes you say that?" "She's already lent me part of her power. How about this? Do you have any injuries? Let me take a look, and I'll heal you." Still half doubtful, he rolled up his sleeve and revealed an old wound on his arm. I placed my hand on it, and when I lifted it away, the old wound was gone. It had transferred onto me. This? How is this possible?" Haima's face was full of disbelief. I smiled. "This is the goddess's power. It can transfer another person's illness or injury onto me. Wait." Before I could finish, I realized something was wrong. More precisely, my kidneys felt a bit weak, my throat hurt like I had pharyngitis, and there was a general exhaustion throughout my body. "No, your body, and your throat. What exactly is wrong with you?" Haimu suddenly looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "Heh, chronic pharyngitis. An old problem. What about your kidneys?" "I ran into a girl in an alley earlier. She looked especially pitiful and needed help, so I helped her out a little." "Why didn't you say that earlier?" "You didn't ask. Besides, how was I supposed to know your power worked like this? How about you give it back to me?" "I'd like to, but I don't know how." "You don't know how?" Haimu's eyes went wide, and his face practically said, "Your power is way too pathetic." But then he remembered that the pharyngitis that had troubled him for years had now been completely cured, and he started smiling again. It's fine, brother. It's just throat discomfort. It'll get better with time. You helped me, and I'll definitely repay you. From now on, you're my real brother. If you need anything, just say the word. Unlike the earlier fatigue, Haimu now looked completely refreshed and full of energy. I was speechless, but there was nothing I could do, so I returned to the main topic. Then when do we leave? Wait a bit longer. Things are too tense outside right now. Don't go out casually. At least give me a rough time. Half a month from now. At that point, the demon army will be attacking, and the palace heroes will be sent to the front lines. The whole city's residents will go out to cheer for them along the streets. When that happens, most of the soldiers will be out on the streets maintaining order, and the rear city gate will be at its weakest. That'll be our best chance to leave. I guess that's the only way. After that, the two of us talked about many things, including the heroes in the city. For example, if the court mage was teaching self-destruct magic to several heroes, wasn't he afraid that after they died, the other heroes would demand answers? Haimu explained. Aside from the few who'll self-destruct, the remaining heroes know nothing about it. As for resurrection magic, they've never even heard of such a thing. Once the war is over, all they need to do is blame the explosion on the demons and say the demon side blew up the heroes, using that to completely intensify the hatred between the heroes and the demon race. After all, when it comes down to it, the heroes are transmigrators. They had no grudge against the demon race to begin with. They were just forcibly tied by the king to humanity's side. I see. I have another question. What is it? That earthquake when we were summoned here, was it really not the king's doing? That I don't know. I only know that the conditions for the summoning ritual are extremely harsh, and it can only be carried out about once every 30 years. So there were heroes before us too? What happened to them? They died. All of them died on the battlefield. It's said that in the early days, some demons even wanted to recruit the heroes. But as more and more demons died at the hands of heroes, the demon side now completely sees heroes as being on humanity's side. I also asked some things about Haimu himself. It turned out the reason he was illiterate was because the king had deliberately forbidden him from learning. Since, as a personal guard, he often stood nearby while the king worked, he would inevitably come into contact with confidential documents. If he could read, there would be a risk of leaks. So the king's personal guards could only be illiterate men. Haimu himself had very little magic power and could not take on a magic-based class, but his physical abilities were strong, so he became a swordsman. Level 30, pure physical build. For the next half-month, the two of us stayed in the inn and recovered peacefully. Haimu had nothing to do and spent all day in his room practicing swordsmanship. As for me, I burned incense, drank tea, and coughed non-stop from the pharyngitis. I also asked the goddess whether there was any way to clear the negative conditions from my body. But not only did she refuse to answer, she even turned her head away, as if trying to avoid the topic. Half a month passed quickly. Early in the morning, the streets were already lively. Residents poured out into the streets, either sweeping the roads or hanging banners and placing flowers by the roadside. To put it plainly, they were rehearsing in advance so they could put on the warmest possible welcome when the heroes arrived. In Haimu's words, the more enthusiastic and hopeful the common people appeared, the harder it would be for the heroes to feel comfortable fleeing the battlefield. It was psychological warfare. Children had strong vanity, and a little praise was enough to get them carried away. If even that vanity was not satisfied, why would they risk their lives for the royal capital? Once the timing seemed about right, Haimu came to find me. Time to go. I did not hesitate in the slightest and followed him out, holding the girl's hand. We did not bring much luggage. There were villages outside the royal capital, so we could restock there. Just as Haimu had said, most of the soldiers had gone to the streets to maintain order. By the time we reached the rear city gate, only about 10 guards remained there. People entering and leaving the city stood in 2 separate lines. According to the plan, Haimu would line up in front, and when it was his turn, he would suddenly make his move and charge straight out of the city. I would then take advantage of the chaos and follow him. But before that could happen, something unexpected occurred. Hey, what's with you? Why aren't you answering? In the line entering the city, one middle-aged man was acting very strangely. He stood there blankly, his eyes empty. The gate officer shouted at him several times, but he showed no reaction at all. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The gate officer got angry and shoved him hard. The man seemed boneless and was pushed straight to the ground, where he lay motionless. Oh, trying to fake an injury in front of me? Are you tired of living? The officer cursed, then raised his foot to kick him. And that was when the abnormal change happened. Bang! The man's body exploded on the spot, and a large amount of green liquid burst out, splashing onto the people nearby, including my neck. Ah! Screams erupted at once. Wherever the liquid touched, white smoke rose and the flesh rapidly melted away, as though corroded by a strong acid. I fell to the ground, and the pain of my flesh dissolving was so intense I could barely breathe. I couldn't even scream like the others. Before any sound could leave my mouth, my throat had already been melted away by the liquid. I died quickly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. In the final instant before my consciousness faded, I vaguely saw a huge creature emerging from the flesh and blood of the man who had exploded. Demons, it's demons. Someone hurry. My ability is to be reborn after death and return to some point in the past, but I have no control over the exact moment I return to. However, based on the last few experiences, I had reached one conclusion. This save point seemed intelligent. It always sent me back to the most critical branching moment. I opened my eyes and found myself standing in the middle of the street. Haimu was leading the way ahead, and the girl was holding my hand, looking at me with concern. Like me, the goddess's memory was not affected by the reload. She had seen everything I had just gone through. The dreadful memory of death was still wandering through my mind, but I still reached out, stroked her head, and gave a light smile. I'm fine. Then I looked at Haimu and called out to him. Haimu, HM, what is it? Let's wait over there first. Don't go over yet. I pointed to a large tree beside the rear city gate. Why? Are you waiting for someone? Don't ask so much. You'll know in a bit. I pulled the girl over beneath the tree, my gaze fixed tightly on the not-so-distant gate. Though confused, Haimu still followed along. Seeing how pale I looked, he asked, what exactly happened? Why is your face so bad? Are you feeling unwell? At his mention of it, I suddenly realized my body had changed. The foreign sensation in my throat was gone. The pharyngitis had vanished. Not only that, but all the discomfort I had absorbed from Haimu before had disappeared as well. My body had completely returned to normal. Stunned, I looked at the girl. She seemed to realize it too and nodded helplessly. In that instant, I understood everything. The way to clear the negative conditions from my body was actually very simple: death. As long as I died, all the negative conditions I had absorbed would be completely purged. The reason the goddess had refused to tell me was that she did not want me to die. After all, even if one can be reborn, the heart-rending pain at the moment life ends is still far too heavy to bear. I guess that this purification upon death ability probably came packaged together with damage absorption. After all, before I had taken the girl's damage absorption power, those earlier reloads had never once erased the fatigue in my body. It's okay, it's okay. I stroked the girl's head. Those words were both to comfort her and to comfort myself. Haimu, seeing me talk to thin air, looked even more puzzled. Brother, did you not sleep well last night? Is your head a little muddled? Maybe. The goddess came to me in a dream last night, and when I got up this morning my eyes hurt like hell. I can't see too clearly. Shouldn't we find a clinic first? No, let's get out of the city first. At that moment, the strange man appeared by the rear gate. I pointed at him. Look, doesn't that man seem a little off to you? Who? Haimu looked over, just about to ask which one. At that very moment, the gate officer shoved the man to the ground and raised his foot to kick him. Bang! The corpse exploded, spraying large amounts of green liquid onto the surrounding pedestrians. Those hit by it began melting away one after another, their screams joining into one continuous chorus. And from the pool of green blood, a monster quickly crawled out. Looking closely, it was a dark green lizard. It crawled out of the blood as though a fish were leaping from water, no bigger than a house cat at first. But the moment its entire body reached the ground, it rapidly swelled in size until it became as large as a killer whale. Demons, it's demons, someone get over here, shouted one quick-reacting soldier. The next instant, the giant lizard lunged at him and swallowed him whole in one bite. Everyone else turned and ran. They did not look back. All they cared about was escaping, including the gate soldiers, who had not the slightest thought of resisting. Why? Because this was the capital. It was too safe. Such comfort had made the soldiers soft. The moment anything happened, they panicked. Besides, many of them had gotten in through connections. No one had expected demons to appear right at the gate of the capital. People ran screaming in all directions, and the giant lizard chased them like a cat playing with mice. The gate was left completely unguarded, and naturally, I was not going to waste such an opportunity. Move! I grabbed the girl's hand and rushed toward the gate, and Haimu nodded and followed close behind. But he was clearly hesitating, glancing back from time to time. The first time he looked back, he saw the giant lizard bite a soldier to death, and and he had no reaction. The second time he looked back, he saw the lizard kill an officer, and still he did nothing. But the third time he looked back, he saw the lizard pouncing toward a little girl who had fallen to the ground and was bawling her eyes out. And in the end, he couldn't hold back. Shit. He turned and sprinted toward the officer's corpse, picked up the fallen sword from the ground, and with all his strength hurled it like a spear. Thud. The throw was astonishingly accurate, striking the giant lizard right in the tail. The lizard stopped sharply in pain, turned its head to glare at Haimu, and the next moment charged at him recklessly. Haimu went pale with shock and turned to run, shouting at me as he did, "A sword! Throw me a sword!" I didn't react at first and instinctively looked back, only to see Haimu and that giant lizard charging straight toward me. I was dumbstruck on the spot. Good grief. My eyes had been off the situation for less than 10 seconds, and how had things become like this already? Though completely baffled, I still rushed to the corpse of a soldier, picked up his sword, and threw it toward Haimu. Haimu caught it steadily. With a weapon in his hand, his confidence instantly returned. He made a full 180-degree turn, drew the sword sharply, and as the lizard leapt through the air toward him, he sidestepped. At the exact instant before the lizard landed, he gripped the sword with both hands and hacked viciously at its neck. Thud! The enormous head came off on the spot and rolled away several circles. Just like that, Haimu killed the giant lizard with a single blow. Only when it stopped moving did he finally let out a breath of relief and begin panting heavily. At that moment, the people who had been hiding in the shadows all started emerging. "It's dead. That monster is dead. Yeah, it's finally gone. Who is that guy? He's so strong." Haimu greatly enjoyed the heroic atmosphere of being praised by the crowd and thought to himself, "I should have taken off the mask from the start. Wait, it's not too late now. If those shameless bastards from the palace steal the credit later, that'll be revolting." Thinking this, he directly removed the mask. Someone sharp-eyed recognized him at a glance as the man on the wanted poster. But before they could fully react, Haimu was already shouting at the top of his lungs, "I, and hero by E, we've been wronged. That fat bastard king is a damned son of a bitch." He still wanted to curse a few more times, but when he spotted a troop of soldiers approaching in the distance, he turned and ran after all, rushing out of the city with me and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The two of us ran madly for a long time outside the city before finally ducking into a remote forest. Only when we saw there were no pursuers behind us did we breathe easier. Don't tell me you did all that just to show off. I was more than a little unhappy about his creating extra trouble like that. Of course not. I did it to save a little girl. And what did that have to do with us? If things had gone wrong, the two of us might both have died there. But that little girl was dressed in rags. She was poor. When I didn't say anything, Haimu couldn't help growing smug. "Haha, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? That doesn't mean you did the right thing either. At the very least, when you rushed out, you should have warned me first." Got it. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Things were just too urgent then. That topic was dropped there. I asked, leaving that aside, "Do you know what that monster was?" "No idea. Never seen that kind before. My guess is that it's some new biological weapon developed by the demons, brought here on purpose just to disgust us." "You didn't even know what it was, and you still dared charge in. Doesn't that just make me look brave and fearless? Otherwise, how do you think I became captain of the guards?" My head hurt a little. "Forget it. Just don't do that again. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but at least don't drag me down with you." "Haha, got it. I'll be more careful next time." "So where do we go now?" "There's a village past this forest. We'll get a carriage there and resupply while we're at it." The forest was not large, and we crossed it smoothly in 2 hours. Along the way, I took off the women's clothes and changed back into the men's clothes I had longed for. Seeing that, Haimu said, "Couldn't you wait until we got to the village? I wanted to feast my eyes a little longer." "You think I look pretty in women's clothes?" "Of course. The kind of pretty that no man could let spend the night without paying at least several dozen silver coins. Would a woman like that entering a village really be a good thing? What if there are local thugs or some village tyrant there? Beauty is a short-lived thing, true enough. We're fugitives now. There's nothing wrong with being careful and cautious in everything. By the way, you don't only have one mask, do you? Give me one." Haimu handed me one, and after putting it on, I said, Brother, there's something I want to ask you. Don't get mad, all right? What is it? Could it be that you're actually really smart?" I didn't answer. I just shot him a look and turned away. Hey, didn't you say not to get mad? I really didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking casually. I never thought you were stupid before either, really." By dusk, the two of us reached the village. The moment we arrived at the entrance, we saw a young beggar in shabby clothes. He was wearing silk garments, looked to be in his early 30s, somewhat thin, yet his skin was pale and tender. One glance was enough to tell he had only fallen into ruin recently. Haimu stared at him, feeling that he looked familiar, and could not help stopping in his tracks. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I think I know him." He walked over. Seeing someone stop in front of him, the beggar did not even lift his head. He just knocked his forehead against the ground and said in a weak, tearful voice, "Please spare some money, sir. I haven't eaten in days. Raise your head first and let me have a look." The man looked up. His face was haggard, with heavy dark circles and bloodshot eyes, as though he had cried for a long time. "Baya." Haimu recognized him at once. The man froze. "You are." "It's me, Haimu." "Haimu." Baya's eyes lit up. He jumped to his feet and threw his arms around him, choking up as he said, "Brother, you're alive. You're still alive." All right, all right. Why is a grown man crying? Tell me first, how did you end up like this?" "But I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Come on, come on. Let's find somewhere to eat first." We entered the village inn, booked a private room, and ordered a whole table of dishes. Baya wolfed down the food, and while he was doing so, Haimu told me about his background. Baya was not an outsider either. He was from the palace. I even knew his father, the director of the palace library. The director had 4 sons, and Baya was the third, the least favored of them all, because he was an illegitimate child, and his mother had been a maid. His position in the palace was only that of an ordinary patrol guard, nothing compared to his other brothers. It was only because he got along well with Haimu that the two had become friends. Once he was about 80% full, Baya finally began to slowly explain what had happened. And at the root of it all was, incredibly, my escape. The story began on the night I fled. That was the night I had dressed as a woman and was stopped halfway by a patrol captain named Larry, who tried to flirt with me. That Larry was none other than the 4th son of the library director. And at the time, Baya had also been in that same patrol squad. Though he was the older brother, he was subordinate to his younger 4th brother and had to watch his expression. After I escaped, the palace investigated from every angle and ultimately concluded that the mysterious woman from that night had been me in cross-dress. Since I had been standing right under Larry's nose and he had failed to recognize me, he naturally had to take the blame. But Larry was the director's most beloved youngest son. How could the director bear to watch him suffer? After going back and forth, they decided to dump the blame on Baya. Their story to the outside world was simply that Larry had temporarily gone elsewhere, and the squad had been led by his older brother Baya in the meantime. Then they bribed the people in the squad who knew the truth and got their statements aligned, cleanly removing Larry from the affair. Naturally, Baya was extremely unwilling to accept his father's arrangement. But when he thought of his mother, who had never been favored to begin with, he was ultimately forced to submit. He only said, "After I leave, I ask only that father treat mother kindly." The director nodded and agreed, saying he would plead with the king. What happened after that was simple. The king flew into a rage and had originally intended severe punishment, but in light of the director's plea, he dealt with it more leniently. The sentence was this: Baya was to be transferred out of the capital and sent to White City on the frontier to serve as city lord, and he would never be allowed to return to the capital. White City? You're going to White City? Haimu was greatly surprised, not expecting such a coincidence. Baya wore a bitter expression. "Yeah, they call it being a city lord, but it's no different from sending me to my death. Is White City even a place for people to live?" Haimu did not understand. He had been away from home for many years and was long unfamiliar with White City. If he had not had nowhere else to go, he would never have thought of returning there. "Brother, maybe you don't know this, but they've already sent 3 city lords to White City, and all 3 died." "Why? What else?" "Because the higher-ups aren't human. White City is already dirt poor, and people can barely feed themselves. Yet every year the capital still goes there to collect taxes and demand tribute. When it's time to pay taxes, White City can't dodge even a single coin. But when relief grain is distributed, it's never their turn, not once. After being squeezed like that, who could stand it? 7 years ago, the people really couldn't survive anymore, so they rebelled. First they killed the overbearing city lord, then they killed the tax officials sent from the palace. His Majesty knew about it, but turned a blind eye and did nothing at all. Because that patch of land has no value. Even the demons can't be bothered with it, so it's basically left to fend for itself. But at the same time, the palace is afraid of outside gossip, so every so often they send a new city lord there, just to show the world that His Majesty hasn't abandoned White City and is still sending people to govern it. Haimu's brows knit tightly. He knew White City was poor, but he had not expected things to be this bad. What about you? What happened after that? To make a long story short, Baya's luck was truly terrible. The moment he left the capital, he ran into bandits. His carriage, luggage, and money were all stolen. And because the king had ordered that he was not allowed to return to the capital, he had nowhere to go and could only end up begging in the village. That bad? Haima sighed. Yeah, I'm miserable, Baya said sorrowfully. Then his gaze happened to fall on me, masked, and he seemed to suddenly remember something. Sorry, I still don't know what to call this brother here. Just call me by Mu. I'm a friend of Haimu's. My identity is inconvenient, so I can't show my face openly. I hope you understand. Of course, I was not going to give my real name. After all, he had ended up in this state because of me. No problem, no problem. I understand, I understand. Fortunately, Baya did not think much of it. Then are you still planning to go to White City? Haimo asked. No, no. 3 city lords have already died there. I don't want to be the 4th. Then where are you going? I want to go to Black Mountain. That's my mother's family home. My uncle is the village chief there, so at least I'd have somewhere to stay. It's just that, the travel expenses, brother. How much do you need? Do you have 1 gold coin? Small change would be even better. Consider it a loan. 1 gold coin. Haimu's hand paused as he reached for money. He had only 20 silver coins on him in total. When he fled the palace, there had been no time to pack. Looking embarrassed, he cast me a pleading glance. I said nothing, took out a gold coin, and quietly slid it onto his leg under the table. Baya was so grateful he nearly wept. Afterward, the 3 of us went to the market for supplies. Baya cleaned himself up, bought a fast horse, and rode away. As for Haimu and me, we bought a carriage, filled it with supplies, and also left the village, heading straight for White City. To stay safe on the road, we also bought quite a few weapons for self-defense. The trip to White City would take about a month. On the road, Haimu suddenly asked me, Hero, what are your plans from here on out? And you, Royal Guard? Don't insult people like that. You insulted me first. Ha ha, sorry. On an otherwise dull journey, this counted as rare amusement. But seriously, brother, what do you plan to do later? As for me, I don't have any great ambitions. That dead fat bastard never let us fall in love before. This time, when I get back, I'm definitely going to find a pretty girl and start a family. How many are you planning to marry? 1. 1 is enough. I don't believe you. Hey, now that's unfair. Sure, I've gone looking for girls a few times, but a man my age can't just keep holding it in forever, can he? That'll make you sick. Besides, you're a transmigrator, so you don't understand the rules over here. This line of work is legal business in the capital. Compared to the slave trade, it's practically respectable. I cannot understand that. It's fine if you don't. It just means you're a good person, and I like dealing with good people. All right, I've said my part. Your turn now. Me? I lowered my head and looked at the girl dozing in my arms. Though she was a goddess, in my eyes at that moment, she looked more like a lovable little sister. I guess I'll become a missionary. To spread the faith of your goddess? A god's power comes from believers, and my power comes from the goddess. The more believers she has, the stronger I become. I see. But if you want to preach, you'll need some real ability. Otherwise, why would people believe you? That ability of yours to heal illness and injury is actually pretty strong. Package it well, and you'd be a miracle healer. What a pity, though. This power hurts the enemy by 1,000 but damages yourself by 800. If it didn't have that side effect, it'd be perfect. The side effect is gone now. Jundajada. Zamadzordalda. That's none of your business. Fine. Then congratulations. Speaking of which, my kidneys haven't been feeling too good these past few days. How about taking another look for me? Get lost. The carriage traveled on for 10 straight days. On this day, it stopped at the entrance of a fairly prosperous village. The village was large, and every household lived in a cement house of at least 2 stories. It looked fairly developed, but in broad daylight, there was almost no one on the streets. It was unnaturally quiet, desolate enough to make one's skin crawl. Strange. Why are there so few people? Haima stopped a passerby hurrying along and asked, You two must be newcomers at first glance. This village is about done for. A lot of people have already moved away. Why? It looks pretty good to me. Good my foot. The Dragon King is angry. There was a torrential rainstorm a few days ago, and several people got struck dead by lightning. If it keeps going like this, sooner or later everyone will be struck by thunder, so of course people have to move. What's the Dragon King? A magical beast that lives on Ghost Mountain. I'm in a hurry, so I won't chat long. If you want details, ask the village chief. His house is right at the head of this street. The Dragon King of Ghost Mountain. Just from the name, it sounded like some magical beast. Do you know what that thing is? I asked. No, but from the way he described it, it sounds like a brutal monster capable of summoning lightning. Probably a mage. Is summoning lightning strong? How could the Wrath of Thunder not be strong? I'm afraid not even the heroes or the Grand Court Mage can do that. If that's really true, then we've run into something nasty. But I don't think we're that unlucky. Most likely it's just a coincidence. 9 times out of 10 some poor fool got hit by lightning, and the villagers exaggerated it. Aren't a lot of rumors spread exactly like that? As he said that, the two of us arrived at the village chief's house. It was a luxurious courtyard villa with the gate wide open. We stopped the carriage and walked in. A middle-aged woman came out from an inner room and asked in confusion, "And you two are?" "We're adventurers passing through. We heard the village has been troubled recently, so we wanted to speak with the chief and learn more." Haimu stepped forward, looking upright and heroic. The woman looked him up and down. Seeing the blade at his waist and his strong physique, he really did look like a warrior, so she believed him. But when she looked at me, she could not help feeling suspicious. "And this one is an adventurer too? He's a priest. He's not good at fighting." "Oh, I see." She turned and led the way. "Come in, then." As it happens, another adventurer team just arrived, and the master is receiving them now. When we entered the hall, there were 5 people inside. One was an old man over 60, dressed in silk, with a full head of white hair, a kindly face, and a prosperous bearing. This was clearly the village chief. The other 4 were 2 men and 2 women, all in their 20s. The 4 were dressed well enough that their classes could be seen at a glance. The blond man carrying a long sword was a swordsman. The bald man with a large shield on his back and armor on his body was a knight. The red-haired woman with a ponytail holding a staff as tall as herself was a mage. As for the beauty with golden wavy hair, dressed in white robes with a palm-sized cross hanging from her chest, there was no need to say it. She was a priestess. Healer, tank, mage, and blade. This was a standard adventurer party. At that moment, the 4 of them were lounging comfortably on the sofas, eating fruit the chief had served, while the chief himself stood and explained something to them. Seeing newcomers at the door, everyone turned to look over. "Master, these 2 are newly arrived adventurers and wish to see you." "Oh, please come in, both of you." "Jida, go bring more fruit." The village chief warmly welcomed us inside. The moment the 4 saw us, their brows immediately furrowed. The blonde swordsman, clearly the captain, spoke first. "Village chief, this is rather unfair of you. Everything should be done on a first-come, first-served basis. How can you split the job in front of us and hand part of it to later arrivals?" "Ah, sir, you can't put it like that. That Dragon King is no easy opponent. I was only thinking that there is strength in numbers. Besides, the more people there are, the safer it is for all of you, isn't it?" The chief smiled apologetically over and over, but they were not buying it. "No need. We're a C-rank team, all level 30. We don't want to drag 2 burdens along with us. The fact that we came at all is already giving you face, so don't fail to appreciate kindness." The chief looked troubled. At that moment, the ponytailed mage spoke. "It's not that they absolutely can't come along, but our share of the reward can't be reduced by a single coin. If you want to look after them, then prepare another payment separately." All right, let's do it that way." The chief only wanted the problem resolved. Money was secondary. He asked Haimu and me to sit and said, "Since I haven't told them that much yet, and now that you've arrived, I'll just start over from the beginning." And so he began telling the story of the Dragon King. This village was called Stone Village. Behind it was a mountain called Ghost Mountain. Because it was full of magical beasts and far too dangerous, it had been designated a forbidden zone. In the mountain lived a high-level magical beast known as the Dragon King. According to legend, it had once been a follower of the ancient god of wisdom. After the god of wisdom fell, it wandered the world and eventually settled in Ghost Mountain. Whether that rumor was true remained to be seen, but one thing was absolutely certain. Ever since the Dragon King came to Ghost Mountain, Stone Village's suffering had begun. It unleashed floods and drowned countless villagers. The people suffered terribly, so they sent someone up the mountain to beg the Dragon King to show mercy and spare the village. The Dragon King agreed, but not for free. It set a price. The village must offer up 1 boy and 1 girl every year, sending them into Ghost Mountain without end. Otherwise, the whole village would suffer the wrath of thunder. In the early years, the village was poor and had no power to resist, so they could only accept it. Back then people could barely feed themselves, and children starving to death was common. Using 2 children to exchange for the safety of the whole village was something no one wanted, but they had no other choice. But now the village has grown rich and life has improved, so naturally no one is willing to hand over their own child anymore. That's why we can only spend money to hire people to resist the Dragon King. Disgusting. What kind of ability is it to bully defenseless villagers? The mage frowned, her eyes full of disgust. The blonde captain sneered in agreement. Isn't that perfectly normal? Demons are demons. Their nature never changes. The four of them were filled with righteous anger toward the Dragon King, but I kept feeling that something about this story was off. I asked, how many years has the Dragon King been in Ghost Mountain? At least 200. And in all that time, the capital never sent anyone to deal with it? No, it never did. Our place is too remote. The capital doesn't care at all. After all, the Dragon King only takes 2 children a year. In the eyes of people from the capital, that sort of loss probably doesn't even register. As he said this, the chief's gaze wavered slightly, and I caught it immediately, though I did not point it out. I only asked, Village Chief, how much do you know about that god of wisdom? I don't know too much either. I've only heard that it was an all-knowing, all-powerful demon god that fell a very long time ago. Beyond that, I know nothing. Thank you. I have no more questions. The chief then went on to explain the details of the mission. It was simple: kill the Dragon King. Whoever managed to kill it would receive the generous reward of 500 gold coins. All right, everyone, time to get to work. Chief, just wait for our good news. The blonde captain stood up and immediately led his party out. Before leaving, he cast a slightly mocking glance at the two of us. As for you, you'd better not follow us. Be careful, blades don't have eyes. That was a very blatant warning. The meaning was clear. We were not to get any ideas about picking up leftovers. In his eyes, with our shabby equipment, we obviously had no real ability and at most could only try to steal and assist. The four of them departed in a flashy manner. Watching their backs recede into the distance, Haimu, who had kept silent for a long while, finally spoke. A bunch of idiots. I was worried just now that you'd get into a fight with them. I'm not petty enough to argue with a bunch of brats. So what now? Should we follow them? Wait a little longer. I turned my gaze back to the village chief. Chief, how many people have left the village by now? About a third. Most of the rest have already packed their belongings and are just waiting to see what happens. But not everyone can leave. People like us, who have no relatives elsewhere, once we leave home, we truly have nowhere else to go. And please don't take those people's words to heart. As for the money, there's no need to worry. If you really can kill that monster, the price is negotiable. I'll add more. The two of us left the village and headed toward Ghost Mountain. I was very interested in this Dragon King. If it really was a follower of the God of Wisdom, then perhaps it was well-informed enough to recognize what kind of god the girl actually was. And even if it didn't know, killing it and getting a large sum of startup money would still be excellent. Halfway there, Haimu had to piss and stepped off to one side. Taking the chance, I lowered my head and asked the girl whose hand I was holding in my arms, "Do you know the God of Wisdom?" She only looked at me and gave me a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes full of clear and innocent confusion. A forest surrounded Ghost Mountain. In the woods, I found the footprints of those adventurers and simply followed them. Is a C-rank team strong? I asked. Among civilians, it definitely counts as good, not to mention that they're all level 30. According to Haimu, this world had many adventurers' guilds, just like in games, where adventurers could take missions and rise in rank. The ranks, from highest to lowest, were S, A, B, C, D, E, F. A C-rank team meant that most of its members were C-rank adventurers, which already counted as a strong squad. At least, among humans it did. Then if you were an adventurer, what rank would you be? I asked. No idea. Barely B rank, maybe. The dead fat pig's previous captain of the guard came from the adventurer world and was B rank. I sparred with him many times. He won 6 out of 10, I won 4. Then that makes you a genius. No shit. You only realize that now. Haimu really was a martial genius. Otherwise, he never would have become the king's captain of the guards at such a young age. It was just that sometimes, no matter how hard one worked afterward, it was difficult to overcome the gap of innate talent. For example, those summoned heroes, who from the very start were already at the level of A-rank adventurers. Ghost Mountain drew closer and closer. Halfway there, Haimu suddenly asked, "Come to think of it, do you think we can beat that Dragon King?" No. Why not? Because the village chief lied. What do you mean? When he mentioned the royal capital, his expression was off. He said the capital had never sent troops here, but I suspect the truth is the exact opposite. You mean, the capital did send people, but they lost. Thinking it too shameful, they ordered the matter covered up. And since the Dragon King has stayed holed up in Ghost Mountain all this time, outsiders naturally know even less. The chief hid it from us because he was afraid we'd be too scared to come. But if it's like you say, and even the capital couldn't do anything to it, is there still any point in us going? Let's take a look. Isn't there a C-rank team up ahead? Maybe we can still pick up something from behind them. And what if they can't beat it either? We'll deal with that when it comes. I just feel like this matter isn't so simple. I quickened my pace. On the way, we found quite a few beast corpses lying on the ground. Most likely that team had killed them, so they clearly did have some skill. By the time we reached the foot of the mountain, we happened to spot the four of them. They were stopped in front of a massive cave, apparently discussing something. The entrance was as large as a city gate, but it was tightly blocked by a stone door. After conferring for a moment, the four backed up about 10 meters. The mage raised her staff high and muttered an incantation. Break! With a shout, a fireball the size of a soccer ball shot straight at the stone door. With a thunderous boom, dust and smoke billowed everywhere. When it cleared, the stone door had already been blasted into rubble. Just as the four were about to enter, roar! A furious bellow suddenly came from inside the cave, and an enormous creature charged out. Looking carefully, it was actually a black western dragon, though unusually small, only about the size of an elephant. The dragon glared with rage, black energy rising from her body, and gritted her teeth. Do you know the consequences of such insolence? Her voice was hoarse and powerful, though it sounded more like a weakened old woman. But her anger did not frighten the four in the slightest. Why? Because this dragon was simply too small, practically like an underage one. Ordinary dragons were often as large as cruise ships. Compared to that, this little thing was no wonder they did not take it seriously. Seeing that no one answered, the dragon grew even angrier, her voice suddenly rising. Impudent! You dare ignore me. If you do not give me an explanation today, then I will not rest until one side is dead. It was obvious she still wanted to exchange a few words first, at least to find out who these people were. But the blonde captain gave her no chance at all. With a cold laugh, he said, Since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. You are steeped in evil and guilty beyond measure. We have nothing to say to you. With that, he drew his sword and charged with a shout. The other three immediately joined in. Shield up, spells ready. The blonde captain leaped high and brought his blade down toward the dragon's head. The dragon opened her mouth, instantly gathering a fireball within it, just about to spit it out. Bang! The knight at the side slammed into her with a shield bash. The dragon cried out in pain, her body tilting, and the fireball shot off target, blasting harmlessly into the sky. At the same time, the blonde captain's greatsword had already come down from above. Thud! It chopped into the dragon's neck, but the dragon bones were too hard, and it failed to cut through. The blade became stuck fast in the gap between the bones. The dragon screamed and violently whipped her head, forcibly wrenching the sword from the blonde captain's hands. The next moment, with the sword hanging from her neck, she turned and fled back toward the cave. But she forgot there were still enemies behind her. The mage had already been waiting. She fired a fireball after her, and it struck the torn wound in the dragon's neck without the slightest deviation. With a shrill howl, the dragon crashed heavily to the ground. The blonde captain stepped forward to look. The dragon was dead, her head nearly blown apart from the rest of her body, with only a layer of skin still connecting it. She's dead. We won, the blonde captain cried in delight. The other three gathered around, all letting out sighs of relief. I thought it would be some terrifying monster. So this is it, the knight said with disdain. Yeah, mainly because our teamwork was good. We're just too strong, the mage said smugly. The priestess had not acted at all through the fight and looked a little embarrassed. Let's find a guild to buy it afterward. It should fetch a pretty good price. The four took out knives and began dismantling the corpse, cutting off the valuable parts one by one. Hiding in the dark, Haimu looked deeply annoyed. What the hell? That was way too easy. No one gets that lucky. Seeing me frowning slightly in thought, he asked, What are you thinking about? Something feels wrong. What's wrong? It's too weak. If it were really that weak, the capital couldn't possibly have failed to take it down, and it couldn't have occupied Ghost Mountain for 200 years. You mean, it isn't the Dragon King at all, just a guard dog? Wait a little longer. Something about this is strange. On the other side, the blonde captain had set his sights on the cave entrance. He stood up and said, You three keep at it. I'll go inside and take a look. He went in for about 10 minutes, then came back out, shaking his head with disappointment. There's nothing inside. About 200 meters in, it's just a dead end. Though disappointed, killing the dragon had already been no small haul. The four hurried their work, cutting away all the valuable parts, loading them up in large bundles, and heading back the way they came. So, should we keep following them? Haimo asked. I was just about to say yes, when something suddenly changed ahead of us. Ah, it was the blonde captain's scream. Both of us froze and looked toward the sound. The dragon head slung over his shoulder had moved. It was alive. It bit down on his shoulder in one snap. That miserable scream alarmed the other three, and by the time they turned around, the head had already torn away his entire shoulder and left chest in one bite. His heart came away from his body with the flesh. The blonde captain's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground with the dragon head, dead on the spot. Though the bald knight was shocked, he quickly came to his senses and raised his shield to smash it. But at that very moment, the dragon claw inside the sack on his back, the one they had taken as loot, also moved. Thud! The claw ripped through the cloth sack, and its talons stabbed directly into his back, piercing straight through his abdomen. The bald man let out a muffled groan, slumped to the ground, and died. This sudden reversal terrified the two girls. Instinctively, they tried to throw away the bags on their backs, but they were too slow. A dragon scale flew out from one sack and sliced off the mage's head on the spot. Then a dragon horn flew out and punched a bloody hole straight through the priestess's chest. In just a few breaths, the C-rank team was wiped out. They died from carelessness. They died from an ambush. The 180-degree reversal left the two of us in hiding, utterly dumbfounded. But that was not even the most terrifying part. All those severed dragon parts being carried as spoils began floating up into the air. In perfect unison, they drifted back toward the place where the body had been cut apart. They found the remains on the ground and reattached piece by piece, like a puzzle. The next instant, a perfectly intact, lively dragon stood there once more, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred at all. That scene of resurrection completely dropped Haimu's jaw. Before he could say anything, the dragon suddenly turned her head and said coldly, "How long do you two intend to hide there? Must I come personally?" As she spoke, she exhaled. In an instant, wild winds howled, blowing away all the trees concealing us and exposing us completely. The moment she saw the girl, she clearly froze for a second, then exhaled again. This time it was an icy, bone-piercing wind. The process was brief, but when it ended, Haimu and the girl collapsed almost at the same time, unconscious and motionless. The dragon slowly approached me. I could not help but feel tense. She looked down at me from above. "I assume you did not come here to fight, correct?" "Why, yes. I only came to ask about something. Are you a god?" "I don't really understand what you mean. That wind does nothing to gods. Of the three of you, only you remain standing." "No, I'm not a god." "She is." I supported the girl. "She gave her power to me." "You can see her." "What nonsense." "Of course I can." Perhaps because it had been too long since she had spoken of gods, the dragon's tone noticeably softened. She lowered herself and brought her head close to me. I thought she was about to eat me and instinctively pulled the girl behind me. She ignored that and merely rested one dragon horn lightly against my forehead. The next moment, a flood of my memories poured into her mind, and she instantly understood the whole situation. She let out a strange laugh, and in the way she looked at me, there was suddenly a trace of greed. In the next instant, a flash of white light appeared, and she transformed into a woman in her early 20s with waist-length white hair. She was beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure, dressed in a black robe, and with a pair of small horns on her head, almost like a demi-human. But when she smiled, her expression was rather frightening. Her eyes were bloodshot, making her look like a female ghost on the verge of collapse. She stared at me and said in a hoarse voice, "I can help you, but you must do something for me." "What is it?" "You can heal illness, yes?" "Yes. Heal me, and I will find your answer." Seeing me hesitate, she narrowed her eyes. "What? You don't trust me?" I looked at her and gave a bitter smile. "I don't have a choice." "Smart man. Come with me." She turned and walked deeper into the cave. I looked at the unconscious Haimu and the girl, then asked uneasily, "What about them? They'll be all right, won't they? This is my territory. The beasts here don't have the courage." Even so, I still picked the girl up into my arms and followed after her. As for Haimu, I could only leave him lying there. I simply had no free hands. Following the Dragon King, I entered that mysterious cave. She cast a light spell, and a fireball floated in the air to guide the way. Since we had not yet reached our destination, I tried to probe for more information. "You read my memories just now, didn't you? You're clever. Can you really give me the answer? Where exactly are we going?" "You'll know when we get there. I thought you'd have me heal you first." "I would like to, but if I did that, I would be breaking my word. I am not that kind of person." "I don't understand." "You don't need to." The conversation was vague and clouded. The Dragon King had too many mysteries surrounding her, and since she clearly did not want to say more, I simply changed the topic. Why do you insist on a boy and a girl every year? Because they taste good. Is that so strange? No. I mean, if you're really this strong, and it was only because you're greedy for food, then you could go out any time and get as much as you want. Why are you fixated on Stone Village and content with scraps that barely fill the gaps in your teeth once a year? She let out another strange laugh and did not answer directly. Instead, she asked, do you really believe the village chief side of the story? Not anymore. If it's convenient, I'd appreciate the truth. People's hearts are no longer what they once were. That's all. And so she began telling another version of the story. It began 200 years ago. That was when the Dragon King had just made her home in Ghost Mountain. At the same time, Stone Village had still been a desperately poor village. People were half naked, skin and bones, and things had even reached the point where they exchanged children to eat. The reason was that the area suffered from constant drought and lack of water. Crops would not grow, and the people could not survive. The village had once sent people to the capital to beg for help, but why would lofty nobles ever bother with them? Stone Village was remote and worthless. Just like White City now, the capital simply did not care whether it lived or died. It was in such desperation that the villagers took a risk and turned their attention to the Dragon King of Ghost Mountain. Since they could not count on the gods in heaven, they would beg the ghostly deity of the mountain instead. So one bold villager entered Ghost Mountain and met the Dragon King. And this Dragon King, by nature, was not a belligerent creature. Seeing that the villager had courage, and seeing the village's pitiful condition, she was moved to compassion and made a contract. The contract was simple. Each year the village would offer one boy and one girl, and the Dragon King would ensure favorable weather and lasting peace for Stone Village. It was precisely because of that contract that the village's fortunes improved dramatically and eventually became the prosperous place it was today. In the early years, the villagers had been deeply grateful to the Dragon King and had even specially given her the respectful title of Dragon King. In other words, if the Dragon King had truly been as despicable as the village chief claimed, the title Dragon King could never have stood. They should have called her Dragon Demon, Evil Dragon, or Monster instead. For more than 200 years, that contract had remained peaceful. It was only 10 years ago that things changed. That year, the village failed to present the yearly boy and girl. The Dragon King noticed, but said nothing. They had cooperated for so many years and knew each other so well that missing one or two offerings was no great matter. She still brought the rain when needed and still protected the village when needed. But the problem was this. The Dragon King was generous, but the villagers were not. Once they stopped making offerings, the villagers lived in constant fear day after day, terrified of possible retaliation. After much thought, they decided to strike first. They spent a great deal of money recruiting all kinds of strong people to come and subjugate her. What ingratitude! Unfortunately, all those they hired were useless trash, not worth mentioning. Since they wanted to play, I naturally had to indulge them. The Dragon King killed every invader, yet throughout it all she never once laid a hand on the village itself. In her eyes, those deaths were warning enough. But the villagers did not see it that way. They saw that the Dragon King never retaliated against the village, and so they assumed she could not leave Ghost Mountain and could do nothing to them. That only made them more smug. By this year, there were nearly invaders arriving every single day. The Dragon King grew sick of the disturbance and simply sent down a torrential rainstorm and struck a few people dead with lightning. What happened after that was simple. Some villagers moved away. The rest either had nowhere else to go or could not bear to leave. And that chief is one of them. As head of the village, he owns a great deal of property here, so naturally he refuses to leave, I said. The Dragon King did not answer, only smiled faintly. Without realizing it, we had reached the end of the cave, where there was only a dead wall ahead. The Dragon King waved her right hand. A white light flashed across the stone wall, and a square stone tunnel appeared before us. The two of us walked about 100 meters inside. When we emerged, a hall opened before us, filled with old-fashioned furniture, though most of it was covered in thick dust, as if it had not been used in a very long time. You live here alone? I asked. Who else would there be? You should have kept a few children. At least there'd be someone to talk to. Shut up. She continued leading the way, winding left and right through room after room. I noticed that most of the rooms had complete sets of beds and furniture, but all of them were dusty and covered in cobwebs, long and used. Finally, the two of us stopped in front of a room that seemed endless. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with 2-meter-high bookshelves packed with dust-covered books. The reason it looked endless was simply because it was too dark inside for the eye to reach far. These books are all yours. As a servant of the God of wisdom, is it strange for me to collect books? I hope I can find what I want here. You will. I seem to remember something. As she said that, she walked into the deep darkness. About 10 minutes later, when she reemerged, there was a thin book in her hand, about as thick as a school workbook. Take a look. This should be the one. She tossed the book over. Holding the girl in my arms, I sat down on a wooden chair nearby and caught it. You won't have the wrong one, will you? Are you doubting my memory? What does this have to do with memory? The Dragon King gave no further answer and turned to leave. I said nothing more either and began examining the book. It had no title, no publisher, not even a table of contents. Instead, it began straightforwardly from the very first page, like a personal diary. Lura, goddess of life. Her story is something my master once told me in casual conversation. That was the first sentence in the whole book. The plain first-person narration made me immediately understand. This was a diary, the Dragon King's diary. Perhaps every book in this room had been written by her own hand, a record of her life? I could not know. I only kept reading. And that was how I learned the girl's origins. The country where the royal capital stood was called Country A, and the girl had been one of Country A's early gods, born 1,000 years ago. At that time, Country A had been desperately poor. The people could barely feed themselves, plague ran rampant, and every day large numbers of people died from illness and suffering. And it was in precisely that sort of despair that a powerful wish arose in people's hearts. The wish for a savior who could remove disease and pull humanity out of that living hell. And so the goddess of life, Lura, was born. She transferred the illnesses of the people onto herself and thereby saved them. To repay her, the people offered her vast amounts of incense and became her most loyal believers. For many years after that, Lura and her worshippers lived in harmony, and her divine power grew greatly. She even seemed to unlock other abilities as well. But when things reach an extreme, they reverse. As Country A grew better and technology became more advanced, many medicines appeared, numerous diseases were completely eradicated, and the general rate of illness among the population dropped dramatically. Large-scale plagues all but vanished. Removing pain and disease was no longer what Country A cared about most. In its place came a longing for money, a yearning to cross class boundaries. It was under those conditions that the god of wealth, Kokol, was born. The goddess of life, Lura, was gradually pushed to the margins by her believers, while the god of wealth received constant offerings. Before long, Country A issued a new law naming the god of wealth as the sole official deity. Believing in any other god was classified as heresy and was against the law. A god's power comes from the faith and offerings of believers. Once those offerings become too few, a god grows weak. Their sense of existence declines sharply, their power rapidly drains away, and even their appearance and mind change along with it. And Goddess Lura was undoubtedly a classic example of a fallen god. I thought back to the day I first met her. At that time, the girl had been rummaging through a trash can, gnawing on a foul-smelling piece of rotten meat. Her eyes were empty, and her face blank with confusion. I let out a long breath, closed the book, and looked down at the girl in my arms, filled with a deep sense of sorrow. Finished reading, the Dragon King's voice came from the doorway. I nodded and placed the book on the table beside me. Here. She tossed something over. I caught it and looked. It was a ring, a pure black band with no decoration at all. What is this? Your medical fee. What does it do? Put it on and you'll know. I put it on, and at once a huge square space appeared in my mind, as large as a football field. This is a storage ring. Anything you touch can be put inside, but it doesn't work on living things. Instinctively, I picked up the book to try it, but nothing happened. Don't waste your effort. My books are special. They can't be stored inside. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, I did not ask further, only said, something this valuable. You can really give it to me? I'm not a stingy person. If it's something I have no use for, what's the harm in giving it to you? As she spoke, she sat down on a wooden chair nearby. Now, it's your turn. I nodded, set the girl aside, and walked over. Before I begin, may I ask what illness you have? What scared? Just curious. It's nothing much, really. Just a curse. What's that? You'll find out, After saying that, she closed her eyes and said no more. Though I did not understand, I still had my reload as a last resort, so I reached out my hand anyway. I placed my hand on the Dragon King's shoulder. Very soon, a memory poured into my mind. It was the Dragon King, in her dragon form, rampaging wildly through the mountains. Damn it! Damn it! She cursed violently, and slammed her head into a boulder. The impact split her head open, shattered one of her horns, deformed her skull, and killed her on the spot. But in less than 5 seconds, the broken horn floated back up and reattached itself to her head. Her skull returned to normal, and the blood flowed backward. She had actually revived at full health. Bastard! Bastard! This resurrection brought her not the slightest joy, only even more frenzied cursing. Red-eyed like a madwoman, she killed herself again and again, only to revive again and again. In the end, completely exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, her voice hoarse and despairing. Why? Why can't I die? She buried her head in the dirt and sobbed soundlessly. That memory left me utterly confused. But before I could recover, something went terribly wrong with my body. A sudden agony spread through my entire body without warning, and I rolled wildly on the ground in pain. This pain was clearly beyond what a normal human body could endure. I had died several times before and thought I had long since grown used to pain. But this time alone, I realized with perfect clarity, I could not endure it. My head felt as if it were about to explode. I thought I was about to pass out from the pain or even die from it. But my mind stayed unnaturally clear, refusing to let me lose consciousness, as if I too had been cursed. I writhed on the ground, drenched in sweat, hurting too much to even speak. It was only after 5 full minutes, when the pain gradually numbed, that I finally managed to gasp for breath and stagger shakily to my feet. I looked at the Dragon King. She was watching me with a relaxed expression. What is this? The curse. Do you like it? You've been enduring this kind of pain the whole time? I'm used to it by now. You'll get used to it too, if you're unlucky. Before her words had even finished, a faint white glow had already begun to spread over her entire body, and she was becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. My eyes widened. Wait, I have to go now, child. Thanks to you, I am free. Her face was full of relief, and the way she looked at me had softened, stripped of all the fatigue and anxiety she had shown before. Where are you going? To the place I ought to go. As she said that, she raised her head toward the sky, as if she had seen someone familiar, and smiled faintly. Master. The moment the word left her lips, her body vanished completely, without a trace, as though she had never existed at all. And with her departure, the whole room changed as well. The bookshelves, the books, the furniture, all disappeared into thin air. By the time I came back to my senses, the vast room was completely empty. The goddess Lura, who had originally been lying on the chair, had also returned to the floor. I did not linger. I picked up Lura and headed outside. Along the way, I discovered that the furniture in the other rooms had also disappeared. Perhaps all those things had been conjured by the Dragon King's magic from the very beginning. Carrying Lura, I walked out of the cave and came to Haimo. I carefully set her down on the ground and was just about to wake him up, when suddenly, the pain in my body came roaring back. That unbearable agony struck me again. Once again I collapsed to the ground in misery, rolling around like a madman. This pain was even more intense than before. It hurt so much that before I could think, I drew the dagger at my waist and pressed it to my throat, wanting to die and be free of it. And at that exact moment, I suddenly understood something about the curse. From that memory just now, it was not hard to infer its effect. It made a person unable to die, while forcing them to endure enormous pain at every moment, tormenting them for all eternity. Since I had inherited the Dragon King's curse, then I should logically have become immortal as well. But if that were true, could I still be killed? I did not know, nor did I have time to think further, because I truly could not hold on any longer. With one slash, I cut my own throat and lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing at the cave entrance, holding Lura in my arms, facing the forest. That meant I had returned to a few minutes earlier, to the moment when I had just been about to leave. The pain in my body was gone. Aside from a lingering chill of fear, I felt incomparably light. I let out a long breath, with the relief of someone who had barely escaped death. If I was not mistaken, then the curse of immortality had probably come into conflict with my resurrection through death. And since resurrection was a divine skill, it had higher authority, so it forcefully suppressed the curse and pulled me back. I was not completely certain that this guess was correct, but it was probably right 9 times out of 10. Only, in my current state, I had no mood to keep analyzing it. I found Haimo, gently laid the goddess on the ground, and then collapsed beside them myself, wanting only to lie still for a while and catch my breath. I looked at the ring in my hand. The moment the thought of opening it crossed my mind, that space appeared in my head again. It looked empty at first glance, but on closer inspection, There was a sheet of paper lying on the ground. The moment I thought of taking it out, it appeared in my hand. The paper was new, and the handwriting on it looked as if it had only just been written. It said, "Carve a statue modeled after your goddess. It doesn't need to be exact. 7 or 8 parts resemblance is enough. When believers burn incense and worship, they need only kneel before the statue and pray in order to offer their power to the god." Just those 2 short sentences contained the core secret of spreading a faith, and they also gave me a clear direction for the future. "Thank you," I murmured softly, then got up, ready to wake the other 2 and leave this place. And just at that moment, Mom, not far away, a large group of people came walking over. I froze and looked over. There were more than 20 of them. The oldest looked a little over 30, the youngest only 17 or 18, and most of them were girls. They were all well dressed, either rich-looking or noble-looking, and wore excellent equipment, like adventurers. In their hands they also carried large and small bags of gifts and luggage. Before I could react, they had already arrived at the cave entrance, and almost all of them noticed me at the same time. Every one of them froze. "Mom!" Several of those at the front shouted and rushed straight into the cave. The rest instantly surrounded me, hemming me in from all sides, their expressions complicated. "Why your ring? Who gave it to you?" a female mage asked. Before I could answer, she snatched the paper from my hand. The instant she read it, her face turned deathly pale and her whole body began trembling. "This is Mom's handwriting. This person is—" Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. "Big sis." The 2 people beside her hurriedly caught her and dragged her to the side. The others said nothing, only stood there with bitter expressions, looking toward the cave. I did not understand what was going on, but seeing that they showed no hostility, I cautiously asked, "Who are you people?" No one answered, because just then, a girl had already walked out of the cave. The whole group rushed toward her all at once. With tears all over her face, she said miserably, "It's gone, it's all gone. Mom is gone, Mom is gone." As she spoke, she crouched on the ground and burst into loud sobs. The moment the others heard that, some staggered and collapsed, some clutched their heads and cried bitterly, utterly unable to accept it. The whole scene was one of wailing and mourning, and it left me more than a little bewildered. Fortunately, at that moment, a male swordsman in his 30s, carrying a great sword on his back, walked over. Compared with the others, he seemed much more mature, and although there was a smile on his face, I could tell it was a forced one. He helped me up from the ground and said with a bitter smile, "You're from another world, right? I'm Mishu. Nice to meet you. How do you know?" Mother had the ability to foresee the future. She had already seen her own ending long ago. When we were little, she told us that one day in the future, someone from another world would come and free her. "Your mother is the Dragon King?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because we're all from Stone Village. We're orphans no one wanted." As it turned out, every boy and girl handed over by Stone Village was, bluntly speaking, an unwanted orphan from the village. They had never been treated well to begin with, and since they were doomed either way, the villagers naturally felt no reluctance in sending them off as sacrifices to the Dragon King. But what the villagers did not know was that the Dragon King had no interest at all in eating children. The reason the contract had no upper limit on sacrifices was merely because she was afraid there might be too many orphans in the village and too few slots. As for specifically requiring 1 boy and 1 girl, that was just something she had casually thrown out after hearing it in a myth. She did not care about it at all. What's more, the villagers were not even that honest. Of the children they sent over, many were no longer untouched, and especially the girls. Most had already been violated. After taking in those children, the Dragon King, bored out of her mind, made a pastime of raising them. As she raised them, she also taught them skills, giving them some means to make a living. Then, once the children grew into adults, she would give them a sum of starting money and drive them out of Ghost Mountain, forbidding them to come back. And yet, even so, every year the orphans would still make time to return home together as a group. As long as enough of them came back at once, the Dragon King could hardly bring herself to scold them. After all, the law does not punish the multitude. Mother wasn't a bad person. She was just too lonely. Mishu said softly. Now that the Dragon King was dead, these children had lost their home. Even though she had long prepared them for it, when the moment actually came, some of them still could not accept it and went to extremes. Whoosh! A fireball shot straight at me. The knight beside me hurriedly raised his great shield and blocked it. With a loud boom, he took the hit head-on, then glared furiously at the female mage. "Are you crazy? He deserves to die." Through tear-filled eyes, the female mage glared at me and raised her staff again. He killed Mom. He absolutely must not. Before she could finish, a priest beside her knocked her unconscious with a chop to the neck. Supporting her body, the priest gave me a deeply apologetic look, then carried her into the cave to settle her down. Sorry, that child is a bit impulsive. She didn't mean it, Mishu said helplessly. I nodded to show I understood. After all, from the standpoint of the result, it really was I who had killed the Dragon King. I only asked, what do you plan to do next? We'll probably stay here for a while. At the very least, we'll clean up the house and then go pay respects at the graves of our seniors. After that, we'll probably return to the guild. The graves? Mother's other children. When they grew old, they came home to accompany Mother through her final days. Their graves are on the mountaintop, and originally, that was where we were meant to end up too. I'm sorry. It's nothing. He took out a silver badge from his pocket. Engraved on it was a dragon's head, and beneath it were two small characters. Dragon's Grace. We opened an adventurer's guild. It's called Dragon's Grace. If you ever need anything, come find us anytime. I will. I did not stay any longer. My position was awkward, after all, so it was better to leave sooner. I walked over to Lura and gently shook her. She slowly opened her eyes, and I helped her to her feet. Then I went to Haimu and was just about to kick him awake when he woke up on his own. Done talking? He asked with a grin. When did you wake up? Just now. I saw you talking enthusiastically with that guy, so I didn't interrupt. Hey, are they friends or enemies? Friends. That's good. He stood up, glanced at that group, and quickly left with me. He had just been about to ask something more when he suddenly spotted the corpses of the blonde captain's group on the ground, and without another word ran straight over. What are you doing now? Looting the bodies. He moved fast. Before long, he had taken all 4 money pouches, and after counting them up, there turned out to be 20 gold coins. Brother, we've struck it rich. You're not taking their equipment too? No need. Besides, there are 2 girls among them. I'm at least the sort of man who knows how to show a little tenderness. On the way back, Haimu kept pressing me about what had happened exactly. I roughly told him the whole story, of course, in an altered version. For example, I said the Dragon King could read minds, and that she had only knocked him out because she wanted to talk to me alone. So that's how it was. In that case, the people in that village really are scum. More importantly, how much do you know about the Dragon's Grace Guild? Honestly, not much. You know me. I was always stuck in the royal palace. I see. But speaking of which, now that the Dragon King is dead, does that mean we've completed the village's commission? Can we get those 500 gold coins? That may be troublesome. The mountain is full of the Dragon King's children now. If the village sends people to confirm it, it'll be like walking straight into a blade. Even so, the 2 of us still returned to the village chief's house. When the chief saw that only the 2 of us had come back, he looked surprised. Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are the others? Dead. The Dragon King killed them. Haimu flopped down onto the sofa, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Ever since learning the truth, he no longer had the slightest favorable impression of the chief. Dead. The chief opened his mouth, his face full of anxiety and unease. I said, but the Dragon King is dead too, so there is no need for you to worry, chief. Is that true? His expression changed at once, shifting from unease to excited anticipation in an instant. If you don't believe us, chief, you may send someone to Ghost Mountain to take a look. But there is one thing I should remind you of. There are quite a few adventurers in the mountain now, and they do not have very good tempers. If you send people to investigate, it'd be best if they aren't discovered. Why? You'll know once they go. Though the chief was completely confused, he still hurried out at once. He called over 2 men to go inspect Ghost Mountain, then paced back and forth in the courtyard, visibly agitated. Haimu glanced at him. Brother, do you think we'll get the money? I don't know. What do you think? I don't care much. Best case, he pays and everyone parts happy. And if he doesn't, then I'll chop him up. We're wanted criminals anyway. A cold glint flashed through Haimu's eyes. About an hour later, the men who had been sent out came back, but only one of them, and he was panting heavily. Chief! Chief! The moment he entered the courtyard, he began shouting, exhausted half to death. The chief hurried up to him. Why are you the only one here? Where's Kafu? Kafu got cut down by them. There were so many people. The chief pressed him. What exactly happened? I don't know either. At first those people were fine, but the moment they heard we were from the village, they came straight at us. I ran fast enough to escape. Kafu wasn't that lucky. The Dragon King? Did you see the Dragon King or not? And no, forget the Dragon King. Even the stone gate to the cave had been smashed apart. The Dragon King was probably killed long ago. I see. The chief narrowed his eyes. All his unease vanished, replaced by a face full of confidence. He glanced toward the sitting room and quietly gave the man a few instructions, then strode forward in big steps. The way he walked was now forceful and imposing, all the earlier servility gone without a trace. That kind and benevolent face of his had also gained a streak of arrogance, looking utterly overbearing. He walked into the room, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two of us with complete self-righteousness. "You two, what are you still doing hanging around here?" "Chief, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean." I frowned. Don't understand? What's there not to understand? So many people have gone to Black Mountain. Anyone with a brain can see that the Dragon King was killed by them. As for you two, you're nothing but bystanders who came to watch the show. Old man, are you saying you don't want to pay?" Haimu stood up, one hand already resting on the hilt of his blade. No need to put it so harshly. You have no proof that you killed the Dragon King. Where's the dragon head? Where are the horns? A dragon claw would do too. But you have nothing at all. So how am I supposed to believe you?" As he said this, he clapped his hands. The next moment, more than 10 burly men armed with great blades blocked the entrance to the hall. Backed by those men, the chief's confidence grew even stronger. "Humph. Let me make this clear. Forget whether you killed the Dragon King or not. Even if you did, this grandpa of yours never intended to pay today. If you know what's good for you, then get out now. And if you don't, I'll make sure neither of you leaves this room alive. You bastard." Haimu exploded on the spot. His sword came out of its sheath, and cursing loudly, he lunged straight forward. I had wanted to stop him, since 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. But before I could speak, Haimu had already rushed in front of the chief and brought his blade down. Clang! At the critical moment, one of the burly men beside the chief stepped in and blocked the strike with his own blade, but he could not quite hold it and staggered backward. Haimu kicked that burly man in the chest and sent him flying. The man crashed straight into the chief behind him and knocked him flat to the ground. "Ow, ow, ow." The chief screamed in pain, while 2 men nearby hurried to help him up. Haimu wanted to use the opportunity to close the distance, but several more men slashed at him, forcing him to dodge and shift position. At that moment, the chief was helped back to his feet. One hand pressed against his waist, he glared viciously at Haimu and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hack this bastard into chunks. I want to feed him to the dogs." For a time, the room was filled with flashing blades and chaos. But Haimu was, after all, the king's personal bodyguard. His skills were truly excellent, and after fighting for quite a while, he still did not fall into the slightest disadvantage. Slash, slash. Before I knew it, he had already taken down several men. By the time I came back to my senses, of the more than 10 burly men from before, only 4 or 5 were still standing. One of them, realizing he could not win, shifted his attention to me in the corner where I had been watching the fight. He clearly took me for an easy target and wanted to seize me as a hostage. With a shout, he lunged at me. Unfortunately for him, he could not see the goddess Lura, nor could he see the little foot she quietly stretched out. Tripped by it, he crashed to the ground face first. Just as he was trying to get back up, bang! I smashed a stool against the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. What lay before us was something the village chief had never expected. Looking at the thugs lying dead and wounded all over the ground, he panicked and turned to run. Unfortunately for him, he was a step too slow. Haimu had already finished off the rest, and the moment he saw the chief trying to flee, he leaped forward and kicked him hard. Thud! The chief was sent flying into the courtyard, landing face first. By the time he lifted his head, his nose had collapsed, and his 2 front teeth were nowhere to be seen. Haimu strode over, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up like a chicken. As the chief stared in terror, Haimu slapped him twice across the face, each blow loud and vicious, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. "Mercy, hero! Spare me, hero!" the chief cried pitifully, sobbing with snot and tears running down his face. Haimu had no patience for that act. He gave him 2 more slaps, barking as he did, "Cut the crap. Pay up. Why yes, the money. I'll pay. The price has gone up. 1,000. Oh, 1,000. What, not paying?" Haimu glared, and the blade went straight to the chief's throat. The chief frantically waved his hands, words tumbling out incoherently. No, I'll pay. Then he turned and screamed at the woman nearby, who was still frozen in shock. "What are you standing there for? Get the money." 10 minutes later, the woman returned carrying a cloth bag and carefully held it out toward Haimu. But Haimu was still controlling the chief with his knife and had no free hand, so he glanced at me. The woman had no choice but to hand the bag to me. I took it and opened it. Sure enough, it was packed full of gold coins. I did not count them one by one, but by rough estimate it seemed about right. That's enough. Let's go. I nodded and helped Lura into the carriage first. Haimu kicked the chief to the ground, turned, and jumped onto the horse. Hiya. And just like that, we made our escape. My lord. The woman rushed forward to help him, only to be shoved away by the chief. He roared hoarsely. Why are you fussing over me? Go get people now. That money must be recovered. The carriage rolled smoothly out of the village. But not long after, a chorus of shouts rose behind us. Stop, mixed with angry cries of pursuit. Looking back, I saw that the villagers had chased us out, some of them even on horseback. Unfortunately for them, their horses were poor quality, and before long they had fallen so far behind that all sound of pursuit disappeared. Damn, I used to think only poor places bred nasty people. Never expected a rich village to be the same. Haimu cursed under his breath, though his face was glowing with unconcealed delight. Once he was sure we had shaken them off, he picked up the bag of gold and leisurely began counting. He counted for a long time, eyes shining brighter and brighter. At the end, he discovered there were actually 5 extra coins in it, and looked even more pleased. Brother, give me a cloth bag. What for? Don't worry about it. You'll see in a moment. I did as he asked. Haimu took the bag, put inside the pile of coins he had intentionally separated to the right, then with his back to me casually tossed it over. But he could not see Lura, nor did he know that Lura was sleeping in my arms. The bag of gold hit her right on the head and woke the little girl on the spot. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at me, full of grievance. Helpless, I could only pull her into my arms and gently rub her head like one would comfort a child. What are you doing? This wasn't my achievement alone, so naturally I have to split it with you. 505 for you, 500 for me. Why do I get the larger share? In the matter of the Dragon King, you did the most. If you don't take the bigger cut, who should? I said nothing more and let Haimu go on happily fantasizing. Brother, with this much money, do you think we should start some kind of business when we get back to White City? Or maybe we should take the city lord's seat. You're smart, and you can read. If you became city lord, preaching for your goddess would be easy, wouldn't it? He talked on and on in one breath, his face full of joy and expectation for the future. The whole time, I stayed silent, saying nothing. Only after a long while did I slowly speak. Haimu. My voice was very soft. HM, what's wrong? Thank you. Huh? For what? It's nothing. Just saying it casually. Oh, okay. He paused in surprise, his voice dropping for a moment, then soon burst into laughter again. It's nothing. We're friends, after all. You just arrived in this world with no family or connections. As the host, it's only natural for me to show some hospitality. After that, the rest of the journey was peaceful, and White City was already close at hand. Ever since leaving Stone Village, we had hardly seen anyone on the road. But around noon that same day, while the two of us were making a fire and cooking in a stretch of rocky wasteland, I kept feeling as if someone was watching me from behind. When I turned around, I caught only a glimpse of a figure darting behind a large rock. What is it? Haimu asked. Something's there. I pointed at the rock. I'll go check. Be careful. Relax. Haimu circled around the rock and suddenly pounced. A sharp scream rang out. When it stopped, Haimu came back carrying a small green creature in one hand. It was a goblin, only about a meter tall. It looked young, maybe only 13 or 14, barefoot, dressed in a ragged outfit patched so many times it was hard to count, and in a thoroughly miserable state. Carried by the back of the collar, the goblin no longer screamed, perhaps realizing it could not escape. It simply lowered its head, looking dejected and resigned. A goblin? I asked. Yeah, first time seeing one, right? I saw them in the library. The illustrations were terrifying. This one doesn't look quite the same. Humans and demons are mortal enemies, so naturally each side likes to draw the other as ugly as possible. As he spoke, Haimu casually threw the goblin to the ground, drew his sword, and placed it at the creature's neck. Ignoring its pale face entirely, he only looked at me and asked, So? Kill it. How do you usually deal with them? If a monster shows up in human territory, death is the natural outcome. But you're from another world and have no grudge against demonkind, so whether to kill it or not is up to you. What do you think? I don't care. Let it go. It's just a child. No need to make an enemy. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Haimu sheathed his sword and waved at the goblin. Scram. The child was so frightened that it scrambled away on hands and feet and vanished in a flash. After that, the two of us stayed by the roadside eating the noodles we had just cooked. Lura and I shared one bowl, and when Haimu was not looking, I fed her noodles. One reason was to keep Lura from being exposed. Another was that this goddess was truly hopeless. Aside from using her hands, she could not use any utensils at all. She could not even hold a spoon steadily, let alone chopsticks. Because I was effectively eating for two, our ingredients were always used up quickly. Fortunately, Haima never gave it much thought and simply assumed I had a huge appetite. Speaking of which, how did a goblin end up in human territory? Simple. This is the border of Country A, not far from demon lands. So every now and then, some demon either gets lost or comes over here because they can't survive back home. There are demons who can't survive either? Huh. The people at the bottom are all the same. At least on our side there are laws and rules on the surface, enough to give the weak a little protection. It's not like that over there. The demons worship survival of the fittest. In their eyes, weakness itself is the original sin. If you're weak, you're born to be bullied like an insect. In that sense, they're worse than we are. And no one resists? I told you, survival of the fittest. If you had the strength to resist, how would you ever end up at the bottom? And if someone had no strength but insisted on resisting anyway, then they die? What else would happen? While we were eating, Haimu noticed movement behind us. Turning around, he saw that same goblin again. It was peeking out from behind a rock, staring fixedly at the noodles in the pot, so absorbed that it did not realize it had already been spotted. Hey, that kid's back again, Haimu said. I looked over and happened to meet the goblin's eyes. I glanced at the pot and asked, did we make a bit too much today? Actually, yeah. So, would you mind sharing some with the kid? Fine. He looks pitiful enough. Haimu walked over to the carriage and took out a new bowl and chopsticks. I beckoned to the goblin to come over. At first it hesitated, but then seemed to reason that if we had wanted to kill it, we would have done so already. Swallowing nervously, it cautiously walked over to me. Can you talk? Why, yes. It nodded weakly. What's your name? Hey, Al. All right, Al. How did you end up here? I got lost. Do you know which way home is now? That way. It pointed behind itself, and that was indeed the direction closest to Country A's border. At that moment, Haimu came over and handed Al a bowl of noodles. Eat up, kid. Once you're done, get lost. Al looked at the bowl and froze, his face full of disbelief. It was not until Haimu urged him again. Take it already. What are you standing there for? Cack out your tongue. That he carefully accepted it. Then he immediately wolfed it down like a starving ghost reborn. The bowl was empty in no time, yet Al still looked hungry. Too embarrassed to ask for more, he only kept glancing at the pot from time to time. TCH, look at you. No dignity at all. Haimu snatched the bowl back and filled it again to the brim. Thank you. Al accepted it, and this time ate more slowly, keeping his head down the whole time, stiff and nervous. Wanting to ease the atmosphere, I casually asked, did anything interesting happen while you were on this side? Actually, yes. I ran into two refugees. Refugees? Why, yeah. I heard one of them say they were from Stone Village. Stone Village. Haimu immediately perked up. Tell it properly. Be clear. If you explain well, you'll get more food. What exactly happened? That was the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, Lost Al had been in a tree raiding a bird's nest for food. Just then, two ragged refugees sat down beneath the tree and started talking. Their clothes were very different, clearly showing they came from different places. The skinny refugee asked the fat one, Brother, you're so fat. Your family must have been well off. How come you ended up fleeing too? The fat man waved a hand. Don't even mention it. I used to be from Stone Village. If bandits hadn't raided the village, I never would have ended up like this. He said that not long ago, the Dragon King of Ghost Mountain had been killed. While the Dragon King had been alive, the bandits in the nearby mountains had never dared approach the village. But the moment she died, those bandits were no longer restrained, and that very night they stormed into the village like madmen, burning, killing, looting, committing every evil imaginable. By the end of the night, almost everyone in the village was dead. Only 8 people had escaped alive, and the fat man was one of them. At that point, the fat man grew angrier and angrier, cursing loudly. It's all that village chief's fault. Of all things to do, he had to go and provoke the Dragon King. Was he tired of living or what? Ha 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 ha, serves them right. Heaven has eyes after all. After hearing the whole story, Haimu could not help laughing out loud. He even looked at the goblin Al a little more favorably. He walked over to the carriage, took out a packet of food, and handed it to Al. Here, we keep our word. But Al did not dare take it. Such a stroke of luck falling from the sky only made him uneasy, especially since the one offering it was a human, and humans and demons were mortal enemies. He did not dare reach out. He was afraid that the moment he did, his hand would be cut off. This was not needless paranoia, because he had seen such things happen more than once. There was a bully in AL's village with a special hobby. He loved offering help when others were down, only to shove them into despair the moment they saw hope, all for his own amusement. Once, an old beggar went to pick up money that bully had dropped on the ground. The instant he reached out, the bully brought his foot down hard and crushed the old man's hand into pulp. It was a ghastly sight. Having seen such things often, Al had understood one truth from childhood. There was no such thing as a free meal. If someone offered you benefits for nothing, then either it was a trap or the price you would pay later would be enormous. Because of that fear, Al could not bring himself to reach out. Seeing this, Haimu urged him, "What is it now? You don't even want food? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The more Haimu urged him, the more terrified Al became. To him, it sounded as though Haimu were saying, "Go on, reach out, so I can chop your hand off. Hurry up, hurry up." Al panicked completely, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. In desperation, he unconsciously glanced at me, his face full of pleading. Perhaps it was only his imagination, but he had always felt that I was different from the humans he knew. Humans and demons were mortal enemies, so Al feared humans. And yet, strangely enough, he did not really fear me, as if I and the humans of this world were not even the same species. I noticed something odd in Al's behavior and thought perhaps the child did not dare accept the food. Seeing the pleading unease on his face, I immediately understood and turned to Haimu. "Why are you giving him food? That bundle is so conspicuous. He'd probably get targeted on the road back." As I spoke, I took a dozen or so silver coins from my pocket and pressed them directly into Al's hand with a smile. "Go buy yourself some food when you get back. Remember, hide the money well and don't let anyone see it." Looking at the silver coins in his hand, Al's mind went blank. He stared at me in disbelief. Though he could not feel the slightest malice from me, the whole thing felt intensely unreal. "No, something's wrong. This has to be a trap." That was what he thought in his heart. But then I spoke again. "Have you eaten enough?" "Why, yes." "Then head home early. We should be leaving too." "Oh, okay." He stiffly turned around and walked off into the distance, anxious every step of the way. Only after he had gone quite far did he swallow hard and look back. When he saw that we had not followed him, the weight in his heart finally lifted completely. What a genuinely good person. The carriage continued on toward White City. Around dusk that same day, the scenery ahead changed. As far as the eye could see, everything turned into a vast white expanse of snow, and light flakes drifted down from the sky. That meant we were not far from the border now. Only about one day's journey remained. Unlike the pleasant climate of the royal capital, White City was cold all year round. Every one of its 12 months was a world of ice and snow, no different from Earth's polar regions. "Listen up, brother. Beyond this point, it's no joke. Don't catch a cold." I nodded. In truth, the three of us had already put on extra clothing the moment the temperature began dropping sharply. Because of the snow, the carriage moved much more slowly after that. "By the way, have you thought of your title yet?" Haima suddenly asked. "Title? Aren't you going to preach? And you're the one directly in charge of it, which basically makes you the high priest. Around here, high priests usually have a special title. Haven't you thought about that?" "Not yet." "Then think of one now. There's still time. Can't I just use my real name?" "Your real name? Bai? You've got to be kidding." He looked thoroughly amused. "Brother, no offense, but your name really doesn't sound impressive at all. A color plus a number. Sounds exactly like some disposable extra who dies in the background. It's no different from some faceless bystander in a story, completely lacking any spark. Around here, a high priest's title has to sound as grand as possible, or at the very least have some flavor to it. Look at names like Heaven Knower, Ghost Speaker, or Bird Breaker. Every one of them has more depth than your Bai. Hurry up and think of something while there's still time. Is my name really that bad?" "It's terrible. Your dad absolutely sucked at naming people. Even I could do better." I thought about it and had to admit he had a point. If I wanted to preach, I really did need a more imposing title, one better suited for spreading. Titles mattered a lot. Think about it. If a high priest calling himself Li Gooden suddenly appeared and tried to sell you a religion, then no matter how enthusiastic he was, any normal person hearing that name would instinctively become wary and keep their distance. So, as a priest of the God of life, what kind of title would make people sit up and take notice, and also help the faith spread? I closed my eyes and thought it over, finally deciding to start from my own abilities. That seemed the most fitting. First of all, I could absorb other people's injuries, which in a sense made me a kind of doctor, so the character for medicine or healing could stay. And since I was the chief high priest of the god of life, life could also be used. Life healer? Fate healer? TCH, awkward. Not much character there. My ability was resurrection after death, and after taking on others' injuries. Only suicide could clear the negative status. Reduced to its essence, that came down to one word. Death. So, what do you think of Death Healer? I asked. Death Healer? Death Healer. Haimu repeated it several times and kept nodding. I think it works. A healer who pulls people back from the brink of death. Fits the God of Life theme pretty well, and it sounds appropriate right away. Let's go with that. Then that's the one. Pretty good. What about preaching lines then? Shouldn't a high priest sound a bit more official? That's not a problem. White City is full of heretics. When the time comes, just find some old veteran there and learn from him. White City was an old city of modest size. At most, it could once hold 50,000 people. Of course, that had been a long time ago. Now, all that remained in White City was a group of abandoned weaklings, with a total population of less than 1,000. Among the survivors, aside from the completely numbed local residents, the rest were fugitives who had fled there from elsewhere. Most were wanted heretics with nowhere left to go, and only came to such a godforsaken place because they truly had no other choice. Not long ago, White City had just suffered an earthquake. The magnitude had not been very large, but for a city like White City, neglected for years and already on the verge of collapse, it had been a devastating blow. A great many houses had fallen down, and some people had lost their homes altogether. Adults who still had some strength and were reasonably capable would find ways to gather bricks and build some kind of shelter to live in. But as for those children and orphans who had no strength, who had starved for so many years they could not even carry bricks, and who knew nothing about repairing houses, the road ahead for them was little different from simply waiting to die. Not far outside White City's gate stood a huge dead tree. It had been dead for ages, bare and naked, not even a strip of bark left on it. That bark had long since been peeled off by the townspeople and eaten. Beneath the tree was a girl of 14 or 15, dressed thinly in ragged clothes. She was skin and bones, sallow and undernourished, her face smeared with mud, and her long white hair a tangled mess. The girl was busy at work under the tree. In her hand was a broken bowl, and with it she was digging a hole at the base of the tree. The freezing wind outside the city bit into her, making her shiver nonstop. But as if sustained by some hope inside, she gritted her teeth and dug the hole deeper and deeper, not stopping until it was a full 20 centimeters deep. The girl picked up a neatly trimmed branch lying beside her and planted it in the hole as though planting a tree. Then she carefully took a few red paper flowers and a piece of thin string from her clothes, tied the flowers onto the branch, and began decorating it little by little. Why was she doing this? For one reason only. Today was Christmas, the once-a-year day of miracles. The old people in the city said Christmas was a holiday from the age of peace. It was a story an old hero passing through White City had once told them. The old man said that whenever Christmas came, Santa Claus would descend to the human world. He would bring gifts to good children and secretly place them into the socks the children had prepared. The girl did not know whether the legend was true, because she herself had only heard of it not long ago. But she wanted to try, and for this she had prepared for several days in advance. Shivering, she tied the red paper flowers to the branch, wanting to make the most beautiful Christmas tree possible so that Santa Claus would be pleased. After hanging up all the decorations, she took out a crude sock as big as a hat and hung it on the branch. When everything was done, she was already exhausted. It was so cold outside the city, and yet she refused to leave. She was afraid that when Santa Claus came and saw no one there, he would think the place was deserted and leave no gift behind. As for why she had planted the tree outside in the snow, because this spot was the most conspicuous, and Santa Claus would notice it the moment he arrived. Santa Claus, please give unfortunate Lulu a little charity. Lulu is a good child and has never done anything bad. Lulu wants something to eat. Grass roots or tree bark will do. Of course, if it's meat, that would be even better. Curled up beneath the tree, the girl fell asleep with these thoughts in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, the snow had stopped, and it was the next morning. Stiff from the cold, she sat up with difficulty and looked at the Christmas tree with full expectation. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. Beside the tree was a raised mound of snow, and something was clearly buried beneath it. Because Lulu is a good child, Santa Claus really did come to see me. Overjoyed, the girl tried to stand and walk over. But the moment she got up, the whole world spun around her, and severe hypoglycemia made her collapse to the ground with a thud. But no matter how weak her body was, it could not suppress the ecstasy in her heart. With great effort, she crawled back up and, like an animal, moved on all fours, scrambling toward the snow mound. She impatiently dug out the tattered sock and eagerly untied it to pour out its contents. Clatter, clatter. But what came out was not food. It was only a pile of stones and dirt. In that instant, the whole girl froze in shock. At the same time, ha! Not far ahead, a 10-year-old boy was clutching his stomach and laughing at her. The girl recognized him. He was the child of the landlord and loved practical jokes and tormenting others. Because his family was untouchable, the girl had no power to resist. She felt only grievance. Her nose stung, and tears spilled down. Seeing that, the boy laughed even harder. Oh ho, the bastard's crying. The bastard's crying. Clapping his hands, he was overjoyed. But he did not clap for long. Not because he had suddenly found a conscience, but simply because the girl was too weak. She fainted dead away and collapsed onto the ground. The boy ran over and stomped on her face a few times. When she still did not wake up, he pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. How boring. Then he kicked down the Christmas tree and swaggered back into the city. By noon that same day, after a full month of traveling, the carriage finally arrived at White City. Damn it, we finally made it. Haimu cursed as usual, but there was delight on his face. I pulled back the carriage curtain and looked at the city wall. It's really run down. Well, sure. It's been abandoned for who knows how many years. I looked around, and by chance noticed that dead tree. Is there something over there? Haimu narrowed his eyes in the direction I pointed. Huh, looks like a person. The two of us jumped down from the carriage and ran over. Pushing aside the snow, we found a frozen girl. My God, how miserable. Haimu checked her breathing. Thank goodness, she's still alive. But her body is ice cold. She's probably done for. Seeing me reach out my hand. Holy shit. He slapped my hand away in fright. What are you doing? Obviously trying to save her. Otherwise. Before I could finish, he shot me a glare. Are you crazy? Seeing that I still did not understand, he explained. I just said it. This kid's in really bad shape. She could die at any moment. Do you not understand your own ability? What if you save her with one foot forward, and then die yourself with the next? Hearing that, I finally fully understood Haimu's concern. After all, he did not know about my eye reload ability. In his eyes, my power was simply to take on someone else's injuries, then recover slowly myself after the negative effects wore off. But what if the amount of damage on the target was too great? What if I absorbed the injuries and died before I had a chance to remove the negative effect? Wouldn't that be the end of me? In Haimu's eyes, my physical constitution was not good at all. I was just a frail scholar at best, maybe only a little fast on my feet. To put it in simple terms, suppose a strong and sturdy person was gravely wounded and had lost 100 health, leaving him with only half his life. If I stepped in and absorbed that 100 points of damage, then in theory, I would also be left with only half my life. But the problem was that my body and his were worlds apart. He was tough and could endure it. I was weak, and taking that same 100 points might kill me on the spot. Haimu did not know whether my absorption worked proportionally or copied the damage exactly, but he felt it was better to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. My own thinking was different. I had died too many times already. To me, even if something went wrong, it did not really matter. At worst, I would just do it over again. But Haimu did not know my ability, so naturally he was nervous on my behalf. I was grateful that Haimu was thinking of me, and I also felt that his concern was not without reason. This girl and I were complete strangers. There was no need for me to throw myself away trying to save her. Even if I did not die, being tormented by that kind of freezing cold would surely feel awful. Besides, what if there was something wrong with the girl's mind? If I saved her, wouldn't I risk turning myself into an idiot too? And once I became an idiot, how would I kill myself? How would I start over? Most likely I would spend the rest of my life half-crazed under Haimu's care. Thanks. I wasn't thinking it through. I nodded and withdrew my hand. So what do we do now? Take her into the city and find a doctor. We'll do what we can, and after that, it'll depend on the child's fate. All right. The two of us lifted the girl into the carriage and rode into the city. There was no one guarding the city gate, no soldiers either. Only a few people who had heard the commotion poked their heads out from sheltered corners and looked over curiously. Hey, is there a doctor here? Or a priest? Anyone know how to treat illness? Haimu jumped down from the carriage and shouted at the top of his lungs. Those few people looked even more puzzled and began whispering among themselves. Fortunately, a woman in her 50s seemed a little bolder. With her hands tucked into her sleeves, she walked over. Why, you're looking for a doctor? You are one. Why, yes. Good. Haimu climbed up into the carriage, took the girl from my arms, and carried her over to the old woman. This child is frozen through. You, figure out how to keep her alive. Afterward, I'll give you money and food. This is a deposit." As he spoke, he took out several silver coins and shoved them into her startled hand. Without caring whether she agreed or not, he added, "But if you fail to save her, you're dead. My blade is no joke." With that mixture of intimidation and temptation, the woman was so frightened that she nodded repeatedly. She waved at the people watching from the corner and called them over. At first, those people were wary and did not dare come out, but once they saw the silver coins flashing in the woman's hand, they ran over at once. After that, things were simple. The woman carried the girl into a mud house nearby, which was her home. Once everyone had left our sight, Haimu finally let out a breath and returned to the carriage. "Did you have to say it that harshly?" I asked suddenly. "Ah, you don't get it. If you don't make it sound serious, they might not try their hardest. I feel like something's off with you." "Oh, how so?" "It's rare to see you this impulsive. Someone who didn't know better would think that girl had some connection to you. It was the same when we left the capital too. You almost got the two of us killed trying to save a girl." Sorry. I'm not blaming you." Seeing him avoid my gaze as though dodging the subject, I did not press him further. I only asked, "Where are we going next?" "To my house. Hopefully it hasn't collapsed yet." 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a dilapidated mud house. It was a courtyard compound made of earth bricks. The door had been torn away, several of the rooms had collapsed, and the yard was a complete mess, clearly abandoned for a long time. After so many years away, now returned home, Haimu could not help feeling a surge of emotion. Standing in front of the courtyard, he sighed. "I thought I'd never come back again. Enough standing there getting sentimental. Get inside already. I'm freezing." The two of us went in and looked around. I entered what seemed to be a bedroom and actually found a picture frame on the floor with a black and white family photo still inside. "Why is there a photograph?" I asked in confusion, picking it up and wiping it clean. "This should be technology from our side." Haimu walked over. "Because photography was invented by a hero from the past. People from another world bring their own culture over here sooner or later." The photo showed a family of 4, a husband and wife, plus 2 children. The couple looked very young, no more than 25 or 26, and their features resembled Haimu's. Looking at the picture, I could not help commenting. "This woman should be your mother, this man your father, and this little girl with the ponytail, about 7 or 8, is your younger sister." "Huh. And who's this ugly idiot with the punchable face?" "Your friend. Why aren't you saying anything?" "Bad relationship. That's me, damn it." "Oh, so you have a younger sister? You did that on purpose, didn't you? No wonder you were so impulsive earlier. So that's what it was. You never told me you had a sister. You really are. Forget it." He sighed and sat down on the floor helplessly, his tone turning gloomy. "That winter, we really couldn't survive anymore. I went out looking for food, and when I came back, my little sister was gone. The neighbors said my parents had sold her to a passing merchant. And then, there was no then. No news ever again. The thing worth mentioning is that the money they got for selling her still wasn't enough to get the family through that winter. Because the tax collectors came from above, and before the money had even warmed in our hands, it was taken away. Not long after that, my father starved to death, my mother hanged herself. As for me, I left White City and went to the royal capital to try my luck." At this point, he gave a bitter smile, one edged with irony. "I've always thought it was retribution. Retribution for selling my sister. You'll find her. Maybe she's living well now. I hope so. Also, I wasn't deliberately hiding it from you. That's normal. Everyone has topics they don't want to talk about. Even me. There are plenty of things I haven't told you." Shuffle, shuffle. Footsteps came from behind us. We turned and saw a thin little old man in his 60s. Is that little Blackie?" The old man stared at Haimu, obviously uncertain. He was plainly dressed, thin as a stick, with a full head of white hair and a white beard, his back somewhat hunched. Haimu did not recognize the old man, but Little Blackie had been his childhood nickname, so naturally it rang a bell. I'm John. Old John from next door. Is it really you, Blackie?" "Uncle John." Haimu was startled and only then remembered. This old John was none other than their former neighbor, someone who used to visit often and had been on good terms with Haimu's parents, giving them plenty of help. But at the time, Haimu had still been a child and had had no interest at all in the social ties of the adults. Not long after leaving home, he had forgotten nearly every relative and acquaintance from those days. In the past, Haimu probably would not have cared much about old John. But now, after so many years, to return home and still see an elder from his childhood stirred up a flood of emotions. "Uncle John, you're not dead yet. You're doing okay, right?" An excited Haimu rushed forward at once. "Really now, your mouth is still just like when you were little." Sorry. How's Annie? Dead. Starved to death long ago. Now it's just me at home. This. It's fine. I'm used to it. Tell me about yourself. I heard you went to the royal capital and even became the captain of the king's guards. Is that true? It's true. Oh, you fool. Old John suddenly looked like someone deeply disappointed that a good piece of metal had not been forged properly. Then why did you come back? Wouldn't it have been better to stay in the capital and enjoy yourself? Do you know what White City is like now? The people here have already rebelled. If they find out you're from the royal capital, they'll kill you for sure. Quick, before they figure out who you are, leave at once. Go back. As he spoke, he grabbed Haimu's hand and started pulling him toward the door. Haimu lightly shook himself free and smiled. Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm not back here for fun. I'm wanted, so I had no choice but to return. Wanted? What? Why else? To serve a ruler is to live beside a tiger. That dead fat fool is incompetent and unjust and looks down on the lower classes. I come from the bottom myself, so isn't it only natural he'd dislike me? I see. Old John looked at me again. Then this one, is he wanted too? This is by E, a hero summoned from another world. His situation is more or less the same as mine. I'll explain the details to you slowly later. Anyway, he has nowhere else to go either, so he teamed up with me. I see. Old John walked over to me, looking full of respect. Hero. As he spoke, he was about to kneel and bow. After all, heroes always held very high status among humans. Oh no, no, no. I quickly held him up. Haimu came over too. No need for all that, uncle. My brother here isn't like other heroes. And don't go spreading around that he's a hero either. If the palace hears about it, there'll be trouble. Oh, okay, understood, understood. Once the greetings were over, we got down to business. Old John asked, so, if you're in White City now, what are your plans going forward? It's like this, uncle. First, we plan to take the city lord's seat. The city lord? Yeah. Do you know the current city lord? If you do, can you introduce us? We want to buy his position for 100 gold coins. That part isn't hard. It's just, may I ask, which of you would become city lord? Of course, my brother. He's sharp and he can read. Unlike me, I can't read a single character, so I'm obviously not suited for that. I see. All right then. Wait here for a moment. I'll go tell the city lord about your situation first. Then we'll trouble you, uncle. Old John left, saying he'd be back soon. I looked in the direction he had gone. Can this man be trusted? Probably. Still, being careful won't hurt. If he takes a fancy to our carriage and goes to call people, that'll be trouble. If that really happens, then I suppose I'll just have to put righteousness before family. Can you beat them? In a dump like this, how many thugs could there really be? It's always better to be careful. 10 minutes later, Old John returned. Haimu stepped forward. How did it go, uncle? The old man nodded. We more or less reached an agreement. But the city lord has one condition. What is it? 100 gold isn't enough. He wants 200. 200. Haimu frowned and exchanged a glance with me. Only after I nodded did he say, fine. 200 it is. Take us to meet him. No, I haven't finished. The city lord has 2 more conditions. What? First, he doesn't want your money for himself. He only hopes you'll use the 200 to buy grain and then distribute it according to headcount to all the residents of White City. Huh. Haimu inhaled sharply. So this city lord isn't such a bad guy after all. His brow relaxed a little, and then he added, but speaking of which, if it's such a good opportunity to win support, why doesn't he do it himself? If he took the money and bought grain to hand out, wouldn't that be even better? I asked that too. And what did he say? He said this was the kind of thing the new city lord should do. It would help solidify the new city lord's standing. He only hopes the new city lord will treat the people well in the future and not let them down. I will, I said. And the second condition? The second is that he wants you to kill someone. Kill someone. The moment he heard it was his line of work, Haimu immediately became interested. Who? The landlord in the North District. Lord Logi. What's wrong with him? He's the local tyrant of White City. He keeps several thugs and struts around the city all day, committing every kind of evil. We've suffered enough from him. And the city lord has never dealt with him? He can't. The city lord has no men under his command, and his own life isn't easy either. I see. Fine then. Uncle, lead the way. Let's go meet this whoever his name is. All right, all right. The 3 of us rode the carriage toward the north side of the city. Along the way, people saw unfamiliar faces arriving in town and kept poking their heads out to look. When they noticed old John sitting on the carriage, they called out, John, where are you going? Old John did not hide it. To settle accounts with Logi. Then, afraid that too few people might make things go wrong, he added, hey, call everyone over too. so that beast doesn't escape. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of a huge courtyard estate. It was old, but still impressive. Haimu and I climbed down and said to old John on the carriage, "Uncle, wait here. We'll be back soon. Be careful." The two of us entered the courtyard. There was only one burly man sweeping. Seeing unfamiliar faces, he asked in confusion, "You two, what are you here for?" I stepped forward and smiled faintly. "Businessmen. We're here to discuss a deal with your master." "Businessmen? What kind of deal?" "Grain business. Please let him know." "Fine. Wait here. Don't go wandering around." The man went into the inner yard. Before long, a middle-aged man with a fat head and large ears came out, followed by three thugs. Judging by his appearance, he must be the landlord old John had mentioned. At first, the landlord thought some important figure had arrived and was thrilled. But the moment he came out and saw that it was only two plainly dressed young men, his face immediately drooped. In a cold voice he said, "You're the ones here to discuss business?" "Yes." Haimu smiled faintly and stepped forward. "How much grain do you have?" "We have." Haimu's voice dropped lower, and then his lips moved without making a sound. "What?" The landlord thought he had misheard and instinctively tilted his head, leaning forward a little. And it was in that slight lean. Flash. Haimu's blade came down directly. In the span of a single blink, the landlord's head hit the ground, and his fat body crashed heavily after it with a dull thud. All of it happened too fast. Those thugs did not even have time to come back to their senses. By the time they reacted, Haimu was already slashing at them. Hero spare. One of them had only just begun to beg for mercy when his head was cut off. Another turned and ran, only to be chased down by Haimu and cleanly cut down with one swift stroke. Very soon, the whole courtyard fell silent, leaving behind only several corpses on the ground that were still warm. Old John saw the entire scene clearly from the courtyard gate. At the same time, nearby residents who had heard the commotion also came running over. But none of them had brought any weapons. Normally, they had never dared resist the landlord, and now, not knowing what exactly was happening inside, they naturally did not dare rush in recklessly. He's dead. Laji is dead. One sharp-eyed person spotted the landlord's corpse at once. In an instant, the whole crowd erupted. The villagers were shocked, delighted, and confused all at once, and all of them turned to question old John. Old John did not hide much. Aside from not mentioning my identity as a hero, he roughly explained everything else. Seeing that Haimu and I had gone into the inner rooms and worried something might happen to us, he called out, "Come on, folks, we can't just stand here watching. A savior's finally come for us. We can't let anything happen to them." Now that the landlord, the one everyone feared most, was dead, the terror in people's hearts was no longer as overwhelming as before. With old John's encouragement, everyone rushed into the landlord's house at once and vented the hatred they had bottled up for years. "Beat them to death. Beat these beasts to death. Don't let a single one go. Don't let them run." Shouting all the while, those with grudges avenged their grudges. Those with hatred avenged their hatred. In less than an hour, they had dragged everyone inside out into the courtyard. There were not many people, really, just the landlord's 3 wives, plus 5 thugs who were still alive. By now all of them had been beaten half to death, tied up with hemp rope, and thrown into the courtyard to await judgment. News of the landlord household's downfall spread through the whole city very quickly. By the time Haimu and I came back out into the courtyard, it was already packed with people, most of whom had just heard the news and rushed over to watch. Once it looked like most of the crowd had gathered, old John stepped forward. "Everyone, let me introduce them. This is Haimu, Little Blackie, one of our own from this town. Some of the older folks should still remember him. And this one here is Mr. Death Healer, the chief high priest of the God of Life. Starting today, he is the new city lord of White City. From now on, whatever troubles you have, he can stand up for you." Everyone applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause broke out at once. Even though they knew nothing about me, the people were happy to see the new city lord slaughter the landlord. After all, it was a righteous deed, and it instantly won me enormous support. The crowd, combined with old John's authority, suddenly made me realize something. I looked at him and said quietly, "You're actually the city lord, aren't you?" Having been seen through, old John froze for a moment, then smiled faintly. "That's not important. What's important is that now, the city lord is you." That speech of old John's was, in effect, a formal confirmation of the new city lord's identity. Next came dealing with the landlord household's remaining mess. The 8 bound people on the ground were trembling, whether from fear or from the cold. It was hard to tell. "See, city lord, What should be done with these people? Someone asked bravely. I glanced at him, then at the 8 in front of me, and said only, find a place to lock them up first. Afterward, we will make careful inquiries, investigate their usual conduct and reputation, and decide the punishment according to the results. After all, in such harsh circumstances, they may not all have followed that landlord willingly. Take these 3 women, for example. Who can guarantee they were not victims who were forcibly taken? Right, right, that's best. Reasonable and justified. Our city lord clearly isn't the sort to kill the innocent indiscriminately. One villager took the lead in flattering me, hoping to leave a good impression. The others immediately followed suit. Yeah, that's for the best. Right, that's the fairest way. As they spoke, they locked the 8 people in the landlord family's cellar. After that, old John asked, then, city lord, what should we do with the grain found in the landlord's house? As he said this, almost everyone looked at me with eager eyes. The landlord's fall was certainly good news, but what everyone cared about more at that moment was whether they had food for the next meal. I had seen the granary. In truth, not much remained, only about half a room's worth. That amount of grain could feed the landlord's family for a long time, but if divided among the whole city, it would probably only last 1 or 2 days. Seeing the crowd so full of expectation, I did not want to dampen their spirits, so I said, the grain will be distributed by head count. Form a line, everyone will get a share. The moment those words came out, the crowd burst into cheers. Some of the elderly were so excited they even began to cry. Wait, everyone, let me finish. It took me shouting several times before the crowd finally quieted down. I looked around and said, the grain can be given to you, but I must state one ugly truth in advance. As the saying goes, no rules, no order. Since I am now the city lord, then naturally I must put your public order in shape. So I want one thing from all of you. Each person may take only their own share. Under no circumstances may anyone, after taking their own, turn their eyes towards someone else's. No excuse will be accepted. If I catch anyone doing so, the punishment will be death. Understood? The moment I said this, someone immediately chimed in. Understood. The city lord is right. This is to protect the old, the weak, the women, and the children. We understand. The crowd agreed quickly, but far less enthusiastically than before. I could tell some people were still hesitating. So I continued, I know what some of you are thinking. You're afraid that if you miss this chance, there may never be another like it. So you want to do everything you can to get as much grain as possible. Hunger truly is unbearable. To be honest with you, I also came from the bottom. I too have suffered hunger and cold, so I understand this way of thinking. But even so, rules are rules. Of course, there's no need for everyone to worry too much. Since I have become city lord, then it is my duty to make sure you no longer go hungry. To speak plainly, on the road here I had already discussed this with Haimu and old John. We plan to go out within the next couple of days and purchase at least 200 gold coins worth of grain. All of that grain will be distributed to you. When the time comes, you need only come to the city lord's residence to register and collect your share. And what's more, that grain will be completely free, with no strings attached. Good. Before my voice had even fully fallen, the scene exploded into thunderous applause and cheering, even more intense than before. Some people were so overwhelmed that they fainted on the spot. After that, things became much easier. Old John selected a dozen or so reliable acquaintances to keep order on site and distribute the grain. As for himself, he climbed into the carriage with Haimu and me, wanting to take me to the city lord's residence as quickly as possible so I could familiarize myself with the city's situation. So you're the city lord after all, Uncle John? Why didn't you say so earlier? On the road, Haimu finally fully caught on. Old John waved his hand with a bitter smile. City lord in name only. In truth, I can't help with much of anything. At most, I'm just a trash bin everyone comes to pour their complaints into. John, Uncle. For a moment, I did not know how best to address him. Just call me Old John. I'd rather call you Uncle John. Haimu and I are close friends, and you're his elder, so it's only proper. This, as long as the city lord doesn't mind. Then, Uncle John, does White City have any soldiers? No. Anyone can come and go in White City. Whether we have soldiers or not makes little difference. At first, I wanted to gather some men to deal with the landlord too, but I couldn't even afford to feed them a meal, so who would be willing to risk their life for me? We need to recruit people as soon as possible. It won't do to have no one under our command. Uncle John, you're respected and you know this place well, so I'll have to trouble you with that. Don't worry, City Lord. Even if you hadn't said it, I'd still go find people for you. In the future, whenever there are things I need advice on, Please help me as much as you can, uncle. Of course, you won't go unrewarded. Haha, City Lord, you flatter me. I'm a simple man. As long as you treat the people of White City well and are willing to let them live better lives, I'll do whatever you ask. After this exchange, my impression of old John improved greatly. He truly was a warm-hearted good man. With him as an advisor, I would be able to avoid many unnecessary detours. The three of us headed straight for the city lord's residence, but halfway there we were stopped by a 10-year-old boy. The boy was dressed very well, not in any especially fine fabric, but there was not a single patch on his clothes, which showed that his family was well off. That's right, this boy was none other than the brat who had earlier tormented that Christmas girl. He had just come back from outside the city and still did not know what had happened in town. There he stood in the middle of the road, looking smug, arms spread wide in a big T shape. As for why? Simply because he had taken a liking to the carriage and wanted it for himself. Whoa! Haimu pulled the reins and stopped the carriage, cursing, "Damn it! Are you looking to die? Don't you know how to walk properly?" The boy was instantly annoyed. "You dare curse at me? Do you know who my father is?" Seeing how confident he looked, and noticing that he had come from outside the city, Haimu was not completely sure and asked old John beside him, "Uncle, he is?" "The landlord's only son. A rotten seed." "I see." As he spoke, Haimu looked at me again. I was drinking tea as though nothing concerned me. "What do we do?" I said nothing extra. I simply put the lid back on the thermos cup and replied in an even tone, "Kill him. Not lock him up first like the others. That's different. He's direct family." Haimu did not ask any more. He nodded and jumped down from the carriage. The boy saw this and said, "What? Scared now? Too late. Unless you give me this carriage, I wait." "Why you? What are you doing?" Only when Haimu had already drawn his blade did the boy realize something was wrong. His eyes widened, and he turned to run. "Help! Flash!" Before he could finish, his head was cut off in a single stroke, separated cleanly from his body, and he collapsed to the ground. When Haimu came back to the carriage, he looked somewhat helplessly at the blood on his blade. "Does killing children make you uncomfortable?" I asked. "Not really." He slid the blade back into its sheath and climbed back up. "It's just that the blade's getting dull again. Sigh. Looks like I'll need a new one." Again, it was always like this back in the palace too. I changed my blade once a month. The smith who forged them for me said my sword style was too violent and damaged the blade too much. If only I could get a really sturdy, really good sword. After that, the three of us reached the city lord's residence, the place that was, in theory, where the city lord should conduct official business. It was a large but old villa. Because it had been unused for so long, it had long since fallen into disrepair, full of dust and cobwebs everywhere inside. Although old John was called the city lord, he had been elected spontaneously by the local people, not officially appointed by the royal capital. His seat as city lord had never been truly stable, so he had always lived in his own home and had never once moved into the residence. There were many rooms in the city lord's residence, and the three of us spent quite a while wandering through it. Old John said he would find some people to come clean it up later. For now, what concerned him more was the matter of the 200 gold coins worth of grain, and he brought it up himself. White City lies on the border of Country A. There are no other towns nearby, and naturally there is no real trade with other cities either. Then where does the grain come from? I asked in confusion, but I could tell old John probably had a way, or he would not have brought this matter up. "Don't worry, City Lord. Even though we can't do business with people, we can still do business with demonkind, as long as you don't mind." "I don't mind." "Explain it clearly." "It's like this, City Lord. In the dead forest north of the city lives a demon merchant. No one knows where he came from, but he's extremely capable. It is said that as long as you have the money, there is nothing he can't sell you. But there is one condition. He only does big business of at least 100 gold coins. If you trust me, City Lord, then tomorrow you may as well come with me to pay him a visit." That works. And so the next day's plan was settled. Not long after, old John found a few people to help clean the city lord's residence. Because they had just received grain from the landlord's stores, these people worked especially hard. I had wanted to lend a hand, but they politely drove me out on the grounds of how could the city lord possibly do this kind of work. With no other choice, I had to take Lura out for a walk. It was at that moment that the woman doctor from the city gate approached, her face full of smiles. "City Lord, that girl is all right now. Did you receive your grain?" I asked, replying to the city lord, "Yes. I had to look after that child and couldn't leave, so a neighbor claimed it for me." "And the child's share?" "That was claimed too. I was planning to hand it to her once she woke up." "What about the rest of her family?" Replying to the city lord, "She's an orphan. Lead the way. I went to the woman's home and entered the bedroom where the girl was staying. When I went in, the girl was still lying on the bed, not yet awake. Fortunately, her complexion had improved a little, and her face was no longer as bloodless as before. One glance was enough for me to tell that she was severely malnourished. Has she woken up at all in the meantime? Replying to the city lord, not yet. Prepare something for her to eat. Make it hot. I'll do it right away. The woman quickly went into the kitchen and took out some beans, rice, and pork from what she had just received from the landlord's stores, preparing to cook a pot of meat porridge. This food was taken from her own share. At first, she had hesitated, reluctant to part with it. But when she thought of it as the city lord's order, she finally gritted her teeth and acted generously for once, trusting that the city lord would not mistreat her. The woman was quick with her hands, and before long the smell of food drifted out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, my attention fell on an old medical book resting on the bedside table. I picked it up and flipped through it, only to find it filled with the names of medicinal herbs I had never heard before. Combined with the dried herbs hanging on the wall and the tools in the room for grinding medicine, I inferred that this woman was probably a scientific doctor, not a priest who relied on magic. Which made sense. After all, in this world those who could use magic were still a minority. The great majority of people could only survive by means that had nothing to do with magic. While I was reading, the girl on the bed suddenly stirred. I closed the book and saw her slowly open her eyes. She seemed confused about her situation, and after dimly catching sight of me, she asked hazily, "Are you Santa Claus? You can think of me that way. What's your name?" "Lulu." "Santa Claus, I'm Lulu. I'm a good child. I know. That's why I came to see you." "So the legend is true? That's wonderful." She smiled in contentment, but as she kept speaking, fatigue overtook her again and she fell back asleep. Seeing that she was no longer in any real danger, I went to the kitchen and found the woman. "Take good care of this child. In a few days, I'll come to fetch her." As I spoke, I took out 2 gold coins and placed them on the stove. Before she could say anything, I turned and left. Lulu was awakened by the smell of food. Opening her eyes, she saw the woman looking at her with a kindly smile and instinctively felt a little wary. But soon the woman brought over a large bowl of freshly cooked meat porridge and said kindly, "Eat. Eat plenty and build your strength back up." Lulu had not eaten for several days. The moment she saw food, she forgot everything else, took it, and began wolfing it down. The woman kept smiling and watched her finish half the bowl. Only when she noticed the woman staring at her did Lulu feel a little embarrassed. And after half a bowl, she was not quite as hungry anymore, so she tentatively asked, "As Santa Claus, where is he?" "What? Teach the person from before. You mean the new city lord? He went back. He said he'd come fetch you in a few days." "City lord?" On the other side, when I returned to the city lord's residence, I ran straight into old John. "City lord, I was just looking for you." "What is it, Uncle John?" "It's about the landlord's household." "What about it?" "The investigation results on those 8 have come out. There's nothing much to say about the 5 thugs. They're guilty of every crime. As for the 3 women, the situation is a bit more complicated. The first wife was Logi's lawful wife, and she's no good either. The second and third were both common women forcibly taken by Logi. Their reputations are good, and no one has seen them bullying others. Release the second and third and treat them the same as everyone else. Kill the rest. Isn't that obvious enough? The third is easy. The problem is the second, city lord. What you may not know is that the boy little Blackie chopped down earlier was the second wife's son. Kill all of them except the second and third first. Then send someone to do some ideological work on the second and give her some compensation. If she can let it go, then let it go. If she insists on revenge, kill her too. Understood. By nightfall, the city lord's residence had been roughly cleaned up. Because landlord Logi had fallen, all the furniture and household goods from his home had been moved into the empty residence, saving me the trouble and expense of buying new furnishings. From that day on, Haimu and I were officially settled in the city lord's residence. And under our strong insistence, old John also moved in with us. After all, he was a lonely old man living by himself. Better that he live here with us, where things could be discussed conveniently whenever needed. That night, after eating a little and finalizing tomorrow's plans with old John, I led Lura off to sleep. There were plenty of rooms in the residence, and I had specifically arranged one for her. Before, the 2 of us had only shared one room because we had no choice. But now things were different. Since we finally had a stable place to stay, then, as believer in goddess, we naturally ought to maintain a certain distance and not become overly intimate. Only by doing that could I express the proper respect I held for my goddess. The moment I opened the door, Lura happily threw herself onto the big bed and rolled around on it like a child, spinning and tumbling. I smiled and said nothing more. Rest early. See you tomorrow. Then I shut the door and went back to my own room next door. And the moment Lura heard the door close, she instinctively turned to look. Seeing that I had already left, she stopped rolling happily like before and instead sat quietly on the bed, staring at the door over and over, as though expecting something. In the middle of the night, at 3 in the morning, snow was falling heavily. I woke with the urge to urinate, got out of bed, and wanted to deal with it quickly. But the moment I opened the door, I discovered that there was suddenly a snowman half a meter tall sitting outside my room, and I could not help staring in confusion. I was still wondering who had made it when, whoosh, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew past, making me shiver. I had intended to ignore it and deal with my business first, but the wind blew away the snow coating the outside of the snowman, revealing the clothes underneath. I froze, finding them strangely familiar. I reached out and brushed away the snow, and then I saw a familiar face beneath it, so startling that I nearly jumped. Lura. Yes, this was not a snowman at all. It was clearly the goddess Lura, crouched on the ground with her legs hugged to her chest. By now her little face had long since gone pale from the cold. When she saw that I had discovered her, she gave me a sweet smile, then stiffly stood up and walked straight into my room. By the time I came to my senses and followed her inside, Lura had already taken off her coat and climbed into my bed covers. Lura. I carefully lifted the blanket, only to see Lura curled up in a ball, hugging a pillow, her eyes closed. Are you asleep, Lura? I asked softly, but she gave no reaction at all, looking only peaceful, as if in deep sleep. All right. Lura had been a little strange tonight, but the child had never been entirely normal to begin with, and I could not figure out why, so I went to the toilet first. When I came back and lifted the blanket again, I found that her sleeping posture had changed. That meant that during the brief moment I had been away, the little one had clearly moved. But why was she pretending to be asleep again now? Are you in a bad mood, my lady? I felt that she was sulking, yet I could not find a reason. Or did I do something wrong? She still gave no response, only hugging the pillow with that calm expression. I could not make sense of it, and since there were things to do tomorrow, I could not afford to delay any longer. So I spread bedding on the floor and got under the covers myself. Before long, I was growing drowsy, on the verge of falling asleep. But at that moment, rustle, something slipped into my blanket. The body was cold, and I immediately guessed who it was. Lura. I called out once, but there was no response. You really shouldn't do this, Lura. We ought to keep some distance. She still did not respond, only tightened her grip on my arm a little more. I tried to explain the consequences to her clearly, even if, at the moment, she was only like a child. As I saw it, Lura's mind had regressed only because her power had weakened. As her believers increased, her power and memories would gradually return. When that day came, the intimate memories between me, a mere human, and her would very likely become a shameful black history that this goddess would rather never look back on. It was precisely because of that concern that I had deliberately kept my distance. Her not understanding things was one matter, but as her follower, I absolutely could not take advantage of her weakness and profane a god. Have you thought about the consequences, Lura? One day in the future, you'll definitely regret this. My voice was full of helplessness. I had meant to say more, but suddenly I felt my arm grow a little wet. I froze slightly. Are you crying, Lura? She did not answer. She only buried her face into my chest and rubbed against me, which only confirmed my suspicions all the more. I am sorry, Lura. I just thought. Don't leave me. A tiny, pitiful little girl's voice suddenly entered my ears. It was the first time I had ever heard Lura speak, and I was completely caught off guard. I had wanted to ask her something more, but after thinking about it, I held back in the end. I only patted her back gently and said, I won't. I won't, Lura. I'm your high priest, after all. The next morning, I woke up early, only to find that Lura had been awake long before me and was sitting there quietly looking down at me. The moment she saw my eyes open, she gave me a sweet smile. I yawned and sat up. Good morning, Lura. She immediately threw herself at me and hugged me tightly in an almost spoiled, clingy way. Sigh. I only sighed. The more she acted like this, the less sure I felt. I even began to suspect whether there was something wrong with the energy in her body. Perhaps we had not burned enough paper offerings lately, causing her power to weaken, so that she was becoming more and more childlike. I did not think that was impossible. So while getting dressed, I began planning that I needed to settle the matter of preaching as soon as possible. Lura, can you say something to me? I wanted to know whether she had regained her ability to speak. But she only looked up at me, smiled sweetly, and turned back into her usual innocent self. Early in the morning, old John arrived at the city lord's residence. By the time I got up, he had already made breakfast, a huge pot of meat porridge. I filled a large bowl and took it aside to eat with Lura. Seeing that Haimu was nowhere in sight, I asked in confusion, "Where's Haimu?" "He's usually up exercising by this hour." "Ah, that child was called out drinking last night. He drank until well past midnight before coming back." "Drinking? Who called him out?" "Some of the elders from his childhood. You're the city lord, and he's your brother, so naturally those people wanted to win him over. And that child is too honest. He drinks however much others pour for him. If I hadn't dragged him away by force, he'd probably have drunk until dawn." Haimu clearly was not waking up anytime soon. We could not take him out with us today. Fortunately, the Deadwood Forest was not far from White City, so as long as we were not born unlucky, this trip should not run into any danger. After breakfast, we rested briefly, then set out. The road to the Deadwood Forest was not suitable for a carriage, so the two of us had no choice but to go on foot. As for why we did not bring more people, I felt that too many people made too obvious a target, and if danger really arose, it would only be harder to deal with. As for transporting the grain, there was no need to worry. I had the storage ring the Dragon King had given me. Of course, most importantly, if I died I could start over, so even if something really went wrong, it would not matter much. Old John led the way up ahead, and I followed behind holding Lura's hand. At first I had worried that her footprints might be noticed, but fortunately he paid no attention at all, and with the snow falling hard, the prints were covered in no time. The three of us walked north for nearly 2 hours before finally reaching a forest of leafless dead trees. Most of the other trees around White City were already stripped bare, even their bark peeled off. But the Deadwood Forest before us was completely intact, because everyone knew its owner was not someone they could afford to provoke, so no one dared touch even the bark of his trees for fear of revenge. The three of us entered the forest and walked about 2 kilometers deeper before we saw a massive manor. It was as large as a castle estate, with 7-meter-high walls all around. Every building was black, exuding a sinister and ominous atmosphere. On the huge front gate of the manor sat a crow. Seeing someone stop outside the entrance, it actually opened its beak and spoke. "What do you want? What do you want?" Its voice was rough, but its manner was little different from a parrot's. Old John stepped forward with a smile. "Please trouble yourself to announce us. We wish to discuss a business deal with your master." "Who comes? Who comes?" Old John of White City. 30 years ago, I even did business with your master." "And you? And you?" It turned to look at me. "Death Healer, the newly appointed city lord of White City. I want to buy some grain, with a budget of 500 gold coins. Please wait, please wait." With that, it flapped its wings and flew inside. 5 minutes later it flew back out. "Death Healer may enter. Death Healer may enter. Only one person. Only one person." Rumble. The great gate opened by itself. I did not hesitate. After exchanging a glance with old John, I took Lura's hand and walked in. The gate then shut automatically behind me, leaving old John outside. "Follow me, follow me." Another crow appeared from nowhere, chattering as it led the way ahead. We crossed an enormous front courtyard full of black flowers of an unknown kind before arriving at the main entrance. I was just about to knock when the door opened on its own. What met my eyes was a hall dimly lit, yet decorated with extreme luxury and grandeur, so large it nearly rivaled the king's audience chamber. Flap, flap, flap. A flock of crows suddenly swooped down from high above. I had thought they were about to attack, but instead they merely gathered not far away, clustering into the shape of a person. Then there was a flash of black light, and the crows vanished. In their place stood a tall old man with a stooped back, smiling at me. Even bent over, he was nearly 3 meters tall, bald, beardless, with eyes narrowed to mere slits, the classic look of a man whose eyes were always half shut. His skin was an unhealthy corpse white, wrinkled and dotted with age spots. His build was larger than an ordinary human's, though somewhat thin. He wore a black robe and leaned on an enormous blackwood cane. Though his appearance was similar to a human's, the 2 long pointed ears clearly exposed his identity as one of the demon race. "Ha ha ha, hero are we? A rare guest, a rare guest." His voice was shrill, like a eunuch speaking in that sly, affected tone. The moment he said that, my guard went up immediately. I frowned. "How do you know?" "I have seen other heroes before. Their scent is very different from the people here. Though you look alike on the outside, you are still, in the end, 2 different species." "Honored hero, may I ask, what is it you wish to buy?" "I want to buy grain for White City. If you only brought 500 gold coins, I'm afraid your ring won't even be filled." "Haha, Don't look at me like that. For a well-traveled merchant, recognizing such a thing is hardly surprising. Are these rings common? Quite the opposite. They are exceedingly rare. So, honored guest, if you are willing, I would gladly buy it from you at a high price. Sorry, I have no such intention for now. If I ever do, I'll come find you. What a pity. I had almost no combat ability, so I was quite worried that this man might develop murderous intentions toward me, especially after taking an interest in my ring. Fortunately, I had worried too much. This merchant was not that kind of shameless man. He only smiled and said, "Come, sir, I'll take you to where the grain is stored." With that, he led the way, and I followed behind him. Before long, we crossed the hall and came to a very long, dim corridor. During that time, the merchant looked back from time to time, but it was not me he was watching. With narrowed eyes, he was staring at Lura beside me. I probed cautiously, "What is it?" "Nothing, only I have the strange feeling there is someone else here." "Does the hero have any idea why?" "I don't know, but I imagine that since this is your territory, even if there really were an outsider, they wouldn't dare act carelessly and cause you trouble." "If you say so, then I am reassured." He turned back around with a smile and never looked back again. Still, it was obvious he had already sensed something. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Bird Merchant. Just call me Bird Merchant, my honored and mysterious hero." The corridor was very long. It took a full 5 minutes before we reached a huge stone door. Just like all the doors before. Rumble. It opened automatically. What appeared before me was a gigantic chamber, almost as large as the plaza in the royal capital, piled high with sacks of goods in various colors, each color corresponding to a different kind of grain or foodstuff. There was so much food here that it had formed little hills. The bird merchant pointed at the goods and introduced them one by one. Red sacks are red dates. White sacks are rice. Green sacks are mung beans. Brown sacks are dried meat, 100 jin per sack. He listed off many kinds in succession. The variety was extremely complete. And the prices? Vegetarian goods are 2 silver coins per jin. Meat is 4 silver coins per jin. Salt, chili, peppercorns, and other seasonings are 10 silver coins per jin. That expensive? Most of the cost is transportation and labor, my honored hero. I felt a headache coming on. I truly had not expected prices here to be so high. 1 silver coin per jin, converted over, was like 200 yuan per jin, and 1 gold coin bought only 50 jin of grain. Earlier, I had promised to spend 200 gold coins on food and had thought it would be more than enough. Now it was clear it was nowhere near enough. 200 gold only bought 10,000 jin. White City had about 1,000 people. Divided out, that was only 10 jin per person. How long could that possibly last? In my original plan, I had intended to give every person in White City 100 jin. But now it seemed that to meet that number, I would need at least 2,000 gold coins. The problem was that I had only 650 on me in total. 500 was mine, and the remaining 150 had been seized from the landlord's house. Seeing my difficulty, the bird merchant guessed from my expression that my purse was not deep enough, and with narrowed eyes he smiled. "If your funds are insufficient, why not sell me that ring at a high price to relieve your immediate need?" As if I would ever agree to that. I only shook my head helplessly. Then 600 gold coins worth of vegetarian goods first, and 50 gold coins worth of seasonings. I had not expected that a single trip out would empty my purse completely. If there were more expenses later, I might have no choice but to borrow from Haimo. "Are you sure you don't want to buy more?" "My honored hero, this little amount of food will not last long. I have no money left. If you don't mind, I can offer you a loan. The interest is not high, only 40% of the principal, payable within half a year. And if I can't repay it, then simply sell me that ring. The price can be negotiated." He rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation, the very image of a profiteering merchant. Though I found him rather speechless, I had to admit he was a qualified businessman. He had taken a liking to my ring and could clearly have just robbed me of it, yet he insisted on trying to obtain it in a merchant's way. That made me think a little more highly of him. If you want my ring so badly, why not simply kill me and take it? Now, sir, that is rather insulting. I am a merchant, an upright businessman, not some filthy bandit. After that he went on at length about the benefits of taking a loan, but I truly had no confidence in the idea and refused in the end. I went forward, stored the selected goods into my ring, paid in full, and was about to leave, when, as I turned, I noticed a metal door in the corner of the room and casually asked, "What's that?" "That is the basement, where the slaves are kept. Does the hero perhaps wish to buy some?" "Slaves?" "Indeed. All newly arrived stock. Among them are quite a few with considerable combat ability. The hero has just assumed office. Would you like to buy a few bodyguards? That way, if enemies come calling, you will have some means of dealing with them. Wouldn't that be wise? Those words struck directly at my weak point. Combat power was precisely my greatest deficiency. At the moment, the only fighting strength White City could really boast of was Haimu. But he was ultimately still flesh and blood, and his limits were obvious. The further things progressed, the less useful he would become. To put it plainly, White City's defenses were almost the same as zero. Seeing my expression shift, the bird merchant knew he had hit the mark, and with a coaxing tone he continued, "Come now, sir, just take a look. Only a look. It doesn't cost anything." I was persuaded. In the end, I nodded and followed him over. Creak. This door was different from the others. The bird merchant pushed it open by hand instead of having it open automatically. Behind it was a long stone stairway leading underground, descending a full 50 meters. The two of us went down and arrived in a vast, narrow chamber. The yellow lightstones set into the walls cast a gentle illumination like torchlight, and beneath that light stood a great many black cages. The cages were extremely sturdy, made from some unknown special metal. Inside them were all kinds of slaves, goblins, elves, minotaurs, and many more, all wearing shackles and chains. Seeing someone arrive, the slaves all looked over. They were very quiet, but their eyes were filled with complicated emotions: anger, hatred, despair, fear, everything. I looked around and saw that each cage had a number attached. After making a circuit, I found that the lowest number belonged to a goblin. Only 5. "These are the prices?" I asked. "Yes, customer. Gold coins. Of course. Isn't that too expensive?" Haha. The hero who upholds justice actually says such a thing. I had thought you would uphold some noble theory like life is priceless. Country A has slave markets too, and the slaves there are much cheaper than yours. Mainly labor and transportation costs. I already told you that once, my forgetful hero. I said no more and simply walked deeper into the room. The farther in I went, the higher the prices on the cages became. Soon, I reached the very end. There, one cage with no listed price at all caught my attention. This cage was even stronger than the others, its bars several times thicker. By all logic, such a cage should have been used only to hold some dangerous powerhouse. Yet what stood before me was merely a woman with disheveled hair, wearing a collar and shackles. She was a woman with gray-white hair falling to her waist, hanging loose and making her face impossible to see. She wore a black mage's robe and was barefoot. On her forehead grew a single translucent horn of silver-white crystal, and faintly visible on her skin were black scales the size of fingernails. At that moment, she sat collapsed on the ground with her head lowered, looking utterly dispirited. Why doesn't this one have a price? Because this is a special item. I haven't had time to set one yet. Special item? Rare merchandise that just came in. I've already arranged with an auction house. As for what price it will ultimately fetch, that depends on the atmosphere on the day. Is she that valuable? Naturally. This is a member of the endangered Oni race born from a union with a dragon. A hybrid of this level is not common. How much, roughly? If you want to buy her, 50,000 gold coins will do. I'm afraid I can't understand your demon's standards of pricing. Heh, customer, what you don't know is this. If she were merely an Oni dragon hybrid, she would never fetch that much. But this one was a cadre under the former demon king. With that extra identity added on, she becomes worth this price. A demon king cadre. I narrowed my eyes slightly. That information was genuinely surprising. Seeing my interest, the bird merchant patiently began to explain. Hero, do you know the former demon king? You mean Demon King Kale? Precisely. It seems the hero is a lover of books too. I only happened to flip through a few pages in the library. The book said Kale fell 100 years ago, killed by the current demon king. Exactly so. And since you even know that much, I imagine you also know about demonkinds for heavenly kings. The 4 heavenly kings are the 4 strongest cadres under the demon king. Kale and her dynasty fell completely, but the 4 heavenly kings system was never abolished, and the current demon king selected a new set of 4 heavenly kings. You mean? That's right. The one in this cage is none other than the former North Heavenly King, the Oni Dragon Door. To this day, she is the only surviving old retainer of the previous regime. But if she's really what you say, how could a being of that level be worth a mere 50,000 gold coins? Hehehe, my humorous hero. Tell me, do you think tattered clothes can sell for the same price as new ones? Could you explain that more clearly? Very well. It seems you truly don't know much about this young lady. And so he began recounting doors past. It was not very complicated. After Kale fell, The immensely powerful door caught the new Demon King's eye. The new king admired her and wanted her to abandon darkness and turn to the light by serving under him instead. As for the conditions he offered, he promised she could continue as the North Heavenly King, with status and treatment no lower than before. What the new Demon King did not know, however, was that although Dor held the rank of one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, she was not especially clever. She was a blunt warrior, and she was extraordinarily loyal, the sort who clung fanatically to what she believed. So, when faced with the new king's persuasion, she first pretended to agree. Then, while the Demon King let his guard down and grew full of himself, she suddenly launched a sneak attack and went straight for the kill. Of course, in the end she still failed. But even so, she took half his life with her and left him in an extremely miserable state. Because of that incident, the Demon King was utterly enraged. He first tortured Dor brutally, then cast an extremely terrifying control spell on her, turning her into a puppet tool incapable of acting on her own will. After that, things were simple. The Demon King treated Dor as a war machine, throwing her wherever things were dangerous. If she won, everyone was happy, and in any case, she was working for him for free. If she lost, that was fine too. After all, this remnant of the old regime who refused to submit might as well die. And so, Dor served the Demon King for a full 100 years. It was only because her vitality was so tenacious that she had managed not to die even now. By the present day, the Demon King's rule had long since stabilized, and he no longer needed Dor. On top of that, after so many years of fighting, she was covered in wounds, and her strength was only a thin shell of what it once had been, probably not even 1% of her peak. In the eyes of a powerful Demon King, that was no different from trash. Since she was useless, she naturally no longer had value. The Demon King had originally intended to kill her outright and be done with it. But the current North Heavenly King proposed otherwise. Rather than letting her die too easily, it would be better to sell her as a slave and let her live in humiliation until death. It turned out that this North Heavenly King had once nearly died at Dor's hands and had always held a deep grudge. The Demon King could not be bothered to care, so he simply handed Dor over to her for disposal. Afterward, Dor was thrown into the slave market, where the passing bird merchant happened to see her and bought her at a high price, planning to make a huge profit at auction. After so many years of fighting, this merchandise is already full of holes and riddled with disease. To exaggerate a little, if she doesn't have 1,000 hard-to-treat illnesses on her, then she has at least 800. You didn't find a doctor to examine her? Of course I did. I spent 500 gold on medical fees alone. But can you guess the result? What was it? 13 terminal illnesses, 27 curses, 35 categories of severe conditions. To put it plainly, she can't be saved. She doesn't have long to live. If that's really the case, would anyone still buy her? Of course. Aren't you yourself an excellent potential customer? Leaving aside that I don't have the money, even if I did, what use would buying a sickly wreck be? Heh, though this person is extremely weak, she'd still be more than enough as a bodyguard for White City. Besides, dragons are long-lived by nature. Even if the doctor says she won't live long, lasting another 10 years wouldn't be impossible. 5,000. No, 50,000 gold for 10 years of peace for White City. However you calculate it, it's worth it. That joke isn't funny at all. To be honest, I did not agree with his reasoning. But then again, at this moment, I really had developed a strong interest in Dor. Not for any other reason, but because of her strength and because of my own ability. If I bought her and then healed her, wouldn't that neatly patch up my own greatest weakness in combat power? But another problem followed right after. How was I supposed to gain this person's trust? What if I healed her and she simply turned around and ran? I stared at the woman in the cage, frowning in thought. Seeing this, the bird merchant seemed to think I was worried about being unable to control her. So he said, "No need to worry, hero." As he spoke, he pulled from his pocket a black crystal ball about the size of a ping-pong ball, with a button on it. "What is that?" I asked in confusion. He ignored the question and called to Dor. "Lift your head, Dor." She gave no response at all, as if she were deaf, only keeping her head lowered in numb silence. Seeing that, the bird merchant did not hesitate. He pressed the button. Bzzz. A flash of white lightning instantly covered Dor's entire body. Agony spread through her, and the pain made her convulse instinctively. Ah! A painful groan escaped her mouth, but it hurt too much for her to properly cry out. Hey, stop! I hurriedly cut in. The bird merchant smiled, pressed the button again, and the current vanished. Dor collapsed to the floor, steam rising from her body as she gasped for breath. But the bird merchant gave her no time to recover and again spoke in a commanding tone. Lift your head, Door. This time, Door did not pretend to be deaf. Trembling, she slowly and laboriously raised her head. And only then did I clearly see her face. It was the face of a young woman, no more than in her early 20s by appearance. There was a huge black birthmark on her left cheek, and on her right cheek a severe old scar running from forehead to chin. She had no right eye, only a dried-up blood hole left in its place. To be honest, this was the kind of face that could give a person nightmares at a glance. And yet, it had to be said, her features were delicate. Without those defects, she would undoubtedly have been beautiful, especially with that white hair. At that moment, Door was using her one remaining left eye to glare fixedly at the bird merchant. It was bloodshot and full of hatred. Well, hero, interested in buying her. As long as you have the switch, there's no need to fear her disobedience. I've even added a safeguard. She cannot attack you. The moment she tries, she'll end up just like she did a moment ago. Seeing that I was still hesitating, he added, if you miss this village, there won't be this shop again. I can't guarantee she'll still be here the next time you come. I did not answer him. I only looked at Door in the cage. If I buy you, can you forget Kale and follow me? Tui. She spat directly in my face, then rolled her eye at me. I did not get angry. I casually wiped it off and looked at the bird merchant. 50,000 gold, right? Yes. And what are the conditions for the loan? None. Just leave a handprint. As he spoke, he suddenly produced a contract from behind his back. The contents were simple. Today, the White City Hero Death Healer was borrowing 50,000 gold from the bird merchant. With 20,000 in interest, the total repayment would be 70,000. It must be paid off within half a year, otherwise the storage ring worn on the right index finger would be handed over as compensation. I had no idea when he had prepared the contract. Yet there it was, set out perfectly neatly. I guessed it was some special ability of his. I only asked, do I need to put up any collateral? No. No. I frowned. You trust me that much? Naturally, hero. And what if I run away? You won't. What makes you so certain? Because I have never misjudged a person, and I have never made a single and profitable deal. The smile on his face remained humble and polite, but in his eyes there was an unmistakable confidence and assurance that was difficult to describe. I did not know where that confidence came from, but my sixth sense told me one thing. This man absolutely had an extraordinary background. He was not someone I could afford to provoke. After all, an ordinary slave merchant would never be able to get his hands on merchandise like one of the four heavenly kings. He said he had just happened to buy her by luck, but only a fool would believe that. If there are no problems, then how about leaving your handprint? Once you do, this door will be yours. Wait, what is it? He frowned slightly, apparently thinking I was about to change my mind. But I said, I nearly forgot the main matter. I came here to buy grain. Since I'm already borrowing this much, I may as well borrow more. Originally, I had bought 600 gold's worth, 30,000 jin of grain. I decided on the spot to borrow another 2,400 gold. I spent 1,400 of that on another 70,000 jin of grain, bringing the total to a neat 100,000 jin. As for the remaining 1,000 gold, I would keep it for White City's regular governmental expenses. Naturally, the bird merchant welcomed this, on the grounds that this was our first cooperation and there should be a discount. He even said that as long as I repaid on time, he would waive the odd amount from the extra 2,400, just to count it as making a friend. Translated, that meant, as long as I paid on time, I would only need to repay 70,000 gold. In the end, I still pressed down my handprint, after cutting my finger with a dagger. The bird merchant was very pleased. He immediately handed the switch to me, opened the cage, and ordered Door to come out. Afterward, he chatted on about one thing and another all the way to the gate, smiling as he said, the road back isn't easy. If the hero doesn't mind, how about letting my people give you a lift? That would be excellent. The bird merchant whistled, and two crows flew down from beneath the eaves. The moment they landed, they instantly transformed into two giant birds the size of cars. He pointed at the one on the right and ordered Door, get on. Door's face remained cold, but she still obeyed. Lura and I climbed onto the other bird. After bidding farewell to the bird merchant, the two giant birds soared into the air. When we flew out past the manor grounds, the bird I was riding descended to the ground and picked up old John, who had been waiting there a long time. He hesitated somewhat, but seeing that the city lord himself was present, he ultimately climbed onto the bird's back. On the way back, old John asked about the grain. I nodded. It's already been bought. Then when will he send it over? It doesn't need to be sent. The grain is already with me. Oh, where? I stored it away. Think of it as one of my abilities as a hero. I see, so that's how it is. Old John was a good man, but that did not mean I had to tell him everything. Some things had no need to be explained too clearly. It was enough that I understood them myself. Even with Haimu, the one closest to me at present, I had never once mentioned the matter of the goddess. And why? Naturally, as a precaution. Especially after witnessing the Dragon King's ability to read memories, there was nothing wrong with being careful in all things. City Lord, that person. Old John began asking about Door on the bird beside us. I only said that she was a slave I had purchased, someone to help with fighting. Then I tried asking him for more information about the bird merchant, but unfortunately he knew little more than I did. Before long, we returned to White City, and the two giant birds landed in the rear courtyard of the city lord's residence. After delivering us to the ground, they transformed back into small birds and flew away. While we had still been high in the air, Old John had noticed more than 20 young people gathered at the front of the city lord's residence, so he used the excuse of going to open the courtyard gate and temporarily left us. As for me, I stretched out my right hand toward the open ground in the rear courtyard and imagined taking the things out of the storage ring. Crash, rustle. Large amounts of food fell onto the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the rear courtyard was piled into a mountain of grain. At that moment, Old John returned with those young people, smiling. City Lord, didn't you say you needed soldiers? These are the people I found for you. Before he could finish, he was stunned by what he saw. So were the people behind him. It turned out that he had once heard landlord Logi mention that the bird merchant's goods were extremely expensive. One sack of grain cost 2 gold coins. Old John did not know that I had taken a loan, nor did he know how much money I actually had. But he knew one thing very well. The mountain of grain before his eyes could not possibly have been bought for less than several thousand gold coins. Old John had never imagined I would be this generous. According to our original agreement, I had only needed to buy 200 golds worth of grain. But seeing how much effort I had put into this, he became visibly moved, and even the last little bit of doubt or unease in his heart disappeared completely. City Lord, eyes full of gratitude, he walked toward me excitedly. But I had no time at that moment to indulge his emotions. I only said, distribute the grain by head count. 100 jin for each person. Not a single person is to be missed. I'll leave all the specific work to you. I still have things to do, so I won't stay. With that, I returned to my room and glanced at Dor, who had been standing there in a daze for quite a while. Come here. But Dor ignored me completely and only arrogantly rolled her eye. Fine. I could not be bothered to argue. I simply raised the crystal switch I had been holding the whole time and shook it slightly. Only then did she unwillingly enter the room. Once Dor came inside, I shut the door and pointed to the stool in the corner. Sit. She still kept that cold face and ignored me. All right then. I did not force the matter. I sat down on the bed. Seeing this, Lura hurried over and sat beside me, pressing herself tightly against me. Let's talk, I said, looking at Dor and getting straight to the point. She could not be bothered with me. She simply tilted her head up and shifted her gaze toward the ceiling. I'll say it again. Let's talk. My tone grew heavier, and my fingernail scraped against the surface of the crystal button, making a sharp, squeaking sound. Dor clearly feared the thing after all. Reluctantly, she sat down on the chair. I have nothing to talk about with humans. Strictly speaking, I'm a hero, someone from another world. I have nothing to do with the humans of this world. Same thing. Very different. Humph. She snorted, folded her arms, and turned her head to the side, looking as arrogant and defiant as a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. What would it take for you to follow me? I asked. Impossible. Forever. But I saved you. What difference does that make to me? At the very least, my temper is better than the bird merchant's. I won't hurt you. Heh. She raised her head with a sneer and looked down at me through her nostrils, her face full of distrust and contempt. Fine. Then let me put it another way. I picked up the thermos on the bedside table, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. If I could heal you, would you be willing? You? If. I said if. I cut off her mockery, took a deep breath, and made my tone more serious. If I really could heal you, would you be willing to follow me? Dor did not answer. Her gaze remained fixed elsewhere. The room fell silent for a full minute. Seeing that I was not going to say anything more, she finally turned her gaze back. She had clearly intended to mock me a little more, but when she saw how serious I looked and how sincere my eyes were, she changed her mind and replied seriously instead. A loyal subject does not serve two masters. Kill me. With that, she closed her eyes, ready to be electrocuted to death. Even the current Demon King had failed to subdue Dor. There was no way I alone could do it. That was what I was thinking at that moment. But then again, Compared to the Demon King, I at least had one advantage. I had no grudge with Dor, and I had absolutely nothing to do with Kale's death. Her attitude made me realize that trying to subdue her was hopeless. But giving up now still felt too early. I did not press the button. An ally maintained through threats was never reliable. I only said, then what about his friends? If I heal you, can we be friends? Friends don't put shackles on friends. Then what if I give you your freedom? Dor frowned and glanced at me. She thought I was joking, but my eyes were extremely serious. I did not look like I was lying. The more she looked, the less she understood me. She could not help saying, is there something wrong with you? I already took my medicine. Just answer me. If I heal you and give you your freedom, can we become friends? If you truly had that kind of ability, then it's not impossible. Then can you stay? I said, friends don't put shackles on friends. All right. I completely gave up trying to persuade her with words. I stood up and walked toward her. Her brows instantly drew tight. What are you trying to do? Give me your hand. What? Enough nonsense. Hand it over. So you're finally done pretending, is that it? A hooligan full of filthy thoughts. I could not even be bothered to argue. I directly placed my hand on her shoulder. In the next instant, a huge amount of negative conditions began transferring over. When I came to my senses, my body instantly lost all strength, and I crashed backward. Bang! I fell straight onto the ground. My right eyeball was gone. A birthmark and scar had appeared on my face. Seeing this, Lura hurried over and crouched beside me in alarm, looking worried and helpless. I forced a smile at her, trying to signal that I was fine. But very quickly, my thoughts were torn apart by the pain ravaging my body. Dor naturally stared at the scene in utter shock, especially when she realized that her eye had healed, her strength had partially returned, and all the discomfort in her body had vanished. She looked at me on the floor in disbelief, and only then noticed. My face had inherited all of her injuries. Though it was the first time she had ever seen such a thing, she immediately understood that this was so-called damage transfer. Why? She did not understand. She understood neither my power nor my reasoning. I only gritted my teeth and said with effort, you're free. Go. Cough, cough. Before I could finish, a large mouthful of blood burst from my lips, making my already miserable appearance even more wretched. Dor pressed her lips together. What should I do? What can I do to save you? Save your ass. You know what kind of state you're in, don't you? Cough, cough. I coughed violently, as if I might cough myself to death in the next moment, barely hanging on. Dor instinctively reached out, wanting to do something, but she truly had no idea what to do. Go. Leave this place. You're not welcome here. Cough, cough. Your injuries. Get out. I grew agitated and coughed even harder. Dor realized that staying here would only make me angrier. In the end, she bit her lip and said softly, thank you. The moment the words fell, she pushed open the door and left the city lord's residence. Outside, she transformed into a pitch-black giant dragon as large as a yacht and flew off with powerful wing beats. After Dor left, my condition only worsened. My head was spinning badly, and before I knew it, I lost consciousness completely. When I opened my eyes again, I did not know how much time had passed. But the light outside the window was still bright, so it had not yet grown dark. My body still hurt terribly. I had no strength at all and could not even stand up. Lura was at my side, looking at me uneasily, on the verge of tears. With difficulty, I raised my right hand, touched her face, and smiled. I am fine, Lura. Cough, cough. Can you kill me? That request was answered only by her frantic shaking of her head. Lura instinctively wanted to stop me from dying, as if it were something deeply terrifying. All right, Lura. All right, I'll listen to you. I pointed at the thermos on the bedside table. Can you hand me that? I'm a little thirsty. Lura nodded and hurried to fetch it. I took the opportunity, gritting my teeth as I moved my body, and grabbed the crystal switch from the floor in one motion. The next instant, I pressed it. Bzzz. A tremendous current surged through my whole body. In a single instant, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I was still lying on the floor, but all the negative conditions in my body had vanished. I let out a breath of relief and sat up. Then I saw that Lura was standing nearby, glaring at me with a resentful expression. Lou. Before I could finish, the little girl had already thrown herself at me. She was furious, worked up like a young wife complaining at her husband, pounding her little fists again and again against my chest. I knew it was my suicide that had made her angry, so I could only apologize over and over. I'm sorry, Lura. I promise this is the last time. There absolutely won't be a next time. I kept apologizing, but it did nothing at all to dispel her anger. She kept hitting me until she was tired, and only then buried her face in my chest. Then, woo-woo, a low, suppressed sound of sobbing reached my ears. I froze. Gently, I moved her away with both hands, only to find that the little girl was already crying her eyes out. She looked just like a child who had lost the thing she loved most in the world. To be honest, I truly could not understand Lyra's reaction. In my view, death was actually a kind of release. Since I could come back after dying, what did death matter? But no matter what, the urgent matter at hand was to calm her first. It's okay, Lyra. There won't be a next time. This was the last time. I held her like that and soothed her for a full half-hour before finally coaxing her to sleep. I carefully laid her on the bed and went outside. The rear courtyard was already packed with people, all full of anticipation, standing in a long line. When they saw me, they all greeted me on their own. City Lord, thank you, truly thank you. I responded to them one by one and casually asked about the horned woman. Some said she had gone toward the city gate. Others said she had turned into a giant dragon and flown away. Thanks to old John's prior warning, the people were not too alarmed by the matter of the dragon. I brushed them off with a couple of words and rushed out. I searched all around, inside and outside the city, but did not find even a trace of door. In the end, I had no choice but to return and go back to my room. What exactly am I doing? I rubbed my eyes with a headache. Things had turned out completely differently from what I had expected. Dor had clearly been the kind of straightforward person who repaid kindness. Since I had saved her, she should have stayed behind to repay the favor. So how had she really just left? My original plan had been this. I would end up half dead saving her, and she would definitely feel guilty. Then I would deliberately scold her coldly, making her feel even guiltier, until she would refuse to leave no matter what. The logic should have been flawless. So where exactly had it gone wrong? Wait, I suddenly realized something. Could it be that she thought I was beyond saving, and that staying would only cause more trouble, so she left because of that? But even if that were the case, she should at least have stayed through my funeral before going. Funeral? Come to think of it, did Dragonkind even have the custom of holding funerals? I suddenly jolted and finally understood where the problem lay. I was human. She was a dragon. The ways these two races thought, and their cultural habits and customs, were very likely worlds apart. So from beginning to end, that whole little psychological strategy of mine had simply never registered with her at all. By nature, I had been countered by someone too straightforward for that sort of tactic. At that moment, all I felt was regret. A 70,000 gold loan was no small amount. Helplessly, I took out my dagger and pressed it to my throat. All I wanted was to reload back to the morning, to the point before I had bought Dor. Let's gamble. I was just about to put strength into my hand and slit my throat in one stroke, when Lyra, asleep beside me, suddenly moved. I froze and looked down, only to see that she had tightly grabbed the corner of my clothes. Her eyes were red, and the tear tracks from her earlier crying were still clearly visible. Looking at Lyra, I could not help but feel momentarily dazed. The hand holding the knife slowly moved away and came into my field of view. Wait, my mind suddenly cleared. But precisely because it had cleared, a question surfaced. Why? Why was I so eager to kill myself? I was obviously someone who was very afraid of pain. Even if reloading could solve the problem, things were still nowhere near the point where death was absolutely necessary. What was even stranger was this. If it were the old me, would I have given up my life this easily? Even if I could reload? No. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. A strong sense of dissonance welled up inside me, making me panic for no clear reason. It was as if I were unconsciously depending too much on this ability. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with using it to solve problems. But somehow it felt as though something was missing inside me. What was wrong with me? Creak. At that moment, the door opened and yanked me out of my thoughts. It was Haimu. Yawning, he walked in. There are so many people outside. Did you get the grain back? Just woke up. Yeah, drank too much last night. My head still hurts. He glanced at the little mountain of grain piled in the distance. I heard grain in the forest is expensive. This much must have cost a lot. Did you have enough money? Not really, so I borrowed a little from that bird merchant. Why bother? If you needed money, you could have just asked me. Loans mean interest. That's a loss. He turned to go back for money, casually asking, how much did you borrow? 70,000. Sev. His steps stopped dead. He stiffly turned his head, his face full of disbelief. How much? 70,000. Gold. Haimu dropped into a chair with a thud, drawing in a sharp breath. He looked as though all the strength had been sucked out of him. He had supported me becoming city lord. Yes, but if this was how a city lord was going to do things, then White City's future was almost too frightening to imagine. This is bad. He rubbed his forehead, full of worry. That only showed that he had already truly treated me as one of his own. That bird merchant has an unknown background, and the fact that he could casually lend us 70,000 means he's definitely no ordinary person. If we can't repay it on time. He left the rest unsaid. In the end, he only sighed and got to his feet. I'll go out and ask around, see if I can find some way out. Why panic? We still have a full half year. How can I not panic, brother? That's 70,000. An astronomical amount. Precisely because it's astronomical, panicking won't help. Then I added, more importantly, aren't you curious what I spent the money on? That reminded him. He slapped his forehead. Right? You're too smart to have actually spent 70,000 just on grain. Tell me, what did you spend it on? Bought a helper. I roughly explained the whole story, only saying that I had taken a liking to a very powerful dragon and omitting her status as a former cadre under the Demon King. That's how it happened. My mistake was that I misjudged her. Did you tell Uncle John about this? No one but you knows. Right? Can't say it. Wouldn't want to cause panic. He sighed. Then I can't really blame you for this. Who could have known she was that ungrateful? Don't overthink it. I'll go ask around these next few days. Maybe I'll find a lead. With that, he turned to leave. Haimu, I called after him. I'm sorry. What are you saying that for? We're not outsiders. Nobody's perfect. We'll find a way. Don't think too much. He waved a hand and left. After Haimu was gone, I sat there thinking alone. Had Dor really just left like that? If so, then this gamble of mine had failed again. Come to think of it, how many times was this already that I had stumbled because of a woman? Why was my luck with gambles so terrible? But on second thought, this matter was not entirely bad. Dor was powerful and had a special identity. Though she had left today, there would always be another time to meet in the future. And given that not entirely unreasonable personality of hers, perhaps one day she might even bring me some great gift in return. Meanwhile, Dor, who had just regained her freedom, was walking alone across a snow-white plain. The snow was especially heavy that day. For a prisoner who had been confined for 100 years to suddenly regain a new life, how could her heart remain unmoved? She was so happy that she rolled in the snow and ran wildly through it. When she got tired of running, she slowed to a walk and happily admired the scenery along the way. The anklets and collar that symbolized slavery had long since been removed. Her complexion had improved beyond comparison, and she looked like a completely different person from before. But after ecstasy passed, a person still had to calm down and return to reality. Her strolling gradually turned into aimless wandering, and a layer of confusion appeared in her eyes. She was free now. That was certainly worth being happy about. But what came after freedom? What exactly was she supposed to do now? Her master Kale was dead, and the comrades who had once fought at her side had all been exterminated by the current Demon King. Only when she came back to herself did she realize that in this enormous world, she was the only remaining retainer of the old regime. Now, there was not even a single person left who could understand her or listen to her speak. Once a person had too much idle time, it became easy to overthink. The farther she walked, the worse she felt. The worse she felt, the more she missed those fallen comrades and the beauty of the old days. The more she missed them, the lonelier she became. And just like that, she fell into a terrible vicious cycle. Gur. In the end, it was her protesting stomach that pulled her out of her gloom. She took the chance to follow the thought. Forget it. I'll get something to eat first. Shaking her head, she threw off those negative emotions. Seeing a frozen lake not far away, she walked over and kicked the ice with one foot. With a loud crash, a large sheet of ice broke open, revealing the lake water below. She did not like swimming, nor did she care for icy water, so she decided to fish instead. After all, she had all the time in the world. She broke off a branch, tore part of her clothes into strips for fishing line, and went to the lakeside to look for bait. She had meant to search for some ice insects that lived near the surface. But by chance, she caught sight of her own reflection in the lake. At that instant, Dor froze completely. Not only was the missing right eye whole again, but even the scar and birthmark that had tormented her for years had vanished completely. What was reflected in the water was, beyond any doubt, the face of a beauty. The shock this dealt to her understanding of herself was immense. Her missing right eye had been gouged out by the Demon King, something acquired later, so that much was one thing. But the birthmark and scar on her face had been there since childhood. They had followed her for most of her life and left her with countless painful memories. Even before she had become famous, people had mocked and ridiculed her appearance plenty. Once she rose to the seat of North Heavenly King and became a public figure, that face of hers became a constant topic for other demons to gossip about in their spare time. Dor was strong, the mighty and famous North Heavenly King. In daily life, she was bold and open like a man, as though she did not care about such things at all. But no matter how strong she was, deep down she was still a woman. To say she did not care at all would have been a lie. Every time someone talked about her face, it hurt her. She simply never showed it. Because once she lost composure, it would only invite more mockery, and worse, it would embarrass Kale. She cared about her face more than anyone. Kale had seen this too. She had once searched everywhere for famous doctors, hoping to remove Dora's scar and birthmark. Unfortunately, every doctor said the same thing. The condition is special, unlike anything we've ever seen. And in the end, there was only one result. They could do nothing. What even a demon king had been unable to accomplish had now been done by a hero. In the midst of her shock, she could not help recalling our final meeting. That moment when I had been lying on the ground, barely alive, my face bearing her birthmark, carrying all of her injuries in her place. As she looked at the beautiful face reflected in the water, the instant a flicker of joy appeared. It was crushed flat by powerful guilt. That guy is probably dead by now. She did not believe a human could survive after taking on so many curses and terminal illnesses. Thinking that I had died because of her only made the guilt weigh more heavily. She pressed her lips together and looked back in the direction of White City, her gaze complicated, no one knowing what she was thinking. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day since Dor had left. Seeing that there was still no sign of her, I finally let go of that tiny bit of expectation in my heart. Compared to that, it was more important to deal with the city's affairs first. Over these last 2 days, I had painted a likeness of Lura based on her appearance and handed it to old John to have a mason carve it into a stone statue, returning once more to my main preaching route. At the same time, I had him spread the word in advance, building momentum for tomorrow's speech promoting the goddess of life. At noon, old John came hurrying back, smiling all over his face. How did it go? Very smoothly. Almost no one objected. They said that whatever the city lord wanted to do, they would support it without hesitation. Then the grain wasn't handed out for nothing. Exactly. If not for your coming, heaven knows how many people would have starved. You said almost. So that means there were still people who disagreed. A dozen or so heretics. They're so fanatically loyal to their own gods that it's almost obsession. They said they were very grateful to you, but if the price of accepting grain was changing their faith, they'd rather starve to death. Stubborn enough. But as believers, they truly are loyal. They even said they were willing to return the grain. I wave my hand. Tell them there's no need to return it. I'm not that stingy. As for faith, I never intended to force it on anyone. I paused, then added, spread the word too, that I don't care which god the people of White City believe in. I only hope that when they worship their own gods, they will also worship the goddess of life, Lura, on the side. Whether their hearts are sincere or not doesn't matter, but the incense ritual itself cannot be omitted. After a brief thought, I added another policy. And spread this too. Whoever believes in my god of life can receive 5 gene of grain each month. Those with especially good performance will receive an additional reward of 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins is one thing, but 5 gene of grain per person every month. Isn't that expense too large? It's not that much. As long as we can find other ways forward later, it'll be fine. Uncle John, you're highly respected in White City, so help me think of ideas too. If you have any good ones, don't hold back. Naturally, even if you didn't say it, I'd still do it. After old John left, I turned my eyes back to the documents on the table. On them were recorded White City's current difficulties. The city walls had collapsed and were no longer a defense at all. The houses had fallen into dangerous disrepair after years of neglect. The grain had temporarily eased the urgent problem, but the future was still as uncertain as ever. Worst of all, the city's economy was in ruins and supplies were desperately scarce. Even if one had money, there was often nothing to buy. Warm clothing and bedding in particular were almost non-existent, and every so often someone still froze to death alive. The problems to be dealt with were piled up like mountains, and most of them could not be solved immediately. I buried myself in work again. Partway through, my throat grew dry. I twisted open the thermos to take a sip of tea, but realized someone was staring at me. When I looked up, it was Lura, standing right beside me, smiling happily, her face full of delight. What is it? I asked, puzzled. She immediately leaned in and hugged me in a spoiled way, burying her head in my arms. I guess she was happy about my preaching, so as I stroked her head, I joked, if you really prosper in the future, don't forget me. I'm counting on you to support me in old age. Lura nodded solemnly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked. Come in. The door opened. It was Haimu. Brother. Huge news, huge news. He rushed in a fluster, panting, grabbed the thermos from my table, and gulped down a big mouthful. What news? From the front lines. After catching his breath, he began to explain. Apparently, quite a few residents had heard that I liked drinking tea, and so they started thinking of ways to curry favor with the city lord. To the east of White City stood a huge snow mountain over 5,000 meters high. At the summit grew a plant called snow tea. It was said that the tea refreshed the mind and was among the finest teas of all, but its growing conditions were harsh, making it extremely rare. Even so, there were still people willing to try their luck. Early this morning, 5 commoners formed a group and went up the mountain in search of tea. Haimu happened to see them at the city gate while out for a walk and, feeling uneasy, followed them. At the foot of the snow mountain, they ran into a refugee who had escaped from Fish Village. When they stepped forward to ask, that was when they learned what was happening at the front. Haimu took a sip of water and lowered his voice. Fish Village is right near the front line. According to that refugee, the royal capital's soldiers requisitioned the whole village and stationed themselves there. And this war between Demonkind and Country A is clearly nearing its end. Both sides have 50,000 troops, but the demons obviously can't withstand those heroes from Country A. They're losing ground again and again. At this rate, it won't be long before it ends in Country A's victory. Whose army is this demon force? I asked. Seems like it's under some minor officer serving the South Heavenly King. Then why were the villagers fleeing? Why else? Same old noble nonsense. Hama gave a cold laugh. That village is about the same as White City, poor as dirt, a district of lowly trash. And if they're low-born, why would the capital's people spare them a second glance? Once the village was requisitioned, bullying the people, extorting them, threatening them, and violating the women at night became everyday occurrences. The victims were full of grievance, but didn't dare speak up. Commoners don't fight officials. All they could do was swallow their shattered teeth with their own blood. As for the refugee we ran into, Haima paused. His daughter was violated to death by several of those beasts. He couldn't swallow that grievance, so he poisoned the grain he was required to hand over. That very night, he killed several of them. Afraid the matter would come to light, he fled overnight. Animals. Exactly. But that's not the real point I wanted to tell you. His eyes lit up. What is it? That refugee said after the village was requisitioned, it became a supply transfer station. Almost all the goods being sent to the front line have to pass through there. And now that the war is almost over, there's still a huge stockpile of supplies left in the village. You mean? My heart stirred. I mean, while the front line is still fighting, the two of us might as well make a trip to that village. He lowered his voice further. Don't you have that skill that can store things? Maybe this is exactly where it comes in handy. If we get our hands on that stockpile, then that 70,000 loan might just be paid off in one go. These past few days, Haimu had been running all over the place trying to find a way for me to repay the debt. For this, he had slept badly night after night. Now that he had finally found a possible way out, it was only natural that he rushed back the moment he did. To be fair, it really wasn't a bad idea. But the problem was, with just the two of us, I'm afraid it won't be easy. I voiced the concern in my heart. If we really run into heroes, how many can you beat? The moment I said that, most of the expectation in Haimu's eyes drained away. He let out a sigh. One-on-one, I can barely say I have some confidence. But if they have numbers on their side, then it'd be no different from walking to our deaths. Yes, as unwilling as I was to admit it, the strength of heroes truly could not be underestimated. Haimu, as the captain of the King's Guard, was a rare martial genius. But he was still only flesh and blood. Every bit of his skill had been forged little by little through bitter training. He was fundamentally not the same kind as those heroes who stepped onto the stage already gifted with divine power for free.